This is Audible.
Bordeaux VO presents Golden Chaos, Three Bears Duet, Cheeky Fairy Tales Book 2, written by Colette Rhodes, performed by Bridget and Jake Bordeaux.
Prologue. Seth. Pack your shit, we're going to New York. What? I asked in confusion as Eli stormed in the front door, chest heaving with exertion, stomping mud over the floors I'd just mopped. His shoulder-length hair had escaped the man bun he was usually so diligent about keeping it in, and was almost black from the rain that was falling hard outside. Mom snorted from her spot on the sofa, drinking the cup of tea she'd demanded I make for her.
You will not traipse around the country after that girl.
There was no question in her tone, no room for argument. She had spoken and expected her words to be adhered to. Noah sat at the table looking between me and Eli. He and I hadn't looked so much like twins since we were kids, but with Rhea gone, I'd lost the motivation to keep my beard neat and trim my hair. Another week of hair growth and only Noah's bulkier size would differentiate us. Noah opened his mouth to speak before slamming it shut again. He wasn't as subtle as he thought he was. He thought he was all unreadable grumpiness, but I saw the flash of hopefulness and the intense weariness in his eyes that he was trying to hide. Plus, the guilt. There was always guilt. Remember we talked about taking things slowly? I asked carefully. Eli's eyes were wild, glowing with the need to shift as he roughly scraped his hair back into a bun. He was difficult to reason with when he got like this. 2 weeks of nothing isn't slow. We're just not doing anything, Eli snapped, and I couldn't disagree with him. The idea had been to figure out the situation with Mom and potentially beat some sense into Noah before we tried to pursue something with Rhea, but it was difficult to do either of those things when Eli and I were avoiding them both.
You are not pursuing anything with that carrier. Noah, don't forget that job I asked you to do. You can't run off until that's done.
Mom ordered, a vein in her forehead throbbing. All three of us ignored her. Darren's gone after her. We have to go to New York now. Fuck, he's probably there already. Eli insisted, storming past us and jogging up the stairs. I threw aside the kitchen towel I'd been using to dry the dishes and moved towards the stairs, fighting back my initial panic response to shift and rip the thread apart. Why didn't you lead with that? Noah barked, surprising both myself and our mother by immediately standing up and striding towards his room like he was going to pack.
Noah!
Mom snapped, setting her cup down and standing, eyes blazing.
What are you doing? You said you were going to find those papers for me.
That can wait. I'm going to kill Darren like I should have done the first time. Noah muttered. Hurry the fuck up, Seth, he added, glaring at me over his shoulder like I was the one who had somehow convinced Rhea to leave the first time round. You're coming with us? I asked, mystified. I had no idea how or why he'd rushed Rhea away in secret. But why go to all the trouble if he felt strongly enough to want to follow her to New York at the first sign of trouble? Noah was an unsolvable riddle sometimes. If he hurt her, I didn't know what I'd do, what my bear would do. He paused with his back to me, looking back over his shoulder at the floor. Yes. Why?
Yes. Why?
Mom snapped, with a lot more hostility in her voice.
None of you ever think of me.
Because it's the right thing to do, Noah replied, swallowing thickly, ignoring Mom. Nope, I'm gonna need a better answer. You didn't care about doing the right thing when she left, I replied coolly. That's exactly what I cared about, Noah snarled, turning to face me, eyes glowing as his bear surfaced. She was leaving anyway. You were both too attached. It would have destroyed you. That wasn't your decision to make, Noah. I gritted out, torn between frustration and anger. He just didn't get it. Our pain is not your responsibility, and you only caused more with the way you treated her. Don't come if you're only going to make things worse. Eli and I can handle Darren. Mom huffed indignantly, sitting back down as I made my escape upstairs. Obviously, I wasn't worth trying to convince, so she wasn't going to bother. I was sure Noah would get another earful before we left, though. God knows what papers she wanted him to dig out for her. Are we really doing this? I asked Eli as I stepped into the room we were sharing. He'd already thrown 2 duffel bags on the bed and half filled his own. He glanced up at me incredulously. What? You'd just leave Rhea alone knowing Darren is following her around like a fucking creep? Obviously not, I replied drolly, pulling a stack of t-shirts out of the drawer Eli was letting me use now that Mom had made herself comfortable in my room. Taking care of Darren is a given. That's not all you want to go to New York for, I added pointedly. I was trying not to think too hard about the logistics. None of us had ever been on a plane before, and the concept of being so high in the air was a little terrifying. Bears couldn't fly. Don't think about it. I can't do this going slow shit, Seth, Eli said solemnly, pausing his packing and looking up at me, eyes pained. I miss her like a fucking lost limb, you know? We don't know how she's doing or even exactly where she is. I can't live like this. I nodded silently, my throat feeling strangely tight. The fire, and our subsequent years raising ourselves in the woods, struggling to get by, hadn't robbed Eli of his capacity to feel. I used my art to exercise the emotions directly out of my body, while Noah pretended they didn't exist entirely. Eli let his emotions rule him, the good and the bad. Just don't scare her off, okay? I asked gently. For all we know, Rhea is doing just fine without us. She's a young, beautiful woman. She's probably been out partying with her friends this entire time. She's probably happy.
Chapter 1. Aurelia. Sweetie, don't you think maybe it's time you left your room? Mom suggested, picking her way through the dirty laundry on the floor to sit on the edge of my bed. Washed your hair, perhaps? Put some real clothes on? No, I replied, voice muffled by the pillow I had my face buried in. Operation New Rhea starts from October. That's tomorrow. Is it? Fuck, maybe I should get up to wash my hair, if nothing else. September has been set aside for wallowing. October is for turning my life around. I'm pretty sure setting a date to change your life is a legit self-care technique, I added, rolling onto my back to look up at my mother's concerned face. I hadn't seen her in a year, since I'd spontaneously left Florida for Alaska, and I was surprised at how much she'd aged in that time. She'd stopped dyeing her hair at some point, silvery strands now threaded through the pale gold, and the lines around her eyes and mouth had deepened. Mostly laugh lines, though. My mom was usually the brightest, happiest person in any room. How she'd raised 3 pessimists was beyond me. Your father and I are a little worried, dear. You've spent 2 weeks basically glued to this bed, and I highly doubt you'd have eaten anything but chips if I hadn't been feeding you vegetables. Not true. I would have definitely gone to the store to buy Twinkies at some point, I countered. Maybe I should do that today. And then, as of tomorrow, I'm going to be a whole new woman. I'm going to only eat whole foods and drink water every single hour and work out until my muscles burn. My butt will defy gravity. Mom hummed like she didn't really believe me, taking in the chaos that was my childhood bedroom. I could fully admit she was right about me holing up in bed, though I hadn't realized 2 whole weeks had passed. I was probably coming to the end of my socially acceptable moping time. Everything felt so hard and shitty, though, and lying in bed watching cute cat videos and X Factor auditions on my phone in my ratty old pajamas was a solid distraction technique. I hadn't even been reading romance novels, my usual form of escapism. My heart was too raw to read about love right now, or maybe ever again. I know you haven't been all that eager to talk about the breakup, Mom began, mostly because there's nothing to talk about. On the list of males who were living rent-free in my head, Darren was at the bottom. Darren was an addendum. He was a post-it note that had fallen off the main list somewhere. So you keep saying, which is what surprises me about all this, wailing. I am not wailing, I replied aghast. I pulled down the cover enough to glare at her. There has definitely been wailing, sweetie. It surprised me because whenever we spoke about Darren on the phone while you were dating, you seemed so smitten, enamored, dignitized. Moderately content, Mom finished. Fair, I agreed, nodding my head under my blanket. Moderately content was an entirely accurate description of life with Darren before all the lies about him being a shifter and us having a monogamous relationship came out. Then perhaps it's time to move on and put this all behind you. You could come with me to the salon today, Mom suggested. I'll call and see if Nancy has space for you. My treat. She says as if she and Dad didn't already give me money when I got here because I showed up entirely broke. Thanks, Mom, but I'm not up to that level of human interaction just yet. Okay, sweetie. Mom pulled the covers back enough to access my matted blonde hair, stroking my head gently. It's so nice to have you home, Rhea. I know it won't last long, but you're always welcome here. It will last long, I protested. I'm staying forever. My days of wandering the country on a whim, following my dreams, are over. I'm going to be a sensible adult for the rest of my life doing sensible adult things. I'll cut my hair into a bob, figure out how insurance works, use coupons. All very adult things that all adults do, Mom agreed solemnly. How about for now you work on showering and eating food that isn't orange? Cheetos and goldfish crackers do not a balanced diet make. I ate the vegetables you made for me, I argued petulantly, though the sound was muffled by my pillow. She was probably right, though. I was craving vitamins, which was usually a sign I'd overdone it on junk food. Ugh. When I was 21, I never needed vegetables, and my spine had never popped like bubble wrap when I stretched. It was a simpler time. Maybe when you're feeling better, we can paint your bedroom, Mom suggested. Since you're so adamant you're sticking around and all. I don't appreciate the doubtfulness in your tone, but yes, I would like to get rid of the aqua walls, thank you. They'd seemed cool when I was 13 and begged my parents to let me make over my room. We'd painted the walls bright aqua, and I'd then promptly covered almost every inch of wall space and posters of all my favorite bad boy actors and boy band members, rocking their frosted tips and baggy jeans, much to my father's disgust. The good old days, a time of print magazines, Furbies, and inflatable furniture. I'll put some coffee on, Mom said, leaning over to kiss my hair before she let herself out, the door closing quietly behind her. I curled up in a ball under the purple covers after she left, contemplating getting up and at least showering. I didn't even know what single thing was making me act like I'd just been through the world's worst breakup. Maybe it was just all of it combined. I missed Seth and Eli. I wanted to sit in the corner of Seth's studio and watch him work, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I wanted to play fight with Eli, to pull his hair out of its man bun and mess it up. I wanted family game nights and the kind of orgasms that made me travel between dimensions. I was mad at Noah, but my heart hurt for him at the same time, both of which contributed to my melancholy. He was a lost soul, and he was suffering. Apparently, I was a sucker for that. How often had I dated guys thinking I could fix them? A broken man was my kryptonite. When I wasn't pining after guys I couldn't have like a teenager, I was being mad at my brothers for how things had gone down when we left Fairbanks. Darren's manipulative last words had left a nasty taste in my mouth, but Vincent and Joe agreeing with him was the truly bitter pill. The trip back home had been awkward as hell because I'd only spoken to them when absolutely necessary. Even on the plane, when I'd been shaking like a leaf because I hated flying more than anything, I determinedly ignored them. They'd messaged a bunch of times, but until they apologized, they were not getting shit from me. Ugh, get up, Rhea. Enough moping. As much as I wanted to stay in bed for the 15th day in a row, there must be some part of the internet I hadn't explored yet. The smell of coffee drifting up the stairs was too great. All right, I was doing this. Shower, coffee, emulate human behavior. By the time I emerged, having really had to tackle the arduous task of washing and combing my hair, Mom had put on a second pot of coffee. She was sitting at the kitchen island, phone held away from her with one hand, stabbing it aggressively with her index finger. "Do you need glasses?" I asked, genuinely concerned at the way she was squinting. "What? Of course not." "Because she's a shifter, duh. The blasted keyboard is too small for my fingers." "Pass it here, I'll make it all bigger," I told her, holding out my hand for her device. Mom handed me the phone, and the first thing I saw was her conversation with Vincent, insisting he come to dinner tonight. I groaned as I navigated to the settings. "Oh, hush," Mom chided, giving me a pointed look. "I'm the one having to convince each of my grown children separately to come to dinner. If anyone should be huffing and puffing about this, it's me." I handed her back the phone with the keypad so large you could only see 3 words on the screen at once, and she grinned broadly. "Much better. Get dressed, Rhea. Real clothes today, no sweats. You can come to the store and help me get ingredients for dinner." "What are we having?" I asked, grabbing a travel cup to pour my coffee into, already mourning the loss of my sweatpants. Who knew if my jeans would even fit after 2 solid weeks of comfort food? "Lasagna and roast chicken with all the trimmings," Mom replied sheepishly, eyes trained intently on her phone. I laughed as I put the lid on my coffee and moved back towards my bedroom. Smart lady, promising them both their favorite meals. "If we're making requests, I'd like cheesecake for dessert, please." May as well get all my junk food in now if I was going to truly commit to the new Rhea plan tomorrow. Mom had forced me to clean my room and do washing most of the day before roping me into helping her with her ambitious dinner plans. And I had to admit that keeping busy wasn't the worst idea. I still felt shitty, but maybe 1% less shitty. When Dad came home from work and gave me a proper beaming smile telling me how proud he was to see me up and about, it made me feel even better. All those warm fuzzies had disappeared when my brothers had shown up, though. The sound of cutlery scraping against the plates was uncomfortably loud, highlighting the absence of our usual easy banter. Dad kept looking around the table with one eyebrow raised in confusion, while Mom looked like she might actually cry if we didn't get our shit together. Usually, my brothers and I got along great. We talked about football, their contracting business, my travels, people we knew, women they'd been dating. Nothing had ever really been off limits since my teen years when they stopped talking to me like I was an infant all the time. Not tonight, though. They weren't even speaking to each other. And I was still furious at them over the way they'd handled the Darren situation, for which neither of them seemed inclined to apologize. I mean, they'd basically shrugged their shoulders and agreed when Darren implied I was just being too impulsive and had spouted his nonsense spiel about being in love with me or whatever. It stung. Whatever poor decisions my brothers made, and they had made plenty of their own, I'd always believe them over some person I didn't even know. They were family. "I got my hair done today," Mom began, attempting to break the awkward silence.
It looks nice.
Vincent responded robotically, not bothering to look up from his grotesquely large serving of lasagna. Stupid shifters and their stupid fast metabolism. "Thank you, Vinny. I brought it up because Nancy mentioned needing some help at the salon. One of the girls has gone off to have a baby. She needs someone to help sweep the floor, wash towels, make coffee, that sort of thing." Mom gave me a pointed look across the table. "Did you volunteer me?" I asked, full of dread. I hated peopling, and working at the salon would require so much peopling. All my mom's friends went there, and those women could talk. "I may have mentioned you were home for a little while and didn't have a job right now," Mom replied lightly, taking a sip of her wine. "Mom, I don't want—" "Just think about it, would you, Rhea? You know Nancy and the girls. You could walk 5 minutes to work, a nice, stable job, and all the clients are lovely. You should consider it, for however long you're here." Dad wrinkled his nose, and I knew he was thinking about how gossipy Mom's friends were, too. "I am back for good," I said, enunciating every word carefully. It was like my family had selective deafness. "You know who was excited to hear you were back in town?" Mom continued, way too casually. "Liam Harris." Joe groaned on my behalf, and some of my irritation with him abated.
He was not excited, Mom. Moira Harris was excited, and you two concocted a little plan to set your children up again.
He was excited, Mom replied indignantly. He's always carried a torch for Rhea, even when, well, you know, even when it was obvious she'd never shift. I'd had my fair share of shifter admirers until that point, but they all vanished as soon as it became clear I was just a carrier. Liam had stuck around, to be fair, but nothing had ever happened between us. He was just so boring. He'd love to have dinner with you, Mom added, giving me a pointed look. You've known him so long, Rhea. What harm could one dinner do? I'll think about it, I replied vaguely, eager to change the subject to literally anything else. Anyway, Mom pushed on, it's been so long since we've all been together like this, and so much has happened. Boys, we haven't seen you since your trip overseas. Where was it you went? Sweden?
Denmark.
Joe grunted, sawing into his roast chicken a little harder than necessary. And? Mom prodded. How was it? What did you do? What did you eat? Crickets. I could help them out, mention that they didn't want to talk about it because the trip was kind of a sore spot for them, but I was still mad and feeling petty as hell, so no, they could suffer.
What are you working on at the moment?
Dad asked them, kindly changing the subject while Vincent and Joe continued to sit in stony silence.
Condo on Capic Street.
Joe grunted, never one to use more words than he had to.
I'm up in Yonkers. Client's restoring an old place. The wiring's a mess.
Vincent added flatly.
You're not working together?
Dad asked, surprised. Both of his eyebrows were raised, his knife and fork hovering an inch above the plate. The disapproval in his tone made me feel 10 years old again.
Whatever fallout you had on your trip, you can't let it affect the business. What are you boys thinking? Let's talk more about Rhea's job prospects.
Vincent suggested, blatantly deflecting. Let's talk about Annette, I shot back icily.
Or maybe the Bears? We could always talk about them.
Vincent replied, eyes dangerously narrowed. I hoped he was picking up on the I will kill you vibes I was sending him with my eyes. Fucking Judas. What is going on with you three? Mom exclaimed. Where have my kind, loving children gone? Did you leave them in Alaska? The three of us looked between each other, each daring someone else to answer Mom's question. Rhea, Mom snapped. What is going on? Should have seen that one coming. These two are fighting over a girl. I'm mad at them because after all their big talk about putting Darren in his place for being a lying, cheating scumbag, they basically folded and sided with him the second we got there. You what? Mom asked, looking between Vincent and Joe. Why would you do that?
I just pointed out that Rhea could be impulsive sometimes. Maybe the guy had a point, you know?
Joe said defensively. I crossed my ankles to stop myself kicking him under the table.
This is not the kind of family we are.
Dad boomed, making us all jump with fright. He didn't raise his voice often, but when he did, it was hella effective.
That is your baby sister,
he added, turning his attention to my sheepish brothers.
You believe her. Always. You have to stick together. We won't be around forever, and since it doesn't look like any of you are gonna have kids.
You were doing so well, I sighed. But you had to throw in a quick we'll never be grandparents guilt trip and ruin the whole thing.
Sorry, Dad. Why do we have to believe Rhea all the time? She's been dramatic her whole life.
Joe groused, glaring across the table at me.
Nothing is ever her fault. Detention for acting up at school, not her fault. Breaking the lamp because she was throwing a ball inside, not her fault. Being so hungover she missed her finals and dropped out of college, also somehow not her fault.
I seriously contemplated throwing my knife at him for a moment. Joe was always the more temperamental of the two, relying on Vincent to smooth over his thoughtless words. But this was a whole new level of asshole from him. Whatever shit they were going through with the mysterious Annette and each other, it didn't give him the right to use me as an emotional punching bag. Mom opened her mouth to reply on my behalf, but I wasn't about to sit this one out. Those were some heavy accusations Joe was leveling my way, and I had plenty to say without anyone else's input. Please tell me when I said that me being hung over and sleeping through my final was anyone's fault but mine, I asked, my voice deadly calm. Did I lie and try to cover up the fact that I dropped out? 100%. Did I ever try to place blame on anyone else? No. Joe glanced down at his dinner plate, some bluster escaping him. He had more than enough things he could throw in my face without resorting to making stuff up. And attention? And the lamp, really? I was a kid, Joe. I'm not going to pretend my moral compass was functioning perfectly at age 8. I doubt yours was either. It wasn't, Mom supplied helpfully, frowning at her youngest son. Moving in with Darren too quickly without doing my due diligence, that's on me. Him lying to me, cheating on me, that's on him. And the difference between those things is nuance. You took his side when he defended his actions. And the disappointment I felt in the moment is actually quite hard to express, to say nothing of how shitty you're making me feel right now. You're my brothers, my first and bestest friends. Is my word worth less than some dude you met for all of 2 minutes? You've known me my whole life. Is my testimony somehow less reliable because I don't have a dick? Rhea, Mom sighed. No genitalia references during dinner, please. I apologize for the genitalia reference and nothing else, I replied stubbornly, tipping my chin up as I surveyed my brothers. Yes, they'd bailed me out more times than I could count, but I'd always felt safe asking them to do that. That instinctive trust in them had been shattered, and it fucking hurt. I contemplated standing up and walking away, just to give myself a minute to cool off. But fuck that. They were the ones in the wrong. Why should I leave?
Sorry.
Joe muttered, scrubbing his hand over his dark blonde stubble.
We've been having women trouble recently. Maybe I was projecting some of that on you, which wasn't fair. I'm sorry too, Rhea.
Vincent added somberly.
Joe's right, we probably were bringing our own issues to the table. I really regret not punching that guy's face in now for what it's worth.
Cool. I'm still angry, I clipped, aggressively cutting into something on my plate, not paying any attention to what it was. I should have stayed in bed eating Cheetos. This is what I got for trying to function like a regular human being.
You want to talk about your lady?
Dad asked Vincent and Joe gruffly.
Absolutely not,
Joe replied flatly, shoving an entire potato into his mouth. Gross. Mom carried the entire dinner conversation like a champ, dragging reluctant answers out of the three of us while Dad occasionally offered work anecdotes. But he was an accountant and knew none of us enjoyed his work stories. By the time dessert rolled around, I seriously regretted asking for cheesecake. I'd rather have no dessert and a faster end to this uncomfortable meal. The sooner it was over, the sooner I could put on sweats and go hide in my room again. Those cat videos weren't going to watch themselves.
I'm gonna go. I have an early start tomorrow,
Joe announced, pushing back from the table the minute his last bite of cheesecake was gone. One of my earliest memories was the family joking about Joe's ability to get out of doing the dishes, and apparently he was maintaining that tradition. Oh, Mom replied in surprise, looking at Joe and Vincent.
I brought my bike.
Joe mumbled. Weird. Things must be bad if they were traveling separately. They literally lived in the same house.
Thanks for dinner, Mom,
He added, moving around the table and giving me and Mom each a kiss on the cheek before patting Dad on the back.
We'll catch up soon, Rhea. Don't want to miss out on time with my baby sis before she skips town again.
He called over his shoulder, already halfway down the hallway like there was a fire under his ass. I don't want to catch up with you, and I'm not skipping town again, I yelled after him as the front door clicked shut. Why didn't anyone believe I was here to stay? I was probably going to get a job I hated at the salon and live in my parents' house forever. Plans had been made. Mom shot me a weak smile, but Joe's abrupt exit had only made the dour mood worse. We cleaned up in silence, and when Vincent grabbed a beer from the fridge and let himself out onto the quiet back porch, I did the same. Except I grabbed a throw from the couch as I went past, because I didn't have a nifty built-in shifter heater like the rest of my family did.
Hey.
Vincent said morosely, slouching back in one of the 2 chairs on the narrow covered porch, beer bottle dangling loosely from his fingers. Hello? I made myself comfortable on the other chair, wrapping the fluffy blanket around myself like a burrito until only my head and the beer bottle were exposed.
Are you still mad?
Vincent asked, glancing up at me boyishly in a way that probably worked on females that weren't related to him. Yes, asshole, I'm still mad.
We apologized.
Vincent replied, baffled, like sorry was a magic word that fixed all the hurt. I forgive you, I replied carefully, but that doesn't mean I'm going to forget. I've always felt completely confident in going to my brothers for help, but that trust is gone now.
Don't say that, Rhea.
Vincent said, looking stricken. It's the truth, I shrugged, the mass of blankets moving with me. But don't worry, I'm not going to be making any more reckless decisions that require your help from now on anyway.
You can always come to us.
Vincent pressed, a thread of urgency in his voice. I'm sure if I was ever in physical danger, they'd be there without hesitation. But their actions had made it clear that there wasn't a judgment-free zone between us, and it hurt. Let's talk about you, I said, changing the subject.
What about me?
You, Joe, and the mysterious Annette?
Rhea,
Vincent sighed, mouth twitching.
I'm not going to talk about girl problems with my baby sister.
I doubt Annette would appreciate being referred to as a girl any more than I appreciate being referred to as a baby, I replied scathingly.
Fair.
Vincent replied with a grimace before taking a long swig of his beer. You are overthinking how much explanation I require. You like Annette, Joe likes Annette. Maybe you more than just like her. Maybe you both love her, I suggested, letting the words hang in the air between us. Vincent said nothing, but his shifty expression gave him away even in the dim light filtering out through the living room window. Shit. Had either of my brothers ever loved a woman before? They'd always been total playboys as far back as I could remember. How does she feel about the two of you? Vincent massaged his eyeballs with his thumb and forefinger.
She feels strongly for both of us. We asked her to choose and she wouldn't.
Wouldn't or couldn't? I asked absently, my mind drifting back to Seth and Eli. It would be awful to have to pick between them, and I wasn't even in love with them. I mean, I was pretty sure I wasn't. Why'd I have to go and get attached so easily?
What difference does it make?
Vincent replied miserably. You and Joe live together and own a business together, I began slowly, vaguely nervous about how the suggestion was going to be received. Would it be so weird to take a mate, together?
Rhea.
Vincent admonished, looking at me like I'd just sprouted tentacles, or maybe devil horns. Get your mind out of the gutter. Logistically, it makes more sense to stick together than separate your lives, does it not? Did either of you even consider the idea? I asked impatiently.
Annette asked us not to make her choose. I assume she wanted us to choose for her.
Vincent muttered, looking a little sheepish. Yes. Women love it when men rock, paper, scissors to be her life mate, I deadpanned. Idiots. When Eli had told me he and his brothers planned on taking a mate together, I'd almost choked to death on my own saliva. The idea of the three of them and one woman had seemed so scandalous. Having spent time with them, now I understood it was the most natural thing in the world. They'd built an entire life together and wanted to stay together. Joe and Vincent really weren't so different, but they were just too pig-headed to reach the same conclusion.
Even if Annette agreed to it, Joe never would.
Vincent sighed.
It's impossible.
It is if you don't try, I shrugged.
This doesn't have anything to do with the two bear scents on you when we picked you up, does it?
I have no idea what you're talking about, I replied airily, even as my face caught fire. I don't need personal experience for this one. Communication is common sense, Vincent.
When did you get so wise?
He teased, bumping me lightly with his foot. No one has ever called me that before, I laughed, least of all my brothers. Vincent gave me a contemplative look.
You know, when you called us to come and get you, I thought here we go again.
I know, I'm a huge fuck-up, I sighed.
Listen.
Vincent ordered, giving me a stern look.
You're not the same person we visited in Florida a couple of years ago. I'll be the first to admit I wasn't supportive when you said you were moving to Alaska, but I can admit I was wrong. You're far more settled in yourself than you were when you left. More confident, too. You've never reamed us out before.
He chuckled.
Obviously, Alaska was a great decision.
Vincent continued.
Now I'm a little worried about you being back in the big city, country girl.
I shot him a tight smile, but said nothing. The sentiment was nice, but in reality, I'd been just as much of a screw-up when I'd got to Fairbanks as I had been every other time in my life. Exhibit A, Darren. Well, not anymore. No more screw-ups, no more impulsive decisions, and no more bailouts from my family. The new and improved adult Rhea was here to stay. Starting tomorrow. Chapter 2. Aurelia. October. Rocktober, as in, I was going to rock all the goals I set for myself. The first item on the agenda was exercise, which was why I was starting my day with a yoga video. So far, I felt as though mistakes had been made. Maybe I should have started with something easier, like a really gentle walk on entirely flat ground, 30 minutes tops. Maybe this would be easier if I had matching workout gear, I thought to myself as I attempted to contort my leg into a position it definitely wasn't meant to go in. The 3 women in the workout video I was following on my ancient cracked tablet were all wearing cute crop tops with matching leggings, and I was pretty sure that was where I was going wrong. I wobbled precariously before landing on the ground in a heap, rolling on my back to catch my breath. Fortunately, my dad was at work and Mom was out with her friends, so there was no one at home to investigate the thud. God, Lou made this look so easy. I'd spent many a morning watching her bend herself up like some kind of human pretzel. More fool me for thinking yoga was easier than cardio. I could own that mistake. Yoga was neither easy nor relaxing. Not the way I'd been doing it, at least. The instructional videos and Lou had lied to me. My phone dinged and I reached for it instantly, happily taking the first excuse for a well-earned break. There was 15 minutes, and then there was 15 minutes exercising, which somehow went 3 times slower. Lou. Hey girl, I'm in the Big Apple. Can we meet up? We never had a proper wallow about the Darren thing. Want to drink your feelings? Yes, definitely. I'd actually been impressing myself that I hadn't been drowning my emotions in cheap wine. But the one thing about my impending 30s I couldn't ignore was my inability to drink like I used to. My first night home, I'd had 2 glasses of wine with Mom, and the headache had not been worth it, even with my enhanced carrier healing. I replied to Lou, agreeing to meet her in Times Square later at her request, with a pained groan. So many people who didn't understand the concept of not taking up the entire pavement when they walked. Still, it was a much-needed trip out of the house and fit in with my new Rhea plan. 1, exercise every single day. 2, get a job while I worked on my jewelry side hustle in the background and set up an online store. 3, start dating sensible, emotionally available men, probably handpicked by my mother. How hard could it be? I flopped back onto the wooden floor in my bedroom, muscles screaming in exertion. Okay, item 1 on the list hadn't got off to a great start, but I was giving myself a gold star for actually dragging my ass out of bed today. My moping game had been next level those past 2 weeks. The last time I'd been so miserable was when Devin Thomas had asked Serena Morris to prom instead of me. She was Serena Thomas now and had messaged me recently, inviting me to her baby shower next weekend. It was one of the many events I had been invited to since Mom had proudly announced to anyone who'd listen that I was home. A combination of baby showers, bridal showers, engagement parties, and one wedding. Just what I was in the mood for. Thinly veiled inquisitions into why I was single and what I'd been doing with my life for the past decade. This was exactly why I didn't want the salon job. That would be a daily interrogation carried out by a rotation of my mother's most cunning friends. They had FBI-level information gathering skills, and were all mostly retired with an abundance of time on their hands. After a quick shower and a change back into comfy sweats, I fished out the 2 packages of jewelry supplies that I'd ordered back in Fairbanks, carrying them downstairs to the dining room. I needed a thing, a hobby, something that was mine and that was consistent, no matter where I went. Ever since I'd seen someone soldering custom jewelry at a live demonstration in Florida, I'd been intrigued with the idea of trying it for myself. I wasn't some kind of master artistic visionary like Seth, but I could visualize the shapes and textures I wanted to create, and I was excited to play with different materials. I flicked through the instruction manual that came with the kit before looking through the supplies I'd bought, picking through the beading wire and earring hooks. Maybe my first piece could be a necklace for Mom to say thanks, both for letting me crash here and for the allowance she was giving me until I found a job. Nothing said accomplished adult like getting a weekly allowance from your parents at age 29. I found some butane in Dad's shed and spent the afternoon familiarizing myself with the equipment and watching tutorials online. By the time I had to get ready to meet Lou, I was feeling maybe not accomplished. This shit was way more complicated than I thought it would be, but more energized and excited about my future than I had been in a while. Not my future as a wife or mother, which is what I'd been focusing on for the past 6 months or more, but just my own future and what I could achieve on my own. It was kind of liberating. I dressed to meet Lou in jeans, heeled boots, and a cute top with a wool coat pulled over the top. Hopefully Lou didn't want to go anywhere too fancy. My thick Alaskan jacket hung in the corner of my closet, abandoned, and I gave it a quick wistful look as I got ready. I was more homesick for Alaska than I'd ever been for New York. The train ride from the Bronx to the theater district took an hour, and I jammed in my headphones, ignoring the world around me while I blasted Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls because, honestly, I was still a little bit heartbroken and I needed the melodrama of sitting on the train feeling like I was all alone in the world. Logically, I knew I wasn't. My parents had been crazy supportive and happy to have me home, and my sheepish brothers had both texted me a couple of times during the day since our bust-up at dinner last night. As always, I escaped a lot of criticism I should have been getting from my lack of direction in life because I couldn't shift and everyone felt sorry for me. I had a great family and I was fortunate, but I still felt lonely. It didn't make sense to get that attached to 3 guys I barely knew. Well, 2, really. I probably just needed closure or something. Ugh, that was what the notes had been for. I wondered if they'd read them. Seth and Eli's were on their nightstands, so they'd probably seen them. I'd tucked Noah's into the eaves of the woodshed. It had probably washed away before he'd had a chance to read it, as if he'd even want to read it. Get a grip, Rhea. I let myself get swept into the crowd as I walked off the train and made my way up to the street. It was a nice fall evening in New York, and there were people everywhere. While I missed the peaceful solitude of being out in the forest near the guys' cabin, there was something to be said for getting lost in a crowd, too. It wasn't peaceful, but it was nice to be invisible for a minute. It took me a while to spot Lou. She was so short and there were a billion people in Times Square, all holding their phones in the air to photograph Nike ads or whatever, obscuring my view. "Lou!" I yelled, identifying her by her vibrant dark red hair. "There you are!" she squealed, launching herself at me and wrapping her arms around my waist. "Oh my God, Rhea! This place is amazing! How did you ever move to Fairbanks?" she asked, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "Because I hate it here?" I laughed, linking our arms and guiding her out of the throng of people before I lost my shit. "Let's find a bar, ideally one without 10,000 people inside. Have you eaten?" Lou asked, her pale face illuminated by the pink and green neon glow of the flashing advert above her. "Not yet. It's just that I was really hoping we could go to the Hard Rock Cafe," Lou asked hopefully, sticking out her lower lip a little. "You are trying to kill me," I groaned. "Come on then, tourist. Let's go eat overpriced ribs surrounded by every other person in the city." Luckily, my mom had given me extra money for dinner tonight, like the teenager I had apparently regressed into. Ugh, I really needed to get a job. Maybe I should just swallow my pride and subject myself to daily salon interrogations. At least I'd have some financial independence. Or I could find out more about camgirling, which I was 99% sure was what Lou did for a living. Except living in my parents' house made that slightly trickier. There was no possible way their sensitive ears wouldn't hear what I was up to. That could make for some awkward family dinners. I'm so excited, Lou said with a grin, squeezing my arm. I'm totally getting a merch crop top. You could pull it off, I laughed. I would need to do a lot more yoga videos to get into crop top shape. Oh, if we get cocktails, we can keep the glass, Lou said excitedly once we were seated, looking at the menu. My treat tonight, by the way. Cocktails, entrees, the works. We're doing it. Did you win the lottery? I asked skeptically while already trying to decide if I could drink a Long Island iced tea and responsibly get myself home. Probably not. Better stick with a mojito. Something like that, Lou muttered, flushing all the way to her hairline. We ordered our cocktails and some onion rings to share, keeping the conversation light. I was desperate to know about Lou's secret life and what she was doing in New York. But I didn't want to push for information she wasn't ready to share. Are you going to give me the rundown on the Darren situation? Lou asked, eyebrows raised as she took a sip of her Mai Tai. You spontaneously decided to live with him, then showed up 24 hours later with a different guy, who was hella fine, I might add, said you were staying with him for a few days, then up and moved back to New York with your hot brothers? I have a lot of questions. It sounds crazier than it is when you put it like that, I replied before taking a long sip of my drink to stall for time. It was actually even crazier than that, considering all the men involved shifted into animals, but I couldn't tell Lou that. Humans couldn't know about shifters, and she wouldn't believe me if I told her anyway. She'd probably politely excuse herself from the table and escape through the bathroom window to get away from the mad conspiracy theorist. I doubt that. Come on, spill, Lou insisted, smiling briefly at the server who brought over a tower of onion rings. Darren was cheating on me, I sighed, squirming uncomfortably in my seat. The cheating was 100% his fault, and I didn't take any responsibility for his shady actions. But I couldn't help feeling humiliated all the same. He ditched me the second we got up to his cabin to go see his side piece. I may have stolen his phone and seen the messages, and then may have smashed up said phone with a fire poker. Jesus, Lou sputtered, all of eyes wide with shock. Remind me never to get on your bad side. So Darren is a sack of shit, then what? This is one of those stories that sounds bad when I say it out loud. I mumbled before shoving as much onion rings in my mouth as I could physically manage. Because it is bad? Lou asked, her mouth twitching. It's not great, I admitted. I got high and thought I could walk back to the main road and, I don't even know, hitchhike back to town, I guess? I didn't put that much thought into it, honestly. Anyway, I got lost, and then I came across this amazingly beautiful cabin in the woods, and it looked empty. So I just let myself in for a bit so I could have a snack and a nap. How are you not dead? Lou deadpanned. It's a genuine question. Have you lost your fucking mind, Rhea? You just casually dropped between 3 and 4 terrible decisions that could have ended so badly for you. I know, I replied defensively. Anyway, it turned out fine, right? You met Eli. It was his house that he shares with his 2 brothers. His 2 equally fine as hell brothers. How incredibly fortunate that you stumbled into a park ranger's home, Lou replied, shaking her head. Mr. Park Ranger was actually the least hospitable, but whatever. It's a valid point. I tipped my glass to her before taking a long swig, then shoved another onion ring in my mouth, hoping the conversation was over. Eli was hot and seemed like he wasn't a serial killer, but I still don't really know why you stayed with them instead of just moving back into your old room until your brothers arrived, Lou asked, stirring her drink with her straw, looking a little hurt. Am I that awful to live with? Lou, no, not at all. You're the best roommate I've ever had, and I've moved a lot, I assured her. Darren, he wasn't entirely cool about the whole breakup thing, and he apparently doesn't have the best track record with women who say no to him. Eli and his brothers knew some stuff about him, and we all agreed it would be best for me to stay with them for safety purposes, I added vaguely. Hopefully that sounded believable since I couldn't exactly tell her Darren was a coyote shifter who just wanted me for my fancy carrier uterus. Can we talk about you now? I all but begged. Let's start with why you're paying for dinner, moneybags. Lou gave me a sympathetic look, but thankfully let the subject drop, ripping an innocent onion ring to shreds with her fingers. My sugar daddy gave me a credit card, she blurted out in a rush, eyes trained on her plate. Your sugar daddy? I repeated, my brain slowly catching up to her words. Lou hummed in acknowledgement. Her cheeks flushed as red as her hair. We, met online. I was camming. Her shoulders rounded like she was shielding herself against my reaction, and she visibly relaxed when I nodded in encouragement for her to keep going. Right, well, I met him that way, but I don't know. We really connected, Lou finished. She was practically holding her breath, staring up at me nervously. I suddenly realized that while I had been waiting impatiently for Lou to reveal that part of her life to me, there was a good chance she'd never revealed it to anyone before. She didn't know her dad, and her mom had fucked off to Arizona years ago, having pissed off all the local dealers in Fairbanks and humiliated her daughter most of her life. As far as I knew, I was her closest friend in Fairbanks, so this was probably a big moment for her. Are you expecting me to judge you? I asked with a smile, hoping to put her at ease. I'm jealous, if anything. Not that I was interested in following Lou's sugar baby footsteps. I hadn't totally ruled out the cam girl thing if I ever moved out of my parents' house, but that was on my own terms. Being a sugar baby would probably bring out all my worst codependency traits. Okay, I'll admit I was a little worried you wouldn't want to be my friend if you knew how I made money, Lou admitted sheepishly, some of the tension easing out of her posture. His name is Frank. He flew me out to New York for a few days so we could meet in person. I raised my eyebrows at her, our roles reversing from our previous conversation. And are you being safe and making sure he isn't a serial killer? I am, Lou replied, nodding her head earnestly. He paid for everything, but I arranged my own flights and hotel and didn't tell him where I was staying, and we've just been meeting in public places. He had a work dinner tonight, but I'll probably meet him afterwards. She hesitated for a moment, chewing on her lower lip. I kind of don't want to meet him somewhere public tonight. Get it, girl? I laughed. I mean, so long as you feel good about it and tell me where you are and text me every hour to let me know you're alive. My hands might be occupied. Lou shot back innocently. I was pretty sure the server heard. His face was scarlet as he set down a giant plate of ribs in front of me and a steak salad in front of Lou. Ugh, I should probably start ordering salads. New Rhea was not supposed to be eating ribs and drinking her body weight in cocktails. Okay, from October 2nd, I would get properly serious about my diet. Today was just a test run. Besides, it wasn't a Monday. Everyone knew there was a rule that all diets had to begin on Mondays. It was just basic science. We spent dinner talking about easy topics like jewelry design and sugar daddies. For 2 hours, it was like I took a little vacation from the inside of my messed up head. By the time I farewelled Lou, who was giddy with excitement for some alone time with Frank, and stumbled onto the train back to the Bronx, I felt way more human than I had when I woke up this morning. I was still missing Eli and Seth, and mourning the way we'd left things. Thanks, Noah. But I could sort of envision a version of normalcy in my future. A content life in New York where maybe I wasn't insanely happy, but life wasn't so bad either. Who really got to be entirely happy anyway? Weren't we all just getting by, making the best of what we had? With that cheerful thought in my mind, I pulled my phone out of my bag and texted my mom. Me. Don't pick china patterns or anything, but I'll go out to dinner with Liam.
Chapter 3. Eli. My God, she was beautiful. More beautiful than when I'd last seen her, if anything. I couldn't take my eyes off her. It was like they'd been starved for a Rhea sighting after 2 long weeks without her. That she was clearly on a date wasn't ideal, but I could handle that. Dude was clearly a fox shifter, and foxes didn't hold up too well against homicidal bears. Eli? Seth warned as I took a step forward, though he sounded as frustrated by the situation as I was. I ignored him, striding forward to the 2-person table where Rhea was sitting, looking polite and disinterested, across from an awkwardly stiff fox shifter. Was it even interrupting if they both looked so miserable? I was doing them a favor. Probably. The Italian restaurant was small but packed. People crammed in from one exposed brick wall to the other, and there were so many voices it was hard to think. Besides, everything smelled like cheese and tomato, and I was fucking starving after the terrifying flight and cab ride here. I don't know what that stuff they gave us on the plane was, but it definitely wasn't food. I approached behind Rhea, the guy's eyes widening in surprise as he noticed me first. Or scented me first. I doubted there were many bear shifters around here. I dropped my bag and scooped Rhea out of her seat, smiling into her as she screeched in surprise, and sat back down in her seat, arranging her on my lap. "What are we eating?" I asked casually, dropping a kiss on Rhea's shoulder. A strangled sob got caught in her throat as she turned to look at me, eyes wide in disbelief, a second before they narrowed in rage.
You fucking asshole!
Rhea gasped, swatting my shoulders with each word.
You scared the crap out of me! What do you think you're doing, snatching me out of my seat like a goddamn psychopath? What are you even doing here?
Rhea's questions came out in a single breath, and I blinked for a moment, trying to separate them in my head, but also just staring at her pouty mouth and enjoying the sound of her enraged voice. Fuck, I'd missed her like crazy. Way to be subtle, Seth observed as he and Noah sidled up next to the table. The small table was next to the wall, and Rhea's date made a slightly strangled noise as we boxed him in. Rhea squeaked in surprise at the sight of Seth and Noah, and I unconsciously tightened my grip as she tried to scramble out of my lap. Mine.
Let go!
Rhea ordered, giving me another swat on the shoulder. I loosened my arms, and she was all over Seth in seconds, arms wrapped tightly around his neck, lifting all the way up on her tiptoes to reach him. It took him a beat to react, the surprise clear on his face. Seth liked Rhea a whole lot, but he also wasn't the most affectionate guy. After a second's hesitation, he banded his arms around Rhea's waist and lifted her off the floor, inhaling deeply against her hair. "Hi, I'm Eli," I said cheerfully to her stunned date, reaching across the table to shake his hand. "Liam," he replied faintly, taking my hand. "You're, friends of Rhea's?" he asked, his tone implying way more than friendship. Accurately.
Shit.
Rhea muttered, wriggling out of Seth's arms and turning to face Liam.
Right. These are my friends from Alaska.
Rhea said awkwardly, gesturing at us. Seth's hand still rested possessively on her hip in a distinctly more than friends way.
Eli, Seth, and Noah. Guys, this is Liam.
She shot my oldest brother a confused look, probably wondering what he was even doing here. He had positioned himself a couple of feet away, arms crossed, looking around the restaurant for security threats. He had acted like he was only here to deal with the Darren threat, nothing else. But there was more to it. He'd been in a weird guilty funk ever since Rhea left. "Okay, well, maybe I should leave you to catch up," Liam said, standing up hastily. "I don't want to get in the middle of anything." "Great idea," I said encouragingly, while Rhea shot me a death glare. I'll see you around, Rhea, he added, grabbing his coat off the back of his chair and vanishing out the front door. I yanked Rhea back down into my lap, and Seth moved around the table to take Liam's vacated seat. Noah still hovered awkwardly on the edge of our little group.
That was rude.
Rhea chided.
His mom is friends with my mom's, and they've been planning this dinner for years. I'm going to hear all about this, you know?
I'll win your mom over, I volunteered with a grin, pulling her more securely back against me.
What are you doing here? How are you here?
Rhea asked, looking to Seth for a straight answer. He hesitated, and I could see we were both struggling with telling her the truth. It's not like I wanted to lie, but I also didn't want to freak Rhea out by telling her Darren had followed her here. I wanted to coddle her and take care of all her problems, but I never wanted her to feel like I was hiding things from her. She'd dealt with enough dishonesty from Darren. I wasn't about to add to that. Darren followed you here, Noah answered in a flat voice on our behalf.
What?
Rhea asked, gaping at him.
I've been home for over 2 weeks and I haven't seen him.
I coughed to cover the growl building in my chest. This wasn't home. Home was with us. I just had to convince Rhea of that. He didn't follow you, technically, Seth interjected, giving Noah a warning look as the vein in his forehead started to throb. He followed your friend Lou.
Shitballs,
Rhea muttered, stiffening in my arms.
I met up with Lou yesterday.
Seth cursed softly under his breath, though the news didn't particularly surprise us. We didn't send him around here, but he could be keeping enough distance to not draw suspicion from your family. Rhea groaned, flopping her head back dramatically on my shoulder. I pulled her hair out of my face and smirked as both Noah and Seth's dark matching eyes honed in on her exposed neck. It was a siren's call to a predator. I wanted to see my teeth marks permanently embedded on that smooth column of skin. Seth was scruffier than usual, a side effect of his moping after Rhea left, and he and Noah looked bizarrely twin-like with their beards and messy hair. They hadn't looked so similar since before Noah had shifted for the first time.
This is garbage. I told him we were unequivocally finished, but he was all, I'll be waiting for you, and being creepy about it.
She sighed. I'm going to kill him, Noah muttered furiously. Rhea's head straightened as she looked skeptically at my oldest brother. I was desperate to know what Noah had said to her before she left. He'd been all mopey and weird ever since, and I'd expected Rhea to be straight up furious, but her reaction to him wasn't quite so cut and dry. She looked confused, a little annoyed, and a lot sad. I snuggled her a little tighter, wanting to take all of those negative emotions away. Rhea was a ray of sunshine. I hated seeing her light dimmed.
How did you guys find me here?
She asked, mystified, glancing around the cozy Italian restaurant where we were attracting a lot of attention. We called your brother, I admitted. We had his number from when you used Noah's phone.
Nice of him to give me a heads up.
Rhea muttered, pulling her phone out of her purse and checking the screen.
Nada. Here was me thinking we'd been building bridges.
You had a falling out? Seth asked sympathetically.
They were a little more Team Darren than I was comfortable with.
Rhea replied dryly before giving Noah another questioning look.
You know, I was pretty sure I'd never see any of you again, especially considering the manner of my departure.
We weren't thrilled that you disappeared on us, but I understand it wasn't entirely your call. Seth offered diplomatically, giving Noah a sidelong look. Rhea snorted.
Not quite. Anyway, I gave it back, so you can't hold that particular mistake over my head again.
She replied cryptically, looking at a stoic Noah.
Though you have a buffet of other mistakes to choose from, I'm sure.
What are you talking about, Goldie? I asked uneasily, my fingers flexing against her. I knew Noah had encouraged Rhea to vanish while we were out, but it sounded like he'd blackmailed her, which was honestly something I'd never considered. I didn't like to imagine my big brother capable of doing something so shitty. Half of me had wondered if she'd even needed extra incentive. Maybe Rhea jumped at any opportunity to get the hell away from our place, considering how inhospitable Noah had been and what a snob our mother was. There was a long silence where Noah and Rhea seemed to stare at each other, having a wordless conversation between them.
Nothing to worry about now, I suppose.
Rhea eventually said, breaking the stare off.
Where are you staying?
Your place? I asked, hopefully. We just flew in and we're still recovering. None of us have been on a plane before. It was fucking awful. Or to a city this big before, or in a cab before, or basically any of the things we've experienced in the past few hours. Seth added wryly.
I didn't even think about how weird this must be for you.
Rhea laughed.
I'll order us some food to go since we're already here, and I had kind of expected to eat on my date.
We are not done talking about that, by the way, I growled.
And then we can head back to my parents' place. There's a studio apartment type set up downstairs where my brothers used to live. You could stay there. As my friends from Alaska, I'm sure my parents would be fine with you staying there and not in my room.
She added, giving me a pointed look. You're no fun. I sighed dramatically, leaning forward to kiss her on the cheek, even as I internally grated at the friends label. I was attempting to rein it in like Seth had instructed. Be cool. Take things slow. Don't scare her off. What I wanted to do was lie her down on the table and get properly reacquainted, audience be damned. But Seth had insisted we had to be gentlemanly and make it clear that this was more than just sex for us. Seth, Noah, and I hung back uncertainly as Rhea moved up to the counter to place a to-go order. It wasn't like we'd never been to a restaurant before, but there were just people everywhere. They were all so small, too. The fox shifter dude Rhea had been sitting with was marginally bigger than the surrounding humans, but definitely not bear-sized. We were getting looks. Ugh, the fox shifter dude. She was on a date, I hissed at Seth, giving him a pointed look. He was the one that was all, don't ask if you can give her a mating bite the second we get there. This is what we got for waiting. She didn't look overly thrilled about it. Seth pointed out evenly, though his jaw was doing that angry tick thing that both he and Noah did when they were tense. Her mother wanted to set her up with a fox shifter. Noah volunteered quietly. How do you know that? We talked. He clipped, crossing his arms. Whatever. He could act as big and bad as he liked. He'd been the one shoving us out the door when I told him Darren had followed Rhea to New York. Besides, from the moment we'd walked into the restaurant, he'd been working a little too hard to keep his eyes off Rhea, as if we wouldn't notice. What if we're too late? I pushed, looking at Seth. He pursed his lips, shaking his head slightly like he was just rejecting the idea entirely.
What are we talking about?
Rhea asked as she made her way back to us, winding through the crowd like it was easy. She was wearing a black knit dress with tights and boots, her massive blonde curls contrasting against the dark outfit. I'd never seen her all dressed up before, and I didn't like it. Maybe because it was a reminder that she had this whole big city life and might not want to give it up. Also, because she looked adorable curled up on our couch in leggings and big woolly socks. Cozy Rhea was second only to naked Rhea. Your date, I replied, making Seth groan.
Oh?
Rhea teased, eyes sparkling with mischief.
Did you want me to give you his number? He was cute, right?
Noah snorted in amusement and Rhea shot him a startled look. I had to find out what had happened between them. It was basically a life-or-death mission at this point. He wasn't my type, I deadpanned. Are you going to see him again?
Liam? Probably. His mom and my mom get their hair done together all the time. They joined our family for Thanksgiving a lot when I was a kid.
Rhea replied airily, inspecting her black nail polish. Goldie, I growled, stepping into her space and resting my hands on her hips. Seth's stupid rules be damned. I lowered my mouth to her ear, brushing lightly against her with my lips while tightening my possessive hold. You know what I'm asking you.
I'm not interested in Liam like that. Our moms have been pressuring us to spend time together for years. I caved in a moment of weakness.
Rhea replied huskily, her hand sliding up my torso to rest on my chest. My manhood is feeling a little threatened. I think I should probably prove to you exactly who you are interested in, I murmured, catching her earlobe with my teeth. Eli, Seth snapped impatiently.
Someone's in trouble.
Rhea sang under her breath, taking a step back. She was still looking up at me with eyes that promised mischief, though. Seth was wrong. Well, maybe not entirely wrong, but I didn't think Rhea would be that surprised if I told her the full extent of my obsession right now. Would she run? Would it be too much? She had just gotten out of a relationship, even if Darren was a stale sandwich of a person. What have you been up to these past 2 weeks? I asked, keeping a loose hold on her hips. I didn't think I could have let her go, even if I wanted to. Rhea's cheeks went pink as she contemplated her answer.
Not a lot.
Then why are you blushing? I teased.
I'm going to go check on our order,
Rhea announced, spinning on her heel and marching back up to the counter. You're going to scare her away, Seth murmured, watching her back. Have a little faith, big bro. I get the feeling she missed us just as much as we missed her. Rhea's parents' place was just around the corner from the little Italian restaurant we'd found her at. It definitely wasn't anything like I'd expected. Honestly, I thought everyone in New York lived in apartments. This place was a brick house, attached to their neighbor's place on either side. It was big, though. We followed Rhea up the steps to the covered front porch, each carrying the duffel bag we came with and a couple of giant pizza boxes. We tried to tell her it was an excessive amount of food, but Rhea had dryly pointed out that since we'd called her brother, her entire family would be waiting at the house for us. I was kind of excited to meet them. I was going to turn the charm on and win them over until they couldn't imagine Rhea anywhere except in Alaska with us. Easy.
What exactly did you say to Vincent?
Rhea asked, pausing on the stoop. That we needed to know where you were because Darren had followed your friend to New York and was probably coming to get you? I responded casually.
Oh, good.
Rhea said faintly, unlocking the door.
That won't raise any alarm bells.
It should raise alarm bells. I was a little disappointed her brothers hadn't immediately come to her aid.
We're back,
Rhea called, holding the front door open so the three of us could file into the hallway. It was a homey place, with pale green walls and photos everywhere. Rhea appeared in most of them, from birth to presumably when she lived in Florida. Fuck, she looked good in teeny sundresses. Seth and Noah were taking them in with as much interest as I was. When Rhea had been staying with us, it had been kind of easy to forget she had friends and family and a whole life somewhere else.
In the kitchen,
A feminine voice called back. We kicked off our shoes and left our bags at the door before Rhea led us down the hallway to the open living, dining, and kitchen area at the back of the house, visible through archways. I hovered for a moment in front of a picture of baby Rhea being held between her two preteen brothers. She was a roly little thing with chunky arms and white blonde hair that stuck out in every direction. I wanted a whole bunch of kids that looked just like her. Was it too soon to suggest that? Seth would probably say yes. Rhea's nerves weren't lost on me. She fidgeted the entire short walk to the living area, chewing on her lower lip and wringing her fingers. Relax, Seth murmured softly, bumping her with his shoulder. It was probably the closest to playful I'd seen him since he was an actual child.
you relax.
Rhea hissed.
They're going to ask so many uncomfortable questions.
She added under her breath as we approached the group milling around the kitchen island.
Family?
Rhea greeted shortly.
Meet Eli, Seth, and Noah.
She gestured at each of us in turn like we were museum exhibits or something.
Guys, these are my older brothers, Joe and Vincent, my dad, Jeremy, and mom, Farah. So nice to meet you.
Ferris said with a beaming smile, not replicated by any of the males in her family. Ferris' silvery blonde curly hair was cut short, but other than that, Rhea was almost a clone of her mother. Though, as we moved in closer to put the pizza boxes on the counter, I realized Rhea hadn't got her unique, dark, gold-flecked eyes from her mom. She'd got those from her father, who was currently standing across from us, arms crossed, giving off distinctly unfriendly vibes. He was an older guy, with gray hair and frown lines. His sons were almost identical to him, minus any signs of aging. I'm starving, The slightly shorter, much whiter brother, Joe, announced. Can we grab some food before the interrogations start?
Wonderful idea.
Farah agreed, already pulling a stack of plates out of the cupboard.
Let's all sit at the table.
Rhea directed Seth and I to sit either side of her, with Noah next to Seth and her family opposite. I wondered if she'd even realized she'd done it.
All right.
Rhea began, reaching for a slice of pepperoni pizza.
Why don't I fill you all in, and then you can ask a total of 2 follow-up questions between you, argue amongst yourselves, and then we drop the subject?
Jeremy scoffed. Nice try, darling, though I am very interested in hearing your version of events. Rhea scowled at her dad, and I took a bite of pizza to distract myself before I laughed and really pissed her off. Her and her dad had the exact same annoyed face.
You already know Darren lied to me about being a shifter, and his feelings on monogamy.
She muttered.
Anyway, it turns out he's also not the nicest shifter.
Meaning? Vincent asked in a low voice. Rhea, maybe if you'd been a little clearer with us on the details, we would have beat the shit out of him when we were there like you wanted us to. You didn't? Noah asked, one eyebrow raised in disapproval. Rhea groaned dramatically.
The testosterone around this table is making Mom and I nauseous. Chill out, would you? Rhea.
Farah sighed with an affectionate look at her daughter.
As I was saying,
Rhea continued, throwing a haughty look at Vincent and then Noah.
Darren got exiled from his old pack for being a dick, and he was a teensy bit angry when I left, which is why I stayed with these 3 for a few days. And now Darren has apparently followed me to New York, so they've swept in like knights in furry armor to defend me. 2 questions, go.
Being a dick is underselling it a little. Seth interjected smoothly. We should probably let him do all the talking. He had the calmest demeanor of the 3 of us, and I could already see Rhea's parents responded to him better. Darren lost a challenge over a female in his old pack, and rather than accept the loss, he tried to kill the victor in his sleep. Jeremy cursed loudly, banging his fist on the table. Rhea, you need to tell us these things. You left out all the most important details. Why didn't you call me? Your brothers were on a different continent, doing God knows what. I would have come straight away.
It wasn't a big deal.
Rhea began. She feels guilty asking for your help. Joe cut in around a mouthful of pizza. Because she's so much younger and feels like she made you miss out on all your golden years or some shit. With impressive speed for a human, Rhea balled up her napkin and biffed it hard at her brother's head. I guess I hadn't given much thought to it when Rhea had been staying with us because I'd always relied on my brothers rather than parents, so it didn't seem that weird when Rhea had done the same. Now that I'd met them, it did strike me as a little odd she hadn't called them. They obviously adored her. Which made sense. Rhea was adorable, though it was in the same way that meerkats were adorable. Cute, but not to be fucked with.
Don't throw things at the table.
Farah said instantly.
Rhea, is that true, honey? Mom.
Rhea sighed, glancing up at the ceiling like she was hoping for an invisible hand to descend and pluck her out of the conversation. I wanted to pull her back onto my lap like I had at the restaurant. I wanted her safe and happy in my arms.
No. Give me an honest answer. We don't feel like we missed out on anything by having you, darling girl. You've only added to our life, and we're incredibly grateful for you. Besides, even if we did feel that way, that would be our issue, not yours. You aren't responsible for when you were born. Could we maybe have this conversation later?
Rhea pleaded, glancing at us. Her cheeks were flaming, so I gave her knee a quick supportive squeeze under the table. I don't know what you're worried about, her dad groused. Your brothers might be 10 years older, but it's not like they're any more mature than you. We own a house, Vincent protested. So, Jeremy countered, you live together and are barely speaking at the moment. One bonus to mating Rhea, her awesome father would be an awesome father-in-law. Maybe you'd come out and visit and we could go fishing together. I had a whole list of father-son experiences I'd missed out on. How do we know this Darren character is here, then? Jeremy added, turning his attention to Noah. He followed her old roommate, Lou. Noah replied. Since Aurelia and Lou met up yesterday, we assume he knows where she lives. There was a beat of silence after Noah's proclamation, probably because of how weird it sounded to hear someone call her Aurelia instead of Rhea.
Could the guys stay in the basement?
Rhea asked her parents.
I'm basically hoping Darren is going to go away on his own, but they've flown all the way out here and they've never been to New York. Of course!
Farah exclaimed.
Stay as long as you like, though I don't think that ex-boyfriend of yours is going to go away on his own, honey. You know some shifters can be very possessive. I'm glad you have someone else watching your back.
Possessive shifter right here. Dinner went surprisingly smoothly after that. Jeremy was fascinated by life in Alaska and everything to do with Noah's job, and Seth charmed Farah by talking about his paintings. Vincent and Joe were so cold with each other they were giving me and Noah a run for our money.
I'm going to show the guys to their room,
Rhea announced, standing up.
They've had a long day getting here. Of course.
Farah replied apologetically.
Go rest.
Rhea led us back into the hallway, grabbing some linens from a closet before leading us downstairs. The basement hallway must have doubled as their storage spot, since there were shelves the whole way along, plus a big freezer tucked under the staircase. It was so narrow we had to turn sideways to get through the passageway. We went through a cramped kitchenette into a bedroom that doubled as a living room, and I could see a bathroom through a side door, so we would be totally self-contained down here. The whole place was done in neutral beige and brown colors, functional but not overly cozy. There was a decent-sized unmade bed in the middle, plus a beige fold-out couch off to the side. There was room for all of us, though it wouldn't be super comfortable.
So this is it,
Rhea said, giving us an apologetic look as she flattened herself against the wall so we could crowd in.
It was small when my brothers lived here, and they're smaller than you. Plus, there's only 2 of them. Sorry.
It's fine, Seth assured her, dropping his bag and tugging the pile of linens out of her arms. We lived together in that little cottage for years, remember?
When you were teenagers.
Rhea laughed.
I'm sure you didn't come out of the womb this size. If you did, I might even feel 1% sorry for your mother.
She tilted her head to the side thoughtfully, nose scrunched up adorably.
No, probably not.
I laughed, despite Noah's glare, pushing past him so I could look around. I'd only ever lived in isolated cabin homes, and Rhea's parents' place was a totally different experience. Where's your room? I asked Rhea, waggling my eyebrows.
Right next to my parents' room.
She replied flatly, giving me a pointed look.
Top floor. I'd show you, but I'd prefer to keep my teenage decorating choices to myself. Come on, I'll help you make the beds. Chapter 4. Aurelia. I laid awake in my narrow twin bed, staring up at the ceiling in the dark. I'd excused myself after helping them make the beds downstairs, assuming they'd want to shower and rest after their long trip here. Eli, Seth, and Noah were downstairs, in my parents' house, in New York. I wanted to pinch myself, but that seemed a little juvenile, and I was trying to be all grown up and mature these days. God damn, they looked great, though. If a little tired. I thought I'd been hallucinating when Eli scooped me out of my chair on my date with Liam. Shit. I should probably send him a fruit basket or something. But there he'd been. Dark and not even a little bit mysterious, beaming with excitement. All messy man bun and day-old stubble, just how I liked him. Seth looked the most like he'd belonged here in the city, though he was a little more rugged than when I'd last seen him. His formerly neat beard was thicker, and the hair that had been just long enough to run my fingers through was curling behind his ears and at the base of his neck. He could pass for a New York native lumbersexual hipster, though one that worked out a lot. And Noah, disgruntled, frowny Noah, he looked kind of like shit, actually. His dark hair was even longer and shaggier than it had been when I'd left, his beard a little longer, and his eyes were exhausted. It didn't make me feel any better. My dad was snoring like a freight train next door, something I had forgotten how much I hated until I moved back home, and I felt so wired. How was I supposed to sleep knowing they were under the same roof? Obviously, they were here to deal with Darren on my behalf. They'd told me as much. But I didn't know what that meant for us. And the most satisfying fling of my life? Did they want to pick up where we left off? Eli definitely seemed like he did. He'd been all over me at the restaurant. But Seth was harder to read. Noah was clearly only here because of his brothers, which, whatever. I was still salty about the blackmail thing. Sleep wasn't going to happen in my own bed. I had too many questions, and I was too weirdly excited and hyped up on the kind of butterflies that I thought I'd outgrown after my teen years. I shoved the blankets off and pulled on my thickest pair of socks to help with my creeping ability, like I'd done thousands of times as a teenager when I'd snuck out the downstairs window. My mom may have superhuman hearing, but I doubt she'd even be able to hear the fire alarm over my dad's snoring. I padded down the hall and carefully made my way down the stairs, doing a little internal happy dance when I remembered which one squeaked and managed to avoid it. I got to the ground floor and continued down the stairs to the basement, wondering if the guys could hear me coming. No snoring down here. That was already an improvement. I ran my hand along the metal shelving unit that lined the hallway into the little kitchenette, hovering in the doorway to the sleeping area for a minute. Was this weird? I'd never actually slept in the same bed as Seth or Eli while I'd been living with them. In fact, the one time they'd tried on my very last night, I jumped up like I'd been electrocuted and bolted for the couch. It was too intimate, really, for what we were. But they'd followed me here, and that had to mean we at least had a friendship that would hopefully endure. Friends cuddled, totally normal. With a deep, steadying breath, I tiptoed into the room, banging my shin instantly on the end of the low bed and biting down on my lip to stop myself cursing. I edged around the side of the bed, vaguely able to make out the shape of two bodies in the bed and one on the sofa, presumably Noah. Seth had shared a bed with Eli the entire time I'd stayed with them, and Noah's bed had definitely been the bigger, comfier option. I would know. I'd had the best nap of my life there when I first broke into their place. Now, which one was which? I leaned in, squinting in the darkness to figure out who I was about to climb on top of. As I bent forward, I got a whiff of Seth's comforting menthol scent a second before his arms snaked around my waist, pulling me down on top of him. His chest muffled my squeak of surprise, though it was probably still loud enough to wake the other two up. Or perhaps not. I listened carefully, but their breathing remained even.
Sneaking around, sweetheart?
Seth murmured, arranging me so I was comfortably draped over his body, his hands running soothingly up and down my spine. Instantly, I felt drowsier than I had after a whole hour of lying in my own bed. I was cold. I needed to borrow some body heat, I replied, snuggling into him.
Liar.
Seth shot back quietly, shaking with silent laughter beneath me.
Though, I have to ask, would you be borrowing body heat from Liam if we hadn't shown up?
I shouldn't find that jealous tone so attractive, I whispered. No, I wouldn't be snuggling with Liam. We're just friends. I don't know what I'd been thinking, even contemplating dating him to placate our matchmaking mothers. We had zero chemistry. Seth dropped lazy kisses over my hair as he continued in his soft ministrations on my spine, seemingly pleased with my answer. And I felt all the tension melt out of my body. Seth was a lot more affectionate in the dark, apparently. I wasn't sure where his dislike of public displays of affection came from, but I wasn't mad that I got this secretive side of him all to myself. For now, at least. No sad thoughts about the future, I chastised internally. The world's best fling was already getting an unexpected extension. I had everything to be happy about.
I can hear you thinking.
Seth mumbled, voice thick with sleep.
I don't think Noah will be overly thrilled if I fuck you to sleep while he's in the room.
I smiled against his bare chest, just barely resisting the urge to lick him. I'll sleep, I promised, closing my eyes and attempting to turn off my brain. I had about 1,000,000 questions, some of which were probably better left unasked, but they weren't for tonight. Tonight was for silent snuggles and absolute contentment. I woke up burning hot and cursing myself for sleeping in the thick woolen socks I'd snuck downstairs in. Rookie mistake. That was my first thought. My second thought was that the body I fell asleep on was not the body I woke up on. This one smelled woodsier, felt a little bulkier, definitely a lot more beardy. Oh dear. I blinked my eyes open, keeping my body as still as possible to not disturb the sleeping Noah beneath me. Not that I could have moved anyway. Noah's arms were banded around my waist and back, pinning me in place. No, clinging to me. He was holding on to me like I was a lifeline, and it was more than a little unsettling. As my bleary eyes came into focus, I realized I wasn't the only one awake. Seth was lying on his back, hands folded behind his head, observing Noah and I with an amused glint in his eye. I narrowed my gaze at him, silently daring him to say anything. Eli must have been asleep because there is no way he would have stayed silent. Seth raised his eyebrows in challenge. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know." I'm pretty sure I screamed back with my eyeballs. This had been a lot less awkward when Noah was in bear form. I wriggled slightly. Oh, cool. Cool! Morning wood! Not making the situation more awkward at all, but Noah's arms tightened reflexively, holding me in place. I felt rather than saw the moment his eyes opened. I wondered if Noah's gaze had that effect on other people, or if I was just particularly stupid. "Hello?" I said raspily, clearing my throat. This time Noah released me easily when I rolled off him, landing in the narrow space between him and Seth. Possibly narrower than I'd anticipated. I was really sandwiched in, and not in the sexy twin sandwich kind of way, in an awkward sandwich kind of way, like when you bite down and find onion relish and your whole meal is ruined.
So,
Eli announced from the fold-out couch, proving he was very much awake and on the verge of laughing his ass off by the sounds of it.
Noah. Peaceful night's sleep?
Noah grunted, turning to face Eli while Seth pulled me securely against him. I couldn't see Noah's face, but I assumed it was hostile, verging on murderous.
I'm going to shower,
Noah said gruffly, pushing the blankets off and sliding off the bed. I rolled into Seth's chest, burying my face there until the bathroom door snicked shut. I'd already established that I had a weakness for rippling lumberjack back muscles when I'd seen Noah chopping firewood, right before he'd blackmailed me into leaving without saying goodbye. Still, my body was stupid and may not recognize that fact. Plus, I was only wearing thin sleep shorts and no panties. If I was anything other than dry as a bone downstairs, the sensitive noses in this room would pick it up and I'd have to move to Australia and change my name. Yes, we'd had a threesome, but I still didn't want them picking up any lingering horniness for their asshole brother. That was the line of embarrassment I wasn't willing to cross.
Noah has nightmares.
Seth said quietly as the shower turned on.
He usually thrashes a lot in his sleep. House fires really fuck you up,
Eli said around a yawn. It's not like it hadn't occurred to me that losing their home and thinking both their parents had died would be traumatic for them. It was clearly something they all struggled with to varying degrees. But the fear they must have felt hadn't really registered until now. They'd been so young. It must have been terrifying. "Thank you for telling me," I murmured. I didn't want to encourage the conversation and have them tell me something Noah wouldn't want me to know. As much of a prick as he was, this was some sensitive shit, and I knew firsthand that siblings weren't always as delicate about these kinds of conversations as they should be. The last time my brothers had visited me in Florida, I'd introduced them to the guy I'd been seeing, and they promptly told him about how I'd had a nightmare at summer camp when I was 10 and wet the bed. Ugh. Why did I talk to them again? I should go back to giving them the silent treatment.
So what are we doing today?
Eli asked, standing up to stretch, his spine cracking. I winced in sympathy. Sorry, I'm guessing the fold-out isn't the most comfortable.
It would have been more comfortable if you'd given me snuggles instead.
He teased, while Seth and I moved to sit up against the headboard. He was a little less affectionate in the harsh light of day, but still kept me closer than I expected. It's just a fling, Rhea. Just a fling. Don't read into it.
Anyway, don't worry about it. We were going to take turns sleeping on the couch, but I'm guessing after last night, Noah will commandeer it for the rest of our time here.
I winced again. Tell him that won't be necessary. I'll stay in my own bed from now on.
Fuck that.
Eli shot back as Seth made a noise of protest.
Besides, he probably deserves it. Are you going to tell us what he said to get you to leave?
Eli pushed, looking unusually serious. You're really sexy in the morning, I deflected, biting the corner of my lower lip and letting my eyes drift blatantly down the muscled lines of his body. Faster than I could blink, Eli scooped up a pillow from the couch and threw it square in my face. I pulled it away and biffed it back at him, laughing.
Fine. Don't tell us.
Eli groused, easily catching the pillow with one hand and dropping it back on the couch before giving me a mischievous look.
I bet I can get it out of you.
Probably, but whatever you have in mind, we're not doing while Noah is right next door and my parents are upstairs, I replied drolly. Shit, I should probably sneak back upstairs.
They already left.
Seth replied, tapping his ear. How convenient. I could put off any questions about sleeping arrangements for a little longer.
So what are we doing today?
Seth repeated, dropping a kiss on my shoulder like we woke up together all the time and this wasn't weird at all. Well, I had planned on exercising, working on a necklace I'm creating for my mom. Then I was going to ask Lou if she wanted to do something touristy today.
Let's do that then.
Seth replied with a shrug.
I'll help you stretch,
Eli announced with a wink. You really don't have to work out with me, I told Eli dryly, stretching along with the woman on screen. Mom had texted me and told me she was at the store, definitely panic shopping since we had unexpected guests, and Dad was working, so it was just us in the house. I'd set the video up in the living room, intending to work out alone, but Eli had insisted on doing it with me. I was worried I'd feel worse about my abysmal yoga skills next to him, given that he was a fine-ass specimen of a man. But so far, I was actually feeling pretty great about myself. Fine-ass specimen or not, Eli was not flexible. He was looking at me in admiration, which was kind of absurd, given the full-on shake my leg was doing as I extended it into the air behind me, moving out of downward dog. How the fuck was the woman on the screen doing that? She looked like she was doing the splits in midair. It was for sure the matching mauve workout clothes.
Fucking hell, Goldie.
Eli grunted.
What is this supposed to achieve?
I'm toning up, getting fit, centering my mind, I wheezed, tucking my knee diagonally underneath me like the instructor did, then extending it back into the air again. Why was I voluntarily doing this to myself? Why were the three women on screen smiling like that? Exercise was a cult. I believe this move is to stretch the hip flexors or something. I did not know. It was a legit-sounding explanation, though.
I can think of way more fun ways to stretch your hip flexors,
Eli said suggestively, collapsing onto his ass and leaning back on his hands. Honestly, Eli stretching my legs was sounding like a pretty great idea right about now. Okay, the woman on the screen instructed. Now we're going to move into Vashisthasana, which is a side plank pose. This is great for your arms, back, and your core. Stack your hips, open your chest, reach that left hand towards the sky. You're going to feel that burn, but it's so good. You know it's working when you can feel those muscles burning. Make sure you put 100% into it. She is lying, I gasped, attempting to hold my body off the ground with my right hand and right foot. This is fucking torture. Am I doing it right? I didn't feel like I was doing it right. How the fuck had she just popped her body up like that? Maybe she was a shifter. I was pretty sure humans didn't possess that kind of upper body strength.
No.
It wasn't Eli's cheerful voice that answered my question, but Noah's gruff one. Chills skittered down the back of my spine as the all-too-fresh memories of our cuddle fest this morning came back to haunt me. I'd kind of assumed he'd ignore me for the duration of their trip, but instead he moved closer, and I watched as he crouched behind me, close enough for me to feel the heat of his body.
May I?
He asked roughly. Sure, I breathed, not entirely sure what I was agreeing to. Noah's huge hand moved under me, sliding to the hip nearest the floor. He lifted it gently, encouraging the midsection of my body upwards.
Your hips are sagging.
Cool, I murmured, turning my head back to face him. You can let go now. My arm is about to give out. With a surprising amount of alarm in his eyes, like he was genuinely worried I was going to collapse and fatally injure myself, Noah lowered my entire body back to the floor. The moment I was on solid ground, he withdrew, standing up and moving into the kitchen where Seth had offered to make toast. I think that's enough exercise, I breathed.
Yeah, I think so too.
Eli agreed thoughtfully, staring at his brother's back. We ate toast and jam around the kitchen counter while Eli peppered me with questions about my life in New York. He seemed weirdly reassured to know I hadn't spent any time here since I'd moved to Florida for college. We were all dancing around the Darren subject, but what else was there to discuss, really? He'd followed me here. Once he showed his face, someone would deal with it. Not me, obviously, because I never dealt with my own problems. The annoying thing was, I kind of wanted to this time, but I didn't know where to begin. Darren was a shifter, stronger and faster than I could ever hope to be, no matter how much half-assed yoga I did. How could I get rid of him on my own? I was really hoping that by moving back here, I'd be able to get out of damsel in distress mode. But I wasn't there yet, apparently. Or maybe I was forever doomed to be useless, insipid Cosette instead of fierce, fearless Eponine. Perhaps I'd listened to the Les Miserables soundtrack one too many times in the throes of my moping. Hello? Mom called as she pushed open the front door. Seth jumped immediately, striding down the hallway to grab the grocery bags. Oh, she was going to love him. Hi, Mom, I said as she entered the kitchen area empty-handed, Seth following behind with all the groceries. It's so nice to have a house full of people here in the morning, Mom said cheerily, surveying all of us. It's been so quiet since Rhea moved out all those years ago. She must have caught the look of guilt on my face because she gave me an indulgent smile. Don't feel bad, honey. Your dad and I love having the house to ourselves most of the time. The privacy is wonderful, she added with a wink. Gross, I said, wrinkling my nose. We're heading out soon, doing touristy stuff. I'm just going to head upstairs and get ready. Please don't talk about anything weird, inappropriate, or embarrassing in my absence, I instructed Mom, giving her a stern look while she valiantly tried not to laugh. I wasn't surprised when Mom slipped into my room the moment the shower shut off. Her green eyes had been burning a hole in me across the table at dinner and again this morning. I knew she had about a million questions she wanted to ask. So, she announced, perching on the end of my bed and smoothing over the blanket reflexively. Which one? Which one what? Oh God, oh God, oh God. Which one are you interested in? 3 strong, handsome men like that? She fanned herself dramatically. You stayed with them for days. You must have had a little flirtation with one of them. Mom severely underestimated my sense of propriety and my libido. Wouldn't you, as my mother, prefer to pretend I'm a virgin for all of eternity? I suggested, fussing with my winged eyeliner. Mom snorted. Of course not. You're a 29-year-old woman, Rhea. So long as you are being safe and sensible, I would prefer that you have a healthy, fulfilling sex life. Mother! I don't want to know the ins and outs, honey, Mom laughed. All women deserve great sex, though. Your father and I— Do not finish that sentence, I warned, spinning around and pointing my eyeliner at her like a weapon. Don't do it. Your father and I, she continued unperturbed. We have always had an exceptional sex life. It really only gets better with age as all those inhibitions go out the window. I could have gone my whole life without knowing that, I groaned. You're the one who brought up sex. I just asked who you've been flirting with, who you're interested in. Mom pushed, smiling smugly like she'd won a battle by bringing up the most uncomfortable topic ever. This certainly explains all the moping these past 2 weeks. You weren't pining over Darren at all, were you? Who was it? Seth and Eli, I replied factually. Two could play at the blunt honesty game. Why not Noah? Mom asked curiously, not missing a fucking beat. Damn it. Hello? 2 men? Did you miss that part? My ears work perfectly, honey, Mom chuckled. Many shifters share mates, you know? A mating bond is a beautiful thing. What could be more beautiful than sharing it? They tend to live in more rural areas, though, to not draw attention to themselves. My second cousin in Pennsylvania has 4 mates and is a very happy, satisfied woman. 4? Fuck that. That was a lot of penises. Peni? That was a flock of peni. No one needed that many. Though that threesome with Seth and Eli had been fun. Double the attention wouldn't be so bad. This isn't a mate thing, though, I clarified quickly, turning back to the mirror to braid my hair into a chunky side braid. Mom hummed under her breath. You haven't had much experience dating shifters, honey, at your own insistence. Possessive instincts make it hard to keep things casual. I paused my movements, catching her eye in the mirror. I dated a shifter for 6 months, granted unknowingly, and he was more than happy to keep things casual, like secretly sleeping with other people level casual. Seth and Eli never discussed anything other than casual. We live on opposite sides of the country. Mom shrugged. You don't want to live in New York, Rhea. You never have. Don't rule anything out. You're remarkably chill about your daughter getting railed by 2 dudes. Aurelia! Mom gasped as she stood, looking scandalized. Don't talk about yourself that way. What I'm most concerned about is poor Noah. I'm sure he'll live, I deadpanned, breaking eye contact. Actually, what I'm most worried about is your father's reaction. Mom muttered as she let herself out of my room. Let me handle that one. There's nothing to handle, I called after her back. It was just a fling plus dealing with Darren. Then they'd be on their way and I'd be here alone, spiraling into another 2 weeks with Celine Dion and Ben & Jerry's. Chapter 5. Aurelia. I'm just waiting for Lou to reply, I announced as I rejoined the guys in the kitchen. They were all dressed and ready to go, looking wonderfully lumbersexual in their plaid and just generally out of place for a day out in New York.
Cool,
Eli replied easily, tugging playfully on my braid as he sidled up next to me. Pulling my hair, Eli? Careful. I might start wondering if you have a crush on me, I teased, poking his ripped stomach.
Oh, is that where I've been going wrong?
Eli asked, blinking his eyes in mock innocence.
Not enough hair pulling?
Eli Bernard, do you have a crush on me? I whispered, resting my hand on my heart like I was scandalized by the very idea. I was joking, kind of, but my face also felt weirdly warm. Were those butterflies in my stomach? Big yikes. I'd already spent 2 weeks pining over this guy, and I was ready to dive straight into the deep end of heartbreak all over again. My spiritual journey to maturity was taking longer to stick than I'd hoped.
You know he does,
Noah replied flatly, standing across the kitchen with his arms crossed. Lord, that shirt was working hard to contain those guns. Eli's eyes narrowed on his brother, and a silent exchange passed between them. My phone dinged, and I gratefully took the opportunity to avoid whatever male posturing was happening here. Lou. Hey girl, just having a little morning date with Frank. I fly home tomorrow. What's something super touristy we could do today? I groaned internally at the idea of doing something super touristy, but it seemed only fair since Lou only had one more night in town and the guys were only here until whenever Darren was handled. We should probably discuss that. No Empire State Building, though. I had to draw a line somewhere. Me. Statue of Liberty? There's a boat tour that leaves from the Battery. You can coo over the statue. I'll eat the overpriced snacks. Lou. Yes, we'll eat the overpriced snacks. How do you three feel about boats? I asked, glancing up from my phone, gaze snagging on Noah's biceps again. It was a little rude of him to wear such a fitted shirt, honestly.
Bears are excellent swimmers.
Eli shrugged. The idea is to stay on the boat, but okay, I laughed, bumping him with my shoulder. How about a little cruise to the Statue of Liberty later? Lou sounds pretty excited about it. They all agreed with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Noah was channeling Oscar the Grouch, as always, but I found myself feeling weirdly excited. 9 times out of 10, I hated doing things with people. Both the things and the people parts. Eli, Seth, Noah, and Lou weren't so terrible, though, as far as people went. Right, well, we have to go through Midtown anyway, I sighed. Let's make sure you knock off some major tourist attractions on the way.
More importantly, we want to draw Darren out.
Noah grumbled. Yeah, that too. It'll be a productive day. Get excited, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. I was still semi-not speaking to him. Did it matter? They were only here for a little while anyway. I pulled on a coat and boots while the guys waited for me in the hallway, apparently content to walk around in shirts and jeans. I supposed if you were used to Alaskan cold, fall in New York seemed pretty balmy. The moment we stepped out onto the front porch, the 3 of them froze. Seth's arms shot out, pinning me between him and the front door, while Noah's chest rumbled like a fucking lawnmower. Could one of you use your words and explain what's going on? I clipped.
Darren was here.
Eli replied instantly, his voice strained. Well, obviously, I sighed impatiently. It's not like he was going to fly all the way here and not stalk me. I'll message my family chat and let them know he's in the area. Ready to go now? 3 matching sets of dark eyes blinked at me in surprise, and my inner hussy did a happy dance at having all that intensity trained on me.
You don't seem particularly worried.
Noah said uncertainly as Seth let me push him gently out of the way. I'm not. I know you'll keep me safe, Daddy Bear, I added with a wink, patting Noah on the arm as I went past. Was he blushing a little? Damn, with all that beard in the way, I couldn't tell for sure. Honestly, I was going to store taking the subway with 3 bear shifters from Alaska as a core memory that I took to my deathbed. They were so bulky that it was easier to stand than squish into the seats, and I ended up sandwiching myself between a nervous Seth and Eli because they seemed more calm when they were holding on to me, which was kind of cute. Noah looked like he was 3 seconds away from peeing his pants. He'd blackmailed me, so he didn't get to use the emotional support Rhea in his hour of need. I did pity all 3 of them with their sensitive hearing down here. The clattering of the train going along the tracks must have been almost deafening for them as it was, and every time the brakes screeched, they all visibly winced.
This is hell on earth,
Eli moaned, resting his forehead against mine. Sorry, I winced. I didn't really think about it. My family never takes a subway because of the noise, but I can't really afford a ton of cab fares.
We'll pay.
Eli said instantly.
Seriously, however much it costs, it's better than my eardrums bursting.
I reached up and stroked his temple with my thumb, the movement almost unconscious. I tried to remind myself that I'd just spent 2 weeks lying in bed, sob-singing Independent Women by Destiny's Child, but my body wasn't having it. Comforting Eli when he was obviously uncomfortable felt so natural, so right, that not doing so would be bizarre. Eventually, we arrived at the 42nd Street station, and I guided the three of them through the crowd on the platform and up the stairs. Not that the crowd eased at all, but at least there was fresh air up here, and less of the grating metallic sounds that made all three of them look like they were being tortured.
There are so many people,
Eli muttered, pulling me back against him and wrapping an arm around my waist like he was worried I'd get lost in the crowd.
People everywhere. Where do they all live?
I snorted, patting the back of his hand. I imagine most of these people are staying in hotels. Come on, I need more coffee for this. The line in the coffee shop was long, but it was cozy inside and smelled like freshly roasted beans, which was a pleasant change from the vague urine scent on the train. We got in the queue to be served, Seth standing in front of our little group and Noah behind. Eli was draped all over me, arms around my waist, chin resting on my shoulder. He acted like I never left, like I'd just been in New York on vacation and we were now reunited. It was reassuring and a little overwhelming. I mean, I'd moved home. The plan, as far as I knew, was still for me to live here in New York with my parents. I appreciated Eli's attention, but I didn't know what to make of it. Hey, a feminine voice purred, all sultry and flirtatious. Seth, Eli, and I all glanced over our shoulders at the same time to see a stunning brunette sidling up next to Noah, looking like she'd walked off the set of a Hallmark Christmas movie with her white coat, fluffy white knit hat complete with pom-pom, and flawlessly straightened hair. Who the fuck wore that much white? If you could wear that much white without getting a single stain on it, you had made a deal with Satan. There was literally no other explanation for it.
Hello.
Noah grunted, arms crossed over his chest, glancing down at her. I'd give her 10 points for courage because nothing about his body language welcomed conversation with strangers. I've never seen you here before, she persisted, shooting him a dazzling smile that showcased her impossibly straight, blindingly white teeth. God damn, I would pay money for teeth that glowy, and skin that smooth, and eyebrows that perfect. A slimy feeling crawled up my spine, and I realized my jaw was clenched so tightly it was beginning to hurt. Was I jealous? That would be a ridiculous emotion, since Noah and I were in no way a couple, had never been a couple, and he'd made it pretty clear we never would be a couple. I couldn't even be mad at her because Noah was hot, and anyone would reasonably assume Eli was my boyfriend by the possessive grip he had on me. It would be ridiculous to be jealous, which I wasn't. Definitely not. Noah remained silent while the woman waited for him to respond. His body language wasn't hostile per se. He looked bemused, if anything, like he was wondering why this woman was bothering to speak to him. To her credit, she held her ground even though he really wasn't giving her much to work with. But I suppose she'd done the hard part by approaching him. I could only wish I'd have that much confidence when I grew up. I'm Jessa. What's your name? She persisted, her cheerful demeanor not dropping for a second. She was a serial killer, had to be. I didn't trust cheery people. They were always the ones with the darkest secrets. Noah squirmed uncomfortably, his pleading gaze landing on each of his brothers in turn. I felt Eli's chest shake with silent laughter as Seth snorted before turning his back on his twin. Assholes. Noah's dark eyes dropped mine, and I could almost see him physically swallowing his pride as he asked me with his eyes to bail him out. He almost looked a little intimidated. He must have to interact with people for his job, but I guess he'd always been in a position of authority. Who knew the big bad Noah was scared of regular social interaction? I could be an asshole and leave him to suffer. He deserved it after the whole blackmail thing. Or I could be the bigger person. Also, if I helped him, I could lord it over him. Hopefully, he'd forgotten that he saved my life a couple of times because bailing him out of an awkward conversation didn't quite compare to that. I pushed out of Eli's embrace and stepped into Noah's space. We weren't quite touching, but it was a closeness that spoke of familiarity, intimacy. I had slept on him like he was my own personal body pillow last night. This is Noah. He's not so good with his words. I'm Aurelia, I offered, holding out my hand. She looked suspiciously between Noah and I before reluctantly shaking my hand. That move doesn't really work when you were literally just cuddling up to another dude, Jessa scoffed, though she looked more amused than irritated. Who says I'm laying claim to him? Monogamy is overrated. I shrugged nonchalantly, even as Noah's enormous arm wrapped around my lower back, his hand clamped firmly over my hip. It was definitely the most intimate we'd ever been while awake. It may have looked like a possessive hold to an outsider, but I got the feeling I was more his shield than anything else in that moment. God, he smelled so fucking good, like warm cedar. I wanted to shove my nose in the crook of his neck and inhale. If I closed my eyes, I could almost imagine we were back in the woods when his bear had wrapped around me and stopped me from dying of hypothermia. But that would be weird, so I didn't do that. You're... What are you saying? Jessa asked, tilting her head to the side. Why have one brother when you can have two? Or three? I replied casually. It wasn't technically a lie. Isn't that incest? She looked objectively horrified, and I did my best not to laugh because if I got started, I probably wouldn't stop. It would be one of those belly-clutching, thigh-slapping snort laughs that I would struggle to contain, and I kind of needed to pee already. Just a bad idea all around.
We're not fucking each other, so I think we're good.
Eli replied drolly, reaching over to tug on my arm.
Come back, I wasn't done with you yet.
Yeah, I'm out. You're hot, but this is too weird for me, Jessa muttered, backing away slowly. Smart lady. Except for the head-to-toe white outfit. That was never smart. Noah released me slowly, and I tisked at Eli as he wrapped me up in his embrace again. You're making me feel like a bone between two dogs, I muttered.
So many boner jokes.
Eli sighed, like it was physically paining him to refrain.
So, Noah, did you even realize that woman was hitting on you?
Noah glared at Eli in silence as Seth turned around to observe their interaction, arms crossed, eyebrow raised in subtle amusement.
You totally didn't know, right? Who'd have thought out of the three of us, I'm the only brother who has any game?
Eli sighed dramatically before smacking a noisy kiss against my temple.
I beg to differ.
Seth replied wryly.
What you have is persistence. I have game.
Is this real life? I laughed, shuffling forward as the line moved. Are you actually arguing about this?
You're right. You have to decide for us.
Eli announced.
Include Noah too, but he's obviously in last place. That doesn't seem fair.
Seth objected.
Rhea needs to be able to compare us all equally to judge. A competition?
Eli surmised.
I'm on board. I'm guessing Noah isn't because he's a coward.
Hold on, I interjected, raising a hand. Slow your roll. What exactly are you suggesting here? I asked. I wasn't opposed to some kind of give Rhea orgasms contest, but I should probably familiarize myself with the rules before I commit to anything. Besides, the Noah factor made it a little awkward.
A date.
Seth said decisively.
We'll each take you on a date. You choose whose date is best. In or out, Noah?
It felt like there was more to Seth's question than just whether or not he was going to participate in this ridiculous contest or not. It was a little cruel of them to spring that question on him when he was just waiting in line to get a coffee, though. Were Seth and Eli playing matchmaker? They were obviously annoyed with Noah about my mysterious departure from their house, but it was like they wanted to push us together even while they punished him. I did not understand men. Noah and I might end up killing each other if we're alone together for too long, I teased, graciously giving him an out like the motherfucking lady I was.
Only one way to find out.
Noah said flatly. I blinked up at him in surprise, expecting him to tack on a "just joking," even though joking didn't really seem like Noah's style. But he just stared right back, totally unreadable. Deep in those almost black eyes was a hint of some emotion that he was trying to disguise, but I couldn't tell what that was. I didn't know him well enough to tell.
Are you seriously going to take your brother's girlfriend on a date?
Eli asked incredulously, in a far too loud voice that attracted a whole bunch of startled looks. "Shut up," I hissed, jabbing him in the ribs with my elbow. "And I'm not your girlfriend. You can't just declare someone your girlfriend, or your shared girlfriend, whatever. The point is, conversations need to happen about these things. You live on the other side of the country."
So it's settled then.
Noah said, looking at me like he was daring me to disagree.
Each of us will take you out on a date, and you'll decide who has the most game.
I mean, sure, I shrugged. For the record, though, I already know the answer.
It's me.
Eli replied instantly, looking incredibly smug. It wasn't. "You'll find out after your little competition is done," I replied dismissively, dragging him forward to place our orders. Sufficiently caffeinated, we ended up joining a walking tour because I was a terrible tour guide who'd spent as little time in Midtown as I could physically manage throughout my life. I fell into step with Seth as we wandered through Grand Central Terminal. His eyes scanned every architectural detail from the decorative frieze to the staircase where Dan spotted Serena when she made her grand return to the Upper East Side. His gaze snagged on the turquoise ceiling. I mimicked his posture, tipping my head back to look at the celestial mural on the ceiling that depicted golden stars and constellations. "I guess this doesn't appeal to your artistic eye," I hedged, "since you like looking for flaws." Seth gave me a sidelong look, one eyebrow raised incredulously.
You don't see any flaws here?
He asked, gesturing at the ceiling. "I've never looked particularly closely," I said defensively, squinting up at the ceiling.
The constellations are backwards.
Seth said contemplatively, tilting his head as he returned his gaze skyward.
Or they're meant to be viewed from above, the god's view as it were, in which case Orion would still be facing the wrong way.
"There's no way you knew that," I countered, narrowing my eyes at him. "Did someone tell you that? Did you overhear it with your bat ears?" Seth snorted.
My animal is much more impressive than a bat. And no, I didn't overhear it. You didn't see all the astrology books on my shelf? We grew up under the aurora. It's pretty difficult not to have at least a passing interest in the stars.
"Smarty pants," I groused. "But I know more about star signs than you. You and Noah are both Scorpios. I'd put money on it."
Our birthday is at the end of the month.
Seth replied absently. "Oh my God, nailed it! Scorpios were amazing in bed, Seth, and stubborn as hell, Noah." "So, not feeling too homesick?" I asked as we trailed out of the terminal behind the rest of the group. Eli and Noah were close by, but they weren't chatting. When I'd stayed with them, I noticed Eli had a knack for pushing Noah's buttons, but there was a definite tension between them that hadn't been there before I left.
Homesick?
Seth repeated thoughtfully.
No, I don't think so. Not yet, at least. I've got plenty of inspiration to take home with me after today. Perhaps I'll take a break from painting trees.
"Living dangerously, I see," I laughed.
Very.
Seth agreed, mouth twitching.
Besides, I wanted to see you. I wanted to be here.
"Oh, smooth, Rhea. I mean, I wanted to see you too."
Nice save, sweetheart.
"I thought so too. Let's find a cab. I don't want to be late to see Lou." Unsurprisingly, Lou's eyes nearly bugged out of her skull when we met her to board the ferry. She'd already met Eli when he'd come to help me pack some stuff to stay at their place, but she hadn't seen Seth and Noah before. They didn't have any of Eli's smiley playfulness to offset their intensity either. The twins were all muscle and brooding sexuality. "Hey," I greeted, breaking away from the intimidating trio and pulling Lou into a hug. "How are you?" "Great," she murmured, still looking a little starstruck at the giants over my shoulder. "You remember Eli, right? These are his older brothers, Seth and Noah. Guys, this is Lou, my Fairbanks roomie." Er, every male in your life is crazy tall, Rhea," Lou observed as I led her toward the ticket booths. That was a fair assessment. These three were tall. My brothers, who she'd met when they helped me move my ship back home, were tall, and Darren was tall. Because they were all shifters. "Weird, right?" I replied vaguely. "So, tell me about the sugar daddy. How are things going?" Lou sighed dreamily, looking out over the water. "I guess it's early days, but Frank is great. He doesn't really have a lot of time to hang out. He's got a super high-profile job, you know?" "Sure," I agreed carefully. She was only here for a few days. Surely he could make some time for her? "Anyway, it's not a big deal," Lou said, shaking her head slightly. "I'm heading back to Fairbanks tomorrow, and I guess we'll resume our online relationship for now." The guys gave Lou and I space to catch up as we boarded the boat, and she filled me in on all the fancy restaurants Frank had taken her to and gifts he'd bought her. The sugar daddy perk sounded nice, but there was a wistfulness in her voice that betrayed her true feelings. Lou and I always had frank and open conversations about sex and sexuality. It was one of the reasons we hit it off so quickly. But we also both had squishy romantic sides. Lou just didn't let that side of her lead her the way I had a tendency to do. I couldn't help but think this setup wasn't going to be enough for her, though. She wanted the feelings, too, and she deserved to be the center of someone's universe. "This is so great!" Lou squealed as we pulled away from Battery Park, admiring the buildings as we pulled out into the harbor. "The statue is farther away than I thought. I bet you've done this a million times." We were standing on the upper deck with the wind whipping loudly around us, so I shoved my braid into my jacket to stop it whacking me in the face. Seth, Noah, and Eli were a few feet away, staring out over the water. It was polite of them to give me the illusion of privacy, even though I was confident they could hear every word we were saying. "I cannot emphasize enough how much I dislike all of this stuff," I replied dryly. The boat was packed and my skin itched at being surrounded by so many people. I must have gotten more used to life in Fairbanks than I thought. Lou rolled her eyes before leaning in conspiratorially. "So, what's the deal? Are you still hooking up with Eli?" she asked in a low voice. I glanced at Eli out of the corner of my eye as he shook with silent laughter. What made you think I was hooking up with Eli?" I asked casually, tilting my head all the way to the side before realizing how unnatural that looked. I adjusted my stance, losing a solid 45 degrees of tilt. Way more natural. Lou gave me a strange look. "Why else would you go stay with him? Why else would he follow you here?" "Well, Darren was a bit of a loose cannon," I said slowly. "Staying with them was a safety precaution." "Safety precaution?" Lou repeated, making air quotes with her fingers. "Not that I blame you. If I wasn't so into Frank, I'd totally be trying to get one of the twins' numbers. Noah really has that whole sexy bad boy energy going on. Plus, I bet he's hung like a horse," she whispered surreptitiously. Oh, God. I couldn't even look over at them this time. All three of them would probably be staring at me. Plus, I was feeling weird about Lou's statement. "Well, Noah has certainly been popular with the ladies today," I said airily. Totally chill and not at all inappropriately jealous. "I bet Seth's better in bed, though," I added, just in case Noah thought I was complimenting him. "Seth does look like he'd put the work into foreplay," Lou agreed. I had to look. Had to. Sure enough, the corner of Seth's mouth was twitching in amusement. "So, what's the deal? Eli flew out here to see you. That has to mean something." I didn't want to tell her about Darren in case she felt guilty that he'd followed her out here. Since the guys had picked up his scent in my neighborhood, I was confident that he was only interested in me and Lou would be safe. It's complicated, I replied with a shrug. I'm more interested in you and Frank. Maybe we can swap cities, Lou laughed. I'll live in New York being all glamorous and chic, and you can live in Fairbanks. I did live in Fairbanks, remember? Also, you have a very skewed idea of how glamorous my New York life is. I live in the Bronx with my parents, I added dryly. You liked Fairbanks. You should really come back with me, Lou insisted, rocking an adorable pout that very few grown women could pull off. You may be New York born and bred, but you're Alaskan in your soul. Besides, Hottie McHotpants over there is an A+ reason to come back. Eli was practically preening, big shoulders rolled back with one hand slicking over his tied-up hair. Noah's eyes rolled so hard I was surprised he didn't sprain something. Eli was looking a little too smug, and I couldn't just let that slide. Did I tell you about my date with Liam? I asked, winking subtly at Eli before turning my attention back to Lou. Liam? She asked in confusion. Who is Liam?
I'm feeling needy,
Eli announced suddenly, materializing at my back. His arm banded around my waist as he lifted me clean off my feet, crossing the space to deposit me in front of the other railing where his brothers were waiting. Lou followed us, giggling.
You are trouble,
Seth murmured, standing shoulder to shoulder with Eli. I glanced back at him, blowing him a kiss. So much trouble. 100% trouble. In need of another sexy spanking as soon as possible. Noah hung back, arms crossed over his chest, observing everything. His gaze constantly traveled around the deck, searching for threats. But he paused every time his eyes ran over me. I could feel it. His focused attention on me burned into my skin like a brand. Maybe I should talk to him, clear the air. That seemed like the kind of thing a mature adult such as myself would do. We disembarked at Liberty Island and wandered around the base of the statue, our group drifting apart a little as we each paused to read plaques and admire the view of the city skyline. Hey, Daddy Bear, I said, sidling up next to Noah and looking out over the skyline. He should have looked out of place in this setting. He was the consummate mountain man, but somehow Noah seemed as impressively intimidating here, staring at skyscrapers, as he did surrounded by nothing but forest. I had to admit, I felt a swell of pride for my hometown when I looked out at the city over the water, Lady Liberty at my back. I'd never felt like I'd belonged here the way my family did, but I wasn't entirely unaffected by the majesty of it either.
You're really persistent with that nickname, huh?
Noah's voice was flat, his eyes trained firmly ahead. If it weren't for the slight flare of his nostrils and stiffening of his spine, I'd have wondered if he'd even noticed my presence. What brings you to New York?
You know why we're in New York.
Noah said robotically, like he'd memorized the answer beforehand. That answer was a cop-out, and we both knew it. I don't know why you're in New York. Between your brothers and mine, there's more than enough brawn to go around should Darren decide to act on his foolishness. You don't need to be here, I replied lightly.
Obviously, your brothers can't be trusted to handle Darren.
Noah grumbled, sounding genuinely irate about it. You didn't know that when you flew out here. Come on, Noah, give me an honest answer, I pressed. You couldn't have been more eager to get rid of me a couple of weeks ago.
That's not entirely true,
Noah murmured, so quietly I barely heard the words over the rushing wind. He cleared his throat, speaking a little louder this time.
Darren shouldn't have followed you here. I warned him myself to leave you alone. It would be a sign of weakness not to follow through.
I hummed thoughtfully, mulling over his words. I could walk away, let him get away with, if not a lie, then an excuse at the very least. I probably should do that. After all, this whole arrangement was temporary. At the same time, it didn't feel fleeting. It felt like there was a thread that ran between us, connecting me to the three of them somehow. From the moment I'd met them, I'd been drawn to them, comfortable around them, in ways I had never been around anyone else. That's why I couldn't just let the half-truths and deflections slide. "How's your mom?"
Fine.
Noah grunted, glancing at me suspiciously. "Must be weird having her around again after... How long has it been?" A beat of silence.
22 years.
I nodded quietly, tucking a windswept strand of hair behind my ear.
Where are you going with this, thief?
Noah sighed, evidently growing impatient with me weighing my words. The nickname should annoy me, but the way he said it bordered on affectionate. "I'm a mess, Noah," I said with a silent laugh. "That's not news to you. What might be news is that you're a fucking mess too. Your head is all over the place, you're shouldering burdens you shouldn't be bearing, and you haven't even begun to process your mom's sudden reappearance in your life, or the way she vanished in the first place." Noah's knuckles grew white as he gripped the low wall in front of him, staring unseeing at the harbor. I couldn't help but pity Noah, even when he was being an asshole. He was so accustomed to the pain he walked around with that he didn't feel it anymore, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. Beneath all that growling and assholery, you're a good man, Noah Bernard. I hope you let yourself see it. And with that, I left him standing alone, staring out at the water like it held all the answers to his questions. He looked like a broken man, but he wasn't. He didn't need to be fixed, and it wouldn't be my responsibility to fix him even if he was. But maybe I could help him see he didn't have to live with the burdens he was carrying around day in and day out, that there were ways he could let them go, that he could live a life solely for himself rather than for everyone else. Internally patting myself on the back for what a compassionate, amazing human I was clearly becoming, I wound my way through the crowd to spend some time with Lou before she left. I may not be winning on the job hunting or exercising fronts, but maybe my new Rhea project wasn't a total flop after all. Chapter 6. Aurelia. In the end, Lou and I had a sniffly goodbye before we parted ways, promising to video call soon. Would she call me from the sex dungeon? Was she still doing sex dungeon stuff? That remained to be seen. By the time the guys and I arrived back home, Mom had practically thrown the front door open as we'd approached, ushering us inside to eat the giant meal she'd prepared for us. "Have you been cooking all day?" I asked in amazement at the taco party she'd set up for us, complete with pulled chicken and slow-cooked chili. Taco night had been a family tradition I remembered fondly from my high school days, but I hadn't thought about it until now. "It's been so long since I had people to cook for," Mom said cheerfully, ushering us all into our seats. I ended up between Seth and Eli again, though I doubted they'd even noticed since they were practically salivating at the sight of the spread. Okay, maybe we needed to stop for food more often. They were humongous bear shifters with the appetites to match. Seth, Eli, and I sat along one side of the table, with my dad at one end and Noah at the other, my mom opposite me. "How was your day?" Mom asked impatiently as we all began serving ourselves. "Good. We went to the Statue of Liberty." "Oh, how wonderful! And did you boys enjoy yourselves?" "Mom," I laughed, "Seth and Noah are nearly 40. Your brothers are both 40, but they're still boys to me." Mom shrugged. "I'm an old woman."
You're the most energetic woman I know.
Dad snorted, shaking his head at her. He leaned over and rubbed the spot just under her collar where the pale scar of her mating mark was, and she gave him gooey eyes in return. I'd forgotten how cute my parents were together. It didn't come across as strongly over the phone.
Me and a few of the guys spread out around the area looking for your coyote.
"He's not my coyote," I scoffed.
But we lost his scent a few blocks over. Be careful, Rhea. It was bold of him to come this close. This area is more shifters than not. He's clearly a tenacious bastard.
Noah, Seth, and Eli were paying rapt attention to my dad's words, So apparently I was the only one not super worried about Darren. I mean, I was a little worried, but I had bodyguards now. Not shitty ones like my brothers had been. These three would happily throw down with Darren, I was confident. So, what are you all doing tomorrow? Mom asked, also not looking particularly worried about the Darren issue.
I'm taking Rhea on a date.
Eli replied with absolute confidence. Half of my taco fell onto my plate as I whipped my head around to gape at him. I mean, yes, that is what we had agreed to. We had not agreed to discuss that in front of my parents. How lovely, Mom replied, not missing a beat. Where are you going?
It's a surprise.
He replied with a grin. My dad grunted, shooting Mom a disgruntled look, but he didn't protest. I may be living at home, but I'd have some strong words for him if he tried to dictate my love life at age 29. Very romantic, Mom said approvingly. This is the Twilight Zone. I'm in the Twilight Zone, I muttered, attempting to fix my mangled taco. Nonsense, darling. We just want you to be happy. Oh, and turn the hallway light on if you sneak downstairs again tonight, Rhea. I don't like you going down the stairs in the dark. Noah snorted while Eli coughed loudly, choking on his taco, and Seth smacked him hard on the back, eyes crinkled with amusement. What a wonderful idea, Mother, I said through gritted teeth, sending her my strongest stop talking vibes with my eyes. She just smiled angelically back at me, the traitor. I didn't bother pretending to sleep in my room. Obviously, the ruse was up. Having weighed up my options, I decided it was less embarrassing to just walk confidently downstairs than get busted sneaking down there. I'm pretty sure that had been Mom's intention all along, the sneaky old fox. I'm pretty sure she decided this was her best shot at getting grandbabies, so she was just going to flagrantly encourage this relationship that couldn't go anywhere. Revenge would be mine. I was going to bust out my most uncomfortable dinner conversation when she was least expecting it. Shall we watch a movie? I asked, scanning the collection of DVDs on the shelf under the TV. My brothers had only left behind ones they didn't want, so the options weren't great.
Your choice, Goldie,
Eli said, leaning back on the bed with his arms crossed behind his head.
Man, this bed is so comfortable.
He sighed dramatically, grinning at Noah, who was squished up uncomfortably on the couch, glaring daggers at his youngest brother. I settled on an old sitcom and made myself comfortable on the bed, tucked under Eli's arm with Seth's hand resting firmly on my bare thigh, just under the hem of my sleep shorts. The couch groaned a little as Noah attempted to make himself comfortable. I expected his presence in the room to make things a little awkward, but it all felt completely natural. More problematic was the fact that I was super horny. I'd been feeling so sorry for myself the past 2 weeks, I hadn't done more than unpack my toys and put them away in the nightstand. I had literally been too sad to masturbate. Too sad even for Clint the clit sucker, and that was my favorite toy. Old Faithful, bringing me to orgasm in 2 minutes flat. Eli glanced down at me, and the look in his eye made me wonder if he knew what I was thinking. Or maybe he was just horny too. He bit down on the corner of his lip, hooded eyes raking lazily down my body as I slid my hand over his muscular thigh.
Stop it, you two,
Seth said lazily, still watching the TV. I groaned, flopping my head back dramatically against the headboard. Why'd he have to say no? It just made my inner brat want to come out and play. Maybe I could accidentally fall face first onto Seth's cock and see what happened from there. Eli would be 100% supportive. I was confident of that.
Save it for your date,
Seth added, mouth twitching as he squeezed my thigh. Fine, I sighed dramatically, snuggling down between them. Guess I'll go to sleep and content myself with all the depraved things you're going to do to me in my dreams. I could have sworn Noah groaned into his pillow. Seth and Noah vanished first thing in the morning, hoping to hunt down Darren. They were confident he wouldn't be staying too far from the house, but covering his scent would be a lot easier in the city than it would be in the unpopulated woods, so they'd need eyes on him. I'd half expected Darren to pop out like the boogeyman while it was just Eli and I at the house. But the whole morning passed with just the two of us doing yoga, badly, and working on the necklace I was making for Mom, less badly. I'd put the solder back in the box for now, deciding that I probably needed to crawl before I could walk, and followed a video tutorial on hand wrapping stones and wire to create a pendant. I'd been attempting that instead, using a piece of turquoise and copper wire. Mom loved turquoise. Maybe if she stopped her blatant matchmaking, I'd actually give it to her when I was finished. The more I looked at it, the more impressed with myself I was. I had created quite an intricate pattern with the wire that encased the stone, and I was feeling moderately proud of it. It wasn't remotely high-end or anything, but I'd made it with my own two hands. The more I worked on it, the more I envisioned other things I could do, designs I could make with the wire, different stones I could use. Maybe I could actually do this, on my own. Even if I never made a dime from it, it would still be something that was just mine. I packed my supplies away to make us all some lunch when Seth and Noah came back, ruminating on how many pieces I would need to make before I opened an online store. Any luck? I asked Noah and Seth, already knowing the answer. They wouldn't look so frustrated if they'd found him.
We thought we picked up a scent a couple of miles away, but we couldn't follow it.
Noah groused, sitting down on the sofa and running a hand through his messy hair.
This is beautiful.
Seth remarked softly, picking up the pendant I'd been working on and admiring it. Yeah? I asked casually, pulling out some bread for sandwiches.
You've got an eye for it.
He replied approvingly, and I felt my face heat. If it were anyone else, I'd think they were just saying it to be polite. But Seth was sparing with his words. He wasn't the type to hand out empty compliments, polite or otherwise. Thanks. I was thinking I'd start with wire wrapping and work my way up to metalsmithing, which is probably more difficult than I thought it would be, I admitted. I was determined, though. This wasn't going to be another thing I jumped into just to give up on. I was going to stick with it and learn.
We can learn together,
Eli said, lounging on the sofa.
I've only ever worked with wood. Might be fun to play with a different material.
Seth nodded like that made perfect sense, and I bent my head further over the cutting board as I layered provolone on salami. Sure, they hadn't found Darren today, but that didn't mean they would be sticking around for ages. The temperature was dropping fast in Fairbanks at the moment. Soon they'd need to get home to prepare for winter. And to see their dreadful mother, I guess. I had barely asked them about Bernadette. Just the thought of her made my eyes start panic-twitching. My parents returned as we were eating, and I made them some sandwiches too. When we'd all lived at home, we'd taken turns cooking so Mom didn't have to all the time. But it looked like she was mostly on her own in the kitchen now. My brothers may be due for a snotty message from me about visiting them more often if I wasn't here. Not that I was ever leaving. I was staying in New York. Decisions had been made. Mom shooed me out of the kitchen to tidy, and I joined my dad, Seth, and Noah on the couch to watch a Jeopardy rerun. Nothing weird about that.
Ready?
Eli asked, striding into the living room, emerging from downstairs. He was freshly showered, and his still damp hair was slicked back into a smooth man bun, light scruff lining his jaw. I wanted to lick him. Ready for what? I asked.
Our date?
Eli replied, eyebrows raised. Oh, I thought you'd forgotten about it. I laughed.
Never.
Eli replied, looking affronted.
I've been making plans all day, all secret squirrel-like. Well, mostly making Noah make plans. He has a phone.
I snorted. I apologize for doubting your organization game.
We're coming with you,
Noah said.
What?
Eli objected.
No, wait for your own date.
Oh my God. My dad was going to have a heart attack before the night was out. I was sure of it.
We won't intrude.
Seth interjected calmly, looking between his brothers.
In case Darren decides to show his face, we should stick close by.
My dad nodded in agreement, and Eli sighed in defeat. Well, since you've all decided for me, I began loftily as I pushed up off the couch. I guess I'll go get ready. As I passed Eli, he grabbed my hand for a moment, giving me a mischievous smile before he released me. God, that smile should be illegal. It promised trouble, from his twinkling dark eyes to the cocky upturn of his lips. I narrowed my gaze at him over my shoulder before sauntering down the hallway with a little more swing in my step than usual, hoping Eli's frame would hide me from my parents' line of sight. My dad would die of embarrassment, and my mom would probably bombard me with gleeful questions. Once I got up to my room, I unfolded the note that Eli had discreetly slipped into my hand.
Wear a dress, no panties.
That little fucker. 2 hours later, we were on a date accompanied by a jovial New York native and his hairy friend.
So?
Eli began, waggling his eyebrows at me.
Pretty great, right?
Eli Bernard, I laughed. You are a fucking cheeseball.
I embrace that title.
Eli replied smugly, tugging me closer to his side and wrapping his arm around my shoulders. Was I surprised that Eli had chosen a carriage ride around Central Park for our date? Not really, I decided. Eli was by no means a city boy. None of them were. But he was definitely the least averse to crowds and the most interested in my life here. And as many dates as I'd been on in the city, I'd never done this, so it was kind of fun, even if I felt sort of ridiculous and everyone was looking at us. Fuck it, let them look. Let them all admire my hot date. I had no idea where Noah and Seth were. They'd been shadows from the moment Eli and I had got out of the cab. This date was definitely neither of their styles. I could only imagine what they were thinking right now. It was late afternoon and overcast, which made the dark red and orange leaves on the trees look all the more luscious against the gray sky. The driver spouted off facts the entire time as I snuggled up to Eli, and I smiled into his shoulder as he nodded along like he'd seen all the movies she referenced. There was no way Eli had ever seen Home Alone 2. I'd put money on it. We dismounted after the tour ended, and Eli guided me back through Central Park, hand in hand towards Cherry Hill. I had a million questions about what he had planned, but I was also secretly impressed that he had planned anything and didn't want to spoil it for myself. Noah was a planner. Seth could be a planner, but it also seemed like he relied on Noah to take care of things and didn't bother. Eli, for sure, was not a planner. That was definitely one thing we had in common.
Okay, technically Noah and Seth aren't involved in this date. However, I did ask them to pick up the takeout for us, but...
Eli said loudly when I opened my mouth to protest.
That only works in my favor because I got them to assist. That is how much game I have.
I mean, I could judge it on those grounds, or I could dock points for the obvious assist.
Harsh.
Eli chuckled, draping his arm over my shoulders and tugging me in next to him. I snuggled in close, trying to draw in as much of his body heat as I could. Thanks to his stupid dress and no panties request, my upper thighs were freezing. Fortunately, Eli seemed to have thought ahead. He led me over to a picnic blanket where Seth was waiting for us, standing against a tree with his arms crossed, looking unimpressed. "Hey there, delivery boy," I teased, poking his abs as we approached.
No talking, he doesn't exist right now.
Eli scolded, sitting down and pulling me in between his outstretched legs. He immediately grabbed the fluffy throw blanket, definitely off my parents' sofa, and dragged it over both of our legs and up over my chest. With him at my back and the blanket covering me, I was suddenly quite cozy.
Thanks for helping, bro.
Eli said to Seth, who responded with a sarcastic salute before disappearing into the dark where Noah was presumably also keeping watch. "What are we having?" I asked, leaning forward to pull open the takeout bag.
Chinese? I hope that's okay. I wanted food that Seth doesn't cook a lot of.
Eli replied, sounding almost nervous. Cute. Of course it's okay. I love Chinese food. I reassured him. Oh my God, chow mein and kung pao chicken? Get in me! Luckily, they'd included a fork because I don't think Eli had used chopsticks in his life. We took turns swapping the containers, feeding bites to each other, and it was all sickeningly cute. Like, so cute. Like, I wanted to capture this moment for posterity cute. Would it be weird if I took a photo of us? I asked, setting aside the chow mein box.
What? No.
Eli said, putting his food aside.
I'm flattered. Can you send me a copy? I have an email address.
You should really consider getting a phone, I suggested, holding my screen up and primping my hair a little. The light from the street lamp next to the path illuminated us a little, but I turned on the selfie light too.
If you don't come back to Alaska with us, I'll have to.
Eli murmured against my skin as I hit the circle on the screen, his lips pressed to my cheek. We look cute, I said quietly, staring at the picture on the screen and processing the bomb he'd just dropped on me. He wanted me to go back to Alaska with them? We'd never discussed, well, anything really. There were no parameters in place on what this thing between us was, but I'd assumed it had been a casual fling. Surely if it was more than that, they would have said something before I left?
We do.
Eli agreed, reaching around me to lock the screen and guiding the phone back down to my purse. He pulled my hair aside and brushed soft kisses up my neck, pausing at the sensitive spot behind my ear.
Are you ignoring what I said, Goldie?
He breathed, using his grip on my hair to move my head to the side and capturing my earlobe with his teeth. No, I said raspily, tilting my head back to give him better access. Eli released his hold on my hair, sliding his hand around to cut my throat. His thumb rubbed teasing circles in one particularly sensitive spot to the side, a spot that was popular for mating bites. It probably didn't mean anything, right? Right. We were pretty well hidden away in the dark, and there weren't a lot of people passing by anyway. But this kiss was taking a turn towards the explicit. The hint of risk, the excitement of someone seeing us made heat pool between my thighs in anticipation. There were at least 2 guaranteed audience members hidden in the shadows, and I didn't know what it said about me that the idea of them watching made me want to throw the blanket off and hitch my dress up to the waist. Eli maintained his grip on my throat, his other hand sneaking beneath the blanket, making me more aware than ever of my panty-less state. I vaguely remembered him mentioning an exhibitionism kink, and in that moment I decided I might have one too. Exhibit me. I am here for it.
Tell me this means nothing.
Eli rasped, his hand working its way under my dress. Was the blanket moving? Was it obvious? This doesn't seem like an appropriate time for such a serious conversation. I leaned further back against him, angling my hips up in invitation.
You want to talk about appropriateness right now, Goldie? When we're in the middle of Central Park and my fingers are an inch away from your exposed pussy? When you're so fucking wet I can smell you? I bet my brothers can too.
Eli purred in my ear, his fingers flexing at my throat. You were the one who told me not to wear panties, I replied unapologetically, trying to press my legs together for a bit of much-needed friction, but Eli's hand remained stubbornly in the way.
Because I knew you'd need this.
Eli replied confidently, finally parting my folds with one finger, his touch feather light.
Did you touch yourself these past 2 weeks?
No, you are a fucking tease, I hissed in irritation.
2 weeks since I felt you, smelled you, tasted you, heard that breathy moan you do when you come.
Eli practically growled in my ear.
I'm torn between taking my time with you, making sure you remember every second, making sure you know how fucking great we feel together, or ripping that flimsy little dress off and ruining you right here in this park.
I'm fine with option B, Eli snorted, and the playful noise broke some of the sexual intensity that had been smothering us. I was grateful for the small reprieve, considering the suddenly serious undertones of his seduction.
Tell me this means nothing.
I couldn't. Before my brain could fully whir to life on that particular topic, Eli suddenly slid 2 fingers inside me, knocking the breath out of my lungs. It was the perfect bite of pain with my pleasure, and my head lolled back against his shoulder in ecstasy.
Fuck.
Eli cursed quietly.
Option B is looking so fucking good right now, but I've decided I'm saving myself.
Oh my God, what? Why? I whined as his fingers picked up their pace, finding that perfect spot inside me with expert precision. The heel of his hand ground against my clit, and my vision started to spark a little around the edges.
For us, I fucking want you, Rhea. I need you to want me too. Until you're willing to admit that there's something more between us, something worth pursuing, then you don't get any of this.
He added smugly, grinding his erection against my ass. I wanted to sass him back, to tell him we'd see if he could actually hold out if I tried to seduce him. But my body was primed and ready after 2 weeks deprived of the kind of soul-scorching orgasms that only Seth and Eli had ever given me. I went off like a rocket, biting down hard on my lower lip to stop myself from crying out as bliss exploded across every inch of my body. It was never just an orgasm with Seth or Eli. An orgasm I could give to myself with a few minutes and my favorite toys. My hands on an exceptionally good day. With them, the feeling transcended the physical, and that thought was a little terrifying. Unless I wasn't setting myself up for disappointment. Unless this really could go somewhere, mean something, be something. Eli withdrew his fingers, lewdly licking them clean right next to my face in a way that made me seriously consider round 2, before wrapping his arms around my waist and bundling me closer to him. "Hey," I said weakly, twisting my neck to look up at him.
Hi.
Eli gave me a slow, sinful smile that was full of promise. "How serious were you about that whole saving yourself thing?"
Dead serious, Goldie. This dick is officially off limits until you're ready to adopt him on a permanent basis.
Eli announced smugly. "That metaphor was a choice," I replied, wrinkling my nose. Permanent basis? There was admitting that the connection between us was more than just sex, and then there was whatever permanent basis meant. The gulf between those options was a mile wide, and I had no idea where Eli was at, or Seth, or myself.
Have you thought about the future at all?
Eli pressed.
We never had a chance to discuss it before you left, but believe me, this is not a new idea. Seth and I—
A warning growl cut Eli off, and suddenly Seth was there, glowering at his brother. He reached a hand towards me, and I took it, a little bewildered, and let him pull me to my feet. Fortunately, Eli had the presence of mind to tug down my dress as I stood. That could have been awkward.
Everything okay, sweetheart?
Seth asked. Oh, he was totally doing the low, rumbly, speak directly to my nipples voice on purpose. Whatever concerns he had, it definitely related to what Eli had been saying rather than what we'd been doing. Seth definitely looked ready to finish what Eli had started. I doubted he'd be holding his dick hostage. Yes, I breathed, wondering if I'd always feel this insatiable around them. I had always been comfortable with my sexuality. I loved sex. I loved masturbating. I'd always considered my sex drive healthy. Now I was beginning to wonder if it was a little too healthy. My body ached for Seth like I hadn't just gotten off on Eli's fingers. Seth scanned my face, a small furrow between his brows. I reached up and smoothed it with my thumb, giving him a reassuring smile that made his shoulders relax slightly.
Eli?
He said sternly, addressing his brother while still looking at me.
That wasn't taking it slow. I don't ever want Rhea to wonder whether she's wanted.
Eli replied unrepentantly.
I don't want a single doubt in her mind about how much we care about her.
My cheeks heated both from Eli's words and the realization that they'd actually discussed this. The sentiment seemed to wrap around my heart like crisscrossing threads of Eli and Seth's affection, embedding themselves in my chest.
I don't want that either.
Seth agreed, still looking at me. I opened my mouth to ask the question on the tip of my tongue before slamming it shut again, not wanting to be presumptuous. They wanted me to move back with them. Be their girlfriend, even. but they had always planned on taking a mate together with Noah, who hated me. Was I just a placeholder until that woman came along? I didn't think they just wanted me for my womb the way Darren had, but they were approaching 40 and may have been feeling the same kind of urgency about having kids that I had been feeling lately.
You're not ready for this conversation yet.
Seth said softly, misinterpreting my hesitation.
Come on, let's get you back home before you freeze out here.
He and Eli packed up efficiently, and Noah appeared seemingly out of nowhere when we got back to the path to walk to the street. Not for the first time. I wished for fancy shifter eyesight so I could make out the expression on Noah's face, because his body language was tense. Had he watched us the entire time? Why was that idea so appealing? Eli didn't let me out of his grip for a second, always keeping an arm over my shoulders or around my waist. There was something almost desperate about his hold, like he was afraid I was going to run at any second. Usually I was a runner. I was the first to admit that. I didn't want to run this time, though. Maybe this was the new Rhea? She still hated exercise, still drank more coffee than water, but maybe she handled decision-making a little better. Baby steps. Except now I had a new obstacle to deal with that I hadn't before. Fucking Darren. I hated that I'd let him permeate my thoughts, that any part of him lingered in my mind and made me question both my worth and their intentions. I was sandwiched between Eli and Seth on the drive home, all three of us silent, hyper-conscious of the cab driver humming along absently to the radio in the front side. Noah looked back from the front passenger seat, catching my eye as the streetlights overhead illuminated the profile of his face. His expression was unreadable, as it usually was, but there was no mistaking that every ounce of intensity in his gaze was trained deliberately on me. Never one to back down, I rested my cheek on Eli's bicep and stared right back. That's right, big growly predator. I see you, and you don't scare me. Like he could hear my thoughts, the corner of Noah's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, only the slight shake of his beard giving him away. If they wanted to take a mate together as a three, and only two of them wanted me, where did that leave us?
Chapter 7. Noah.
Dear Noah, do you know what I find crazy? That with all three of you, I have something in common. Not just something, but a flaw. Something about my personality that usually drives people away. With Eli, it's the way we cover up our loneliness with mischief and shitty jokes. With Seth, it's our tendency to get too far inside our own head, to get so lost in our own worlds we forget about our responsibilities in the present. And then there's you. You and I suffer from a terrible affliction. A curse, really. We can't get out of the way of our own happiness. Aurelia.
I'd read Aurelia's note so many times the edges of the paper were frayed from how much I'd folded and unfolded it, the letters fading in the creases of the paper. When I'd first discovered the note in the woodshed, I never thought I'd see her again. I'd been pretty fucking confident that I'd made sure of that, so I'd reread her letter as an exercise in self-loathing. It reminded me of what a piece of shit I was. I didn't want to forget that anytime soon. Now that we were all here in New York, those words took on added meaning. Aurelia wasn't just some figment of my imagination existing on paper to remind me I was a fuck-up. She was an actual flesh-and-blood woman who had strong connections with both of my brothers. Not just strong, she'd identified with their weaknesses, and mine. They wanted to keep her. She wasn't ready to admit it, but she wanted to be kept. I'd already tried to do the right thing once before and got it wrong. In sending Aurelia away, all I'd accomplished was hurting all three of them, and making them hate me. 2 weeks without Seth and Eli talking to me unless they absolutely had to had been fucking torture. I knew I could be overbearing. I knew I got on their nerves sometimes because I just wanted to keep them safe. But that was the first time they'd ever been angry at me. It had been hell. It was still hell. Aurelia had slept in between Seth and Eli again while I punished my back by sleeping on the fold-out couch. In a way, I was grateful for it. I was too uncomfortable to sleep, but if I didn't sleep, I didn't have to contend with the nightmares. They'd be even worse after a whole night of Aurelia sleeping on me and somehow keeping them away. She'd woken up this morning and gone upstairs to get ready. Seth and I were lying on our respective beds while Eli used the downstairs shower, both of us contemplative. "Are you ever going to tell us what's in that note?" Seth asked quietly, looking over at me. "What do you think is in it?" I asked, as I folded it up, genuinely curious. Seth hummed, looking up at the ceiling. "If I was Rhea, I'd read you for filth. It would be a 10-page screed on all the reasons you're an insufferable asshole." "It's just one page, sorry to disappoint," I said, holding the folded piece of paper up, suppressing a smile. It was the most relaxed conversation we'd had in 2 weeks. "One page listing all of the reasons you're an insufferable asshole?" Seth asked mildly. "That would have been preferable," I muttered, rolling onto my back and staring up at the ceiling where I could hear Farah and Jeremy moving around in the kitchen. Seth was quiet for a moment, and I racked my brain for something to say to bridge the gap between us. Talking wasn't what we did. Whenever things were hard or there was tension between us, we just waited until it went away. It had never been like this before, though. I had planned to, fix things. Seth began, beating me to it. Clean house, as it were, before pursuing things with Rhea. Obviously, that didn't happen. Darren forced us to act by coming here, and after listening to Eli last night, I don't think he's capable of taking things slowly. I huffed a quiet laugh. Eli had always had the patience of a gnat, right from birth. I didn't think he'd push if it meant risking Aurelia, though. He'd been restrained last night by his standards. "Hey," Eli said, emerging from the bathroom half-dressed, drying his chin-length hair with a towel. "I resent that. I was on my best behavior last night." Seth and I both looked at him as he grinned broadly back at us. "You really look like twins when you both do that face." "We are twins," I replied dryly. The tension in my shoulder eased a little further. I fucking missed my brothers. "Part of cleaning house is getting everything squared with you," Seth continued, leaving his words hanging in the air, and the light mood of the room dissipated instantly. "I'm not going to get in your way." "That's not good enough," Seth shot back. I sat up on the creaky couch, rolling my head to work out the stiffness in my neck. "Fair enough," I sighed. "I support whatever you want to do. Actively support it." "We always said it would be the three of us," Eli began. "I guess it didn't work out that way," I interjected. "You're my brothers. You'll always be in my life. So long as you're happy, I'm happy." I stood up, making my way to the now vacant bathroom to shower. "I wish I believed you," Seth sighed as I closed the door behind me. "One of my buddies, Lance, reckons he picked up a coyote scent. He lives a block over," Jeremy said once all of us were at the breakfast table. Aurelia sat in between Seth and Eli again, her hair tied up in a loose knot that showcased the smooth column of her throat. One loose curl framed her face, and I watched, entranced, as she tucked it behind her ear. Belatedly, I realized that while Jeremy was speaking to everyone, he was looking at me as the most alpha of my brothers. "Get it together, Noah." "He's crafty," I admitted gruffly, recalling the wild goose chase me and Seth had gone on yesterday. "He's covering his scent well and stays just out of reach." I glanced over at Aurelia to see if this development was upsetting her, but of course it wasn't. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. Not just sexy, like I'd thought when I'd first met her, but exquisite. A little ditzy, but incredibly perceptive. Compassionate even when she had no reason to be. Fiercely confident and in tune with her sexuality. Fucking irrational when it came to her own personal safety. I'd never forget how I found her when she left our house, the first time in the middle of the night. curled up in a ball in the roots of a tree, lips blue as a summer's sky. My bear hadn't felt that panicked in a long time.
Are you going to go look for him again?
Aurelia asked absently, pouring herself a coffee that was at least 80% creamer. Seth looked at me, chewing silently on his toast. Whatever lingering resentment he and Eli felt for me sending Aurelia away, they'd still defer to my judgment on this. Keeping people safe was all I was good for. No. Could you have your date at home? I asked Seth, suppressing a smile when Aurelia choked slightly on her coffee. Farah beamed at me across the table. She had been unnervingly cool about our presence and both Seth and Eli's involvement with her daughter. My mom had been so furious when we left for New York, she'd thrown a boot at my head and called me a weak, stupid boy. I'd forgotten how unpleasant her temper was. Sure, we can do that. Seth agreed easily. Rhea, is that okay with you?
Sure.
She said slowly.
Why, what's your angle here?
She was looking at me, but it was Seth who answered. Of all of us, Darren is most likely to come after me one-on-one. Aurelia blinked at him, eyes full of questions that he probably wasn't ready to answer yet. We'll leave. Give the impression it's just the two of you at home. Then I'll double back and monitor the house, I explained, saving Seth from any awkward questions.
Won't Darren just smell you?
Aurelia asked. He's not the only one who can mask his scent, I replied with a grimace. I hated doing it. Covering my natural scent felt disrespectful to my bear, but it had to be done. Aurelia wasn't safe until Darren was gone. That was unacceptable to me.
You're a good man, Noah Bernard. I hope you let yourself see it.
Her words had echoed in my head since she'd said them, going round and round on a relentless loop, torturing me. I didn't feel like a good man. Good men didn't have this constant anger simmering inside them. Good men didn't cost the people they cared about their happiness. They didn't have terrible thoughts about the mother who'd come back into their lives after so long. I wasn't a good man. Even so, her words had sparked something that I couldn't ignore. Aurelia had a tendency to light up everything around her, including the darkest parts of me.
Why don't we go out for lunch?
Farah suggested, looking at Jeremy.
Young Eli can come with us, and I'll drag Joe and Vincent out. See if they're talking to each other yet.
She added exasperatedly. Jeremy nodded, casting an appraising eye over me. Are you going to be all right monitoring the place on your own, son? I swallowed down my surprise at the endearment and nodded silently. I was the strongest and calmest under pressure out of the three of us. It had to be me. Aurelia's scrutinizing eyes penetrated my skull, and I knew she was thinking about my safety instead of her own. Sweet, foolish, perfect woman. I forced myself to shake that idiotic thought away, to not let anyone see it because I was so fucking sure it was written all over my face. Fortunately, I'd barely been able to make eye contact with Aurelia since I'd watched her come all over Eli's fingers last night anyway. I had gotten maybe 2 hours of sleep since then. The rest of the time I was in too much pain from the hard-on that never seemed to end. That, and the sofa bed. It didn't help to have her sleeping in the same room. God knows what she dreamed about, but the faint scent of her arousal always seemed to greet me first thing in the morning. Torture.
Let me call the boys.
Farah said as we finished breakfast, pulling out her phone and staring at it like she'd never seen it before.
Let me.
Aurelia offered, extending her hand. Farah handed over the phone and Aurelia's thumbs moved rapidly over the screen as she pulled up a group call. She held the device away from her as it rang, primping her hair and squinting at her image on screen. Eli smiled indulgently as he watched her like she was the most adorable thing he'd ever seen. He wasn't wrong. The thought aggravated me. It had been easier to compartmentalize the attraction I'd felt towards her when it had just been about fucking her. This whole cute thing was dangerous territory. It made my chest hurt. Hey, Mom, Joe began. Oh, shit. Hi, Rhea, Vincent said warily.
Hello, big brothers mine.
Aurelia said sweetly. too sweetly.
Listen, assholes.
There she was,
Rhea!
Farah scolded.
Mom misses you, even though you're both more PMSy right now than I've ever been in my life, and your company is garbage. You're joining the parentals and Eli for a lunch at... Mom, where do you want to go?
Aurelia's parents stared back at her, and I wondered how much time they'd actually spent with their daughter in recent years if her bluntness took them off guard. This woman had walked right up to me and called me Daddy Bear within 5 minutes of meeting me. After she'd broken into my house, she didn't possess a filter.
Johnny's?
Farah said faintly.
Johnny's.
Aurelia repeated decisively.
Remove your heads from your sphincters beforehand, please and thank you.
She sang before hanging up and sliding the phone back across the table.
Oh, I forgot to tell them what time.
Aurelia said with a frown. I'll message them, Jeremy replied with a grin. See how they're holding up after being eviscerated by their baby sister. Aurelia shrugged like she didn't care much either way before turning her attention back to me.
You sure you're going to be okay, Daddy Bear?
Jeremy practically spit out his coffee, his good mood from a few seconds ago effectively crushed, while Farah's jaw nearly hit the table. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd experienced embarrassment, but I was definitely feeling it now.
Oh, relax.
Aurelia said, flicking her hand dismissively.
You didn't even blink when Eli called me Goldie. Goldilocks? 3 bears? Get it? Yes. Well, Goldie isn't so...
Farah trailed off.
Kinky? You weren't overly concerned about that when we were discussing... Rhea!
Farah laughed.
My darling girl, your revenge attempts are futile. I regret nothing I said in your room the other morning and will continue to advocate for your happiness in whatever form that takes.
Eli and Seth exchanged a loaded look, undoubtedly trying to make sense of Farah's words, while Aurelia huffed indignantly.
Fine,
She groused.
you win this round.
I'm going to head to the store and get some supplies for our date, Seth announced, sounding amused. Realizing I'd been staring at Aurelia for the past 10 minutes, I quickly dropped my eyes to my plate, surprised to find it was empty. I'll go with you, I volunteered, not wanting Seth to head out alone in case Darren got any ideas. Besides, I needed to clear my head before I stationed myself outside for guard duty. The trouble wouldn't be dealing with Darren. It was going to be keeping my focus outside, knowing Aurelia was inside. I'd accompanied Aurelia's family and Eli to Johnny's, the diner where they were going to have a long lunch, before letting myself out the back. I didn't want to alert Darren to my presence too early, so I hung out in the alley behind the restaurant, killing time. I could have waited with Aurelia's family, but it didn't feel appropriate. Eli was getting to know them because he and Aurelia were dating. I didn't expect them to give me the courtesy of updates this time around. I'd basically killed that privilege dead outside the woodshed 2 weeks ago. Maybe Seth would bring up the state of their relationship with her today when they had some privacy. He'd been acting all secretive about what he was going to do, like we didn't already know he was going to cook for Aurelia and impress her with his knowledge of books and art, and probably fuck her brains out while he had the house to himself. I pulled my phone out and punched in Chase's number, waiting impatiently for him to answer. I swore he took his time on purpose just to irritate me. How are my city boys doing? Chase laughed down the line. Ready to pack up and make the move to New York? He was joking, but my heart stuttered in my chest for a moment at the thought. Would my brothers want to move here? They'd have to find new clients, but both of them could work anywhere. Noah, are you there? I was only kidding, Chase said, sounding concerned. Must be the city air getting to my head, I grunted. How are things back home? I'd called Chase on the way to the airport asking him for time off and to monitor our place while we were away, which he'd readily agreed to. It was the first time we'd left town since we had arrived on our grandparents' old territory 2 decades ago. Under control, Chase reassured me. Nate surprised us by showing up in town again. He's staying for the winter and has been a big help to get things ready at your place. We cleared the gutters and put the storm windows up yesterday. Thank you, I said gruffly. It was a big fucking ask, but Chase hadn't hesitated to accept when I'd made it. Is my mother all right? There was a long pause at the end of the line before Chase spoke again. We haven't seen her. She's at home, we can hear her inside, but she never comes out. Shit. I was hardly an expert on social niceties, but that seemed rude by anyone's standards. Sorry about that, I muttered uncomfortably. She wasn't thrilled about us coming here. Another pregnant pause from Chase. I'm not sure that's something you should apologize for, Noah. I nodded silently, leaning back against the brick wall of the diner. I wasn't so sure about that either. Did you do what you went out there to do? Chase asked. We're laying a trap for Darren now. We think he's more likely to make a play with just Seth around. Seth has a reputation around these parts for not shifting. I guess Darren might think he'd be an easier target, if Darren was an idiot, which he is. Chase chuckled. That wasn't entirely what I was talking about, though. Eli and Seth are eager to pursue something with Aurelia. They don't want to rush her, but their intentions for something permanent are clear. I delivered the words factually, careful not to let any feeling into my voice. And what about your intentions? Chase pressed. Irrelevant. I chuckled humorlessly. I need to go. Darren will probably make his move soon. You're not irrelevant, Noah. Take care. I rubbed my temple aggressively as I hung up and shoved my phone back into my pocket. I hated when Chase said shit like that. It made a panicky feeling rise in my throat. I pulled out the small bottle of patchouli oil Seth grabbed for me at the store and applied it liberally at the pulse points on my neck and wrists, rubbing it over my clothes, then running my scented fingers through my hair. Initially, the urge to shift was strong. My bear hated the foreign scent and wanted to find the nearest body of water to dive into and get it off. Fortunately, unlike Seth, my bear and human side weren't usually at odds. We had always had a single unified focus on protecting Seth, Eli, and our territory. Only in recent weeks had we been out of sync. My bear rivaled Seth for rage these days, except unlike Seth's bear, mine had always been protective by nature, possessive. Worse than usual recently. I took the long way back to the house, confusing my tracks as much as possible, even with my scent mask, not wanting to take any chances at tipping Darren off. I had a fuck ton of frustration to work out, and his face was the perfect outlet for it. I'd prefer to think about all the ways I could break every bone in Darren's body than remember the only date left with Aurelia was mine. Perhaps my brothers assumed I'd agreed to take part to woo her or something, but as I fiddled with the letter in my pocket again and remembered the words she'd said to me on Liberty Island, I knew they had the wrong idea. Still, I could make it a date she wouldn't forget. Encourage her to connect with Seth and Eli, make it clear I wouldn't get in their way again. Once Seth and Eli had their mating bites on her, the attraction between us would disappear. She'd be like a sister to me, nothing more. The thought was so abhorrent that my muscles vibrated with the need to shift and roar at the sky, at the fucking injustice of it all. My own head was my worst goddamn enemy. I waited in the shadows across the street from Aurelia's parents' house, unsurprised that it didn't take long for Darren to approach. He'd been living near us long enough to know that Seth rarely shifted. It made him easy to underestimate. Darren slipped down the narrow pathway between Aurelia's parents' house and the high fence that ran between their place and the neighbors. He was going for the basement window, I realized, anger clouding my vision before I shook my head to expel it. Now was not the time to lose my shit. Fortunately, he was so focused on listening to what was happening in the house that he didn't check his six. I snuck up along the neighbor's side of the fence, waiting to make sure I had the element of surprise, before I jumped it and grabbed the back of Darren's collar, hauling him off the window ledge and tossing him against the brick wall. Seth could undoubtedly hear the commotion outside, but hopefully he'd keep Aurelia inside away from it. She didn't need to deal with this sack of shit. I'd say you better have a good reason for being here, but you and I both know that no reason is going to cut it. I growled, muscles rippling beneath my skin as I fought the urge to shift and rip Darren apart with tooth and claw. Look, Darren began, scrambling upright and backing up slowly, eyes wide with panic. This is a misunderstanding. Aurelia and I are working on things. Obviously, you're out of the loop. I snorted at his gall while I advanced on him, giving him the smallest amount of credit that he didn't immediately fall to my feet and beg for mercy. I was a scary motherfucker at the best of times, and right now I was livid. Darren was clearly strong enough to warrant a leadership position in his old pack. It was a shame he was too sick and twisted to deserve any kind of power. That shit might have worked on our brothers, but they don't know what a manipulative piece of shit you are. I do. Darren fainted left, but his feet gave him away. I closed the distance between us, slamming him up against the fence, pinning him there with my forearm across his throat. He was taller and stronger than the average human, but a coyote was no match for a goddamn grizzly bear. That he was attempting to fight back was both commendable and fucking moronic. You don't want her, Darren gasped, his oxygen supply diminishing. I'm doing you all a favor by taking her off your hands. Why's that? I asked, easing the pressure on his windpipe. My voice was deceptively calm, dangerously so. If Darren had two brain cells to rub together, he'd realize that. Instead, his eyes lit up like I'd just given him the golden opportunity he'd been waiting for. She's crazy. She's only a carrier and she's so desperate for any shifter, it's fucking sad, honestly. But because I think everyone deserves happiness, even carriers, I've decided to let her be with me. I thought this guy was a lawyer. Weren't they meant to be smart? And yet, Aurelia had no idea you were a shifter until after we told her. She knew! Darren shouted, eyes flaring. Aurelia knew all along. She's lying because she thought you guys were a better option. She only moved to my cabin because she wanted to get closer to you. I laughed humorlessly, slamming Darren's head back against the fence. You know, if you'd have given me this stupid spiel the first time you showed up at the cabin, I might have actually believed you. You might be a slimy bastard, but Aurelia showing up was too convenient, too suspicious, too good to be true. I sucker punched him in the gut, moving back as he hunched over to grab his head and slam his nose into my knee. Unfortunately for you, I got to know Aurelia, so I know everything you just said was bullshit. It was very rare that I got a fight without having to pull my punches. I made the most of it now, allowing myself to cause the maximum amount of damage as I threw Darren down onto the concrete. His head landed with a satisfying thud, and I gave him a feral grin he was probably too dazed to see. The neighbor poked his head out of the window, but I already knew he was a fox shifter and an old friend of Jeremy's. He gave me an approving nod before closing the window a little louder than necessary. A nice little fuck you to Darren, reiterating that he was on his own. Darren groaned and I stomped the heel of my boot into his hand, grinding down until I heard each individual bone crack. I couldn't kill him. Even without a pack to avenge him, Darren had more than enough ties to the human world to make a mysterious disappearance problematic. I sure as fuck was going to make him bleed, though. Get up, I ordered. Fight me. Why? Darren snapped, glaring up at me, blood streaming from his nose. This isn't a fair fight. I scoffed at the fucking audacity of that comment. I just caught you trying to break into Aurelia's home. You really want to talk about playing fair right now, asshole? Darren rolled to his hands and knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood before climbing slowly to his feet. We both knew I was toying with him. This wasn't a fight, it was a beating. But his only other option was to not defend himself, and he wasn't about to let that happen. Why are you doing this? Darren snarled, stumbling clumsily toward me. I could see him trying to force his shift. Idiotic, since we were in broad daylight. but all his energy was going towards healing his wounds. He didn't have enough spare energy to shift. Yet. I warned you to stay away from her. I stood my ground, letting him come to me. She's not worth it, he huffed, swinging wide. I caught his wrist easily, spinning him around as I bent his arm behind his back. Maybe not to you, I said quietly in his ear before lazily chucking him on the ground again like the sack of trash he was. Here's what's going to happen, I began, striding forward to loom over Darren's prone form. You're going to go back to Fairbanks today. You'll sell your cabin in the woods, your apartment in town, quit your job, and fucking move. Feel me? What? Darren sputtered, trying to push himself up. I gave him a swift kick in the ribs that made him fall back with a groan. I'm a generous guy. These things take time. You have a month, but if I see your face, I won't be able to resist a repeat of today. So I strongly suggest you stay out of my way. You fucking asshole, Darren gasped, clutching his ribs. That's not very nice, I tutted. Maybe a few missing teeth would be a good reminder to say nothing unless you have something nice to say. Fuck you, he hissed as footsteps approached behind me. He looks a little worse for wear, Seth remarked, standing a few feet back, arms crossed. I asked Rhea to remain in the house. He added at the disapproving look I gave him. You know that won't happen, I scoffed. Sure enough, not 2 seconds later, I heard the snick of the front door. Aurelia's footsteps were light enough as she made her way around the house to make me think she was trying to be sneaky. Much like when she tried to sneak out of our house that very first night, she wasn't as good at it as she thought she was.
Oh, dear,
Aurelia drawled, examining her blood-soaked ex-boyfriend dispassionately.
Red is not your color, Darren.
Did you miss the part where I asked her to stay safely in the house? Seth asked, looking back behind him. Aurelia reached up to grab his shoulders, and Seth caught her easily as she jumped on his back. He wasn't quite fast enough to hide the surprise on his face, and I tensed, half wondering if he was going to reflexively throw her off. Seth was always the one to initiate physical touch. It was a control issue for him. Even if he was wrestling with one of us, we waited until he kicked it off. It was probably a blessing and a curse that Aurelia didn't seem to notice boundaries.
Better?
She asked sweetly, wrapping her arms around his neck.
There's nowhere safer than here.
Better, he agreed gruffly. My throat felt tight. Fuck knows what was happening in Seth's head.
Good,
Aurelia announced.
Let me clean this up. Chapter 8. Aurelia. I wriggled a little to get comfortable on Seth's back before digging my phone out of my back pocket to message my family chat. Stay in the house, Rhea, I snorted internally. It was sweet Seth thought my delicate lady sensibilities wouldn't be able to handle a little blood, but his concerns were misplaced. First, I had idiotic brothers with accelerated healing abilities who regularly beat the shit out of each other just for fun. Blood I could handle. Second, I wanted to see Darren bleed. I'd wanted to see it way back in Fairbanks when I'd been merely a jilted, lied-to lover, before Darren had upgraded himself to stalker. Me. Tweedledum and Tweedledee, you done eating? We are in need of your trash removal services. Joe.
On it, Tweedle dipshit.
Rude. Joe and Vincent are en route for cleanup, I announced, sliding my phone back in my pocket.
I'll wait out here until they show up,
Noah said gruffly.
Go enjoy your date.
Darren grumbled something under his breath that I didn't catch, but it earned him a kick in the gut from Noah. God. Noah didn't even look like he'd been fighting. There wasn't a scratch or speck of blood on him.
You don't have any last words for your ex-boyfriend?
Seth asked mildly, though I felt the flex of his fingers on the back of my thighs as he spoke. Was he jealous? That was kind of sexy. Nope.
No.
Noah asked, looking at me in surprise.
You're not usually shy about speaking your mind.
I batted my eyelashes at Noah, flattered he'd been paying attention, and he rolled his eyes in return. I'm not shy. I just don't want to waste my energy on the human equivalent of a stubbed toe, I explained. Seth and Noah both looked at me like I was speaking Greek. You know that moment when you bang your little toe on the leg of the coffee table and you're pretty sure your entire foot is broken and they should just amputate now and save everyone the trouble? But then it's actually fine and heals like half an hour later, and you pretend like you weren't ready to sell your soul to get your foot amputated? That is Darren. Darren is the inconvenience, pain, and drama of that situation, as well as the inevitable realization that it really wasn't a big deal to begin with anyway, and the resulting humiliation. I spared him a quick glance and was glad to see that even underneath the splotches of blood, his face was growing red with rage. Good.
Right.
Seth drawled, probably never having had an overdramatic moment in his entire life.
Well, Noah, if you're sure you've got this under control.
Noah nodded, and I glanced back at him over my shoulder as Seth turned, carrying me back towards the house. His grip on me was comfortingly strong, like he was worried I'd slip through his fingers if he didn't hold on to me. I didn't thank him, I protested as Seth climbed the front steps.
You can thank him later. Right now, I want you all to myself.
Seth replied easily, pushing open the front door. He didn't let me down until we were in the kitchen.
Go sit if you like. I'll finish up in here.
Seth said, moving as easily around my parents' kitchen as he did around his own. What are we having? I asked, opening the bottle of wine he'd set out and pulling out 2 glasses. I'd been too busy getting ready to pay attention to his grocery store haul. Was midday too early for red wine? I bet it wasn't in Europe.
It won't be very exciting for you.
Seth replied with that delicious, dry amusement in his voice that I liked so much.
Steak and roasted vegetables. We mostly eat moose, fish, or goat at home. Beef is a treat.
I'm not complaining, I said, sliding the glass along the counter to him and sitting up on a bar stool. Steak is always good. I watched his back as he worked, moving efficiently around the space, prepping vegetables and mincing garlic. Seth, Noah, and Eli were all fucking huge, but they had a way of owning the space around them like it was built just for them. It was the confidence they each exuded in different ways, a belief that wherever they were, they had every right to be there. Honestly, that confidence inspired a little envy in me. I never felt like I fit anywhere, and they just swanned on into New York City like they did it all the time. I just wanted to fit in somewhere. It felt like they fit in everywhere.
Let's sit at the table.
Seth announced, pulling the steaks out of the cast iron skillet. The whole house smelled amazing, and I couldn't wait to dig in. I had to admit, Seth was bringing his A game for this date. It was cozy and adorable, and he seemed to get as much enjoyment out of cooking for me as I got being cooked for. Plus, he'd spent like 2 solid hours at the store buying ingredients because he was so impressed at the variety. 5 minutes later, Seth set down a plate of steak with garlic butter, baked potato, and steamed broccolini in front of me before taking his seat opposite me. Get in me.
So, what's the verdict, sweetheart?
Seth asked as I took my first bite of steak and my eyes rolled back into my skull. You know it's good, I replied, glancing at him with one eyebrow raised. It may legitimately have been the best meal I'd ever had. Sorry, Mom.
Good.
Seth replied simply, but he looked smug as fuck.
Your brothers have come and gone, by the way.
He added, glancing at the wall behind me that Darren had been thrown up against not that long ago. Where's Noah?
He left with them.
Seth replied, scrutinizing my face like he was looking for a trace of disappointment, or approval, or something. Something to give away how I was feeling about the broodiest of my bear brothers. Well, not mine, just the bear brothers. The 3 bears to my Goldilocks. Was Noah a grumpy kid? I asked offhandedly, before realizing my mistake. I looked up, opening my mouth to try to do damage control, but Seth beat me to it.
I can talk about my childhood without falling apart.
Seth said lightly, his eyebrow raised. I wouldn't blame you if you couldn't, I replied honestly. Seth shrugged.
It's not my favorite subject, but I'm 37. The fire was a long time ago, and we had a whole life before that day.
I nodded silently, hoping he'd continue. Seth wasn't the most verbose guy, though he expressed himself fine with just the twitch of an eyebrow or the clench of his jaw. It was seriously an art form.
Our parents didn't have a happy mating. They met when they were teenagers, first love and all.
He paused to collect his thoughts, and my mind traveled back to my high school boyfriend, Lyle. He was cute and all, but I'm glad we weren't tied together for life.
Their parents were both big believers in bloodline purity.
Seth pronounced the word with an almost visceral disgust.
Since they were both bear shifters and enamored enough with each other for the bond to take, both sets of parents pushed them towards a mating.
That's awful, I murmured. I still thought Bernadette was a raging psychopath, but I could acknowledge that was a shitty situation for two young teenagers to be in. Seth nodded, looking contemplative.
They shouldn't have ever mated, but once it was done, that was it. It's permanent. Noah and I were born just after Mom turned 18. She was home with us. Dad worked in town and often stayed there during the week.
She was home alone with twin babies in the middle of nowhere? I replied, my ovaries curling in on themselves in protective mode, armadillo style. That was actual nightmare fodder.
My dad's parents, who lived in the cottage we now use for the studio, weren't too far away. They came to help a lot, but Mom never liked them. They died when I was 7.
Seth took another bite of food, and I took a bigger than polite swig of wine. I hadn't expected the conversation to get this heavy, but I wasn't mad about it either. There was so much about them I didn't understand, but I really wanted to.
Eli was a last-ditch effort at salvaging things.
Seth said eventually. He was choosing his words carefully, clearly uncomfortable with the subject, but he didn't fidget or stutter.
Noah and I were 5. I remember Mom screaming at me to get towels. She gave birth in the bath. Dad was asleep, hungover.
Jesus. There was so much to unpack there, I didn't know where to begin. Did he drink a lot? I asked tentatively. Seth hummed in agreement, taking another bite of his food and chewing slowly.
Mom only really liked Noah.
Seth admitted with a wry, almost smile.
He was her favorite by a long shot. Further solidified when he shifted at age 12, perfectly on track, and I didn't. She wasn't the most compassionate when she thought I was a carrier.
He grimaced, giving me an apologetic look.
Obviously, that prejudice hasn't gone away.
I shrugged, unperturbed. I'd grown up in a community of shifters and had been the only one not to shift when puberty hit. Bernadette's aversion to carriers wasn't unique, though she was by far the biggest asshole about it I'd ever met. Most of my family and friends were more pitying than outright hostile about it, which generated its own set of issues. No one wanted to be the one at the block party that everyone surreptitiously shot sad glances at all evening. That pity was the reason I had run in human crowds since I left for college. It's honestly hard to see you three as even related to Bernadette, I admitted. You're so kind, and Eli's so funny and playful. I thought a little harder when it came to Noah. He was surly, a la Bernadette, but he didn't have a snobbish or elitist bone in his body. Honestly, I wondered sometimes if the anger was his armor. Seth raised an eyebrow at me like he knew what I was thinking.
To answer your original question, growing up, Noah was by far the funniest of all 3 of us.
You're lying, I accused flatly.
I'm not.
Seth insisted, suppressing a smile.
I'd be off in a corner somewhere, sketching, while Noah commandeered everyone's attention. He would do little skits for the whole family.
Shut up, I breathed, resting my elbows on the table and leaning forward, manners be damned. Noah? Your twin brother Noah?
Yes, my twin brother Noah.
Seth replied dryly, though his dark eyes danced with amusement.
When he's not being an asshole or stressing needlessly about every little thing, he's still quite funny. He has his moments.
I kind of think you're fucking with me, I said, leaning back in my chair and reaching for my wine glass. You do have an excellent poker face.
You'll see.
Seth insisted.
Sooner rather than later, I think. He's warming up to you.
Noah? I scoffed. He's warming up to my parents. I think my dad might cry when he leaves. Me, I'm less confident. For the first time in our heavy-as-fuck lunch conversation, Seth looked a little nervous. "What is it?" I asked as the silence extended.
I wanted to talk to you about something while I've got you alone.
Seth said carefully, putting his knife and fork down and looking at me with enough intensity to make me squirm. "Okay," I replied, matching his tone and setting my glass down. Most of my meal finished already. Cool as a cucumber. I totally had this. I was a calm, mature woman who was all about the grown-up conversations.
I know Eli hinted at this last night. We agreed to broach the subject gently.
He rubbed the back of his neck, and I was oddly struck by the urge to comfort him, even as my own heartbeat picked up pace.
Before you returned to New York, Eli and I had planned to talk to you about staying.
Staying?
With us.
Staying with you, I repeated dumbly.
Rhea,
Seth said exasperatedly, giving me a pointed look.
you know we want to take a mate together. We were hoping it would be you. This can't be such a surprise.
I very much beg to differ. You want to take a mate together, the three of you. And Noah isn't interested in me, so of course this is surprising news to me. Fuck, that hurt to say out loud. I couldn't even pinpoint exactly why.
Not interested?
Seth scoffed, like he'd never heard anything so ridiculous.
Trust me, Noah's problem is definitely not about his level of interest. He is interested. Does he deserve you as a mate? Probably not. Why don't you tell me about what he said to convince you to leave?
Shit, I'd almost forgotten about that. Not that Noah had threatened to report me to the police for carrying around Darren's stolen gun. I would take that memory to my deathbed and be salty as fuck about it the entire way. But I'd semi-forgotten Seth and Eli didn't know all the details. I opened my mouth before closing it again. Is it weird if I don't want to tell you? I sighed eventually, peeking up at Seth through my eyelashes.
A little.
I think this is something he and I have to sort through, you know? You and Eli are talking about me sticking around, and Noah is your brother and he'll always be around, regardless. I don't think it's helpful for you and Eli to rage at him on my behalf. The more I thought about it, the more it felt right. I want to deal with this on my own, I said decisively, a sentence I was pretty confident I'd never said in my life. Seth's jaw clenched slightly, his gaze assessing as he took in the conviction on my face.
This is important to you?
Seth confirmed. Very. I'm not ruling out something coming of this thing between us, but I can't make the same mistakes I did with Darren. I can't just jump in feet first and hope for the best, expecting someone else to save me if it all goes wrong. I pleaded with my eyes for him to understand where I was coming from, exhaling in relief when he gave a reluctant nod of assent. For this conversation, I was glad it was Seth I was dealing with, not Eli. I doubted he would have let it drop so easily.
As you wish.
Seth sighed heavily.
I don't want that conversation to spoil our date, but I'd like you to consider what I said.
What would that even look like? I asked, finishing my last bite of potato and setting down my knife and fork. It's one thing to sleep with both of you, but a relationship? Seth's eyes gleamed as he finished his own meal.
Come back with us and we'll introduce you to Lacey. She has 4 mates, 5 kids, and is the happiest woman I know.
For a moment, I let myself entertain the fantasy, waking up between warm, solid bodies, limbs entangled every morning, the sound of little feet running across the hardwood floor of their cabin, the feeling of being at the center of something, of my family, my lovers, instead of always existing at the periphery, never quite feeling like I fit.
You want that.
Seth surmised in a low, liquid voice that I felt everywhere.
You're imagining what our life could be like, would be like, and you like it.
I'm not making any promises, I replied immediately, wanting to tamp down his expectations. But my voice was breathy, and I knew I was already breaking out the fuck me eyes. I couldn't help it. That vision of the future had gotten me all hot and bothered, and Eli had only given me one teensy orgasm on our date after 2 weeks of 0 orgasms, then rudely put his dick into storage for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, it didn't look like Seth was planning on following in Eli's footsteps.
Come here.
Seth commanded, pushing back from the table and patting his thigh. Honestly, if he asked me to strip naked and crawl, I'd probably have done it. Seth's voice, his swagger, was just so hypnotic. He could make me do anything. I moved around the table, catching the edge with my hip in my eagerness. Smooth, totally smooth, and swung a leg over Seth's lap so I straddled him. His hand instantly moved to the smarting spot on my hip, rubbing soothing circles over my jeans.
We should probably take these off so I can properly inspect your injury,
Seth murmured, his fingers hooking in the belt loops of my jeans to pull me against him. My lips crashed into his instantly, like we were two magnets drawn together instinctually. Despite me sitting above him and my head tipping down to meet his, Seth was entirely in control. He sucked my lower lip into his mouth, his teeth scraping lightly on the tender inside of my lip, and I fairly melted against him, wanting every part of my body against every part of his. Let's go upstairs, I breathed against his lips, my voice so husky I barely recognized myself.
To your childhood bedroom?
Seth asked in surprise, pulling back slightly.
You wouldn't feel more comfortable downstairs?
No. That is my brother's room as far as I'm concerned. Gross. Besides, Seth pressed, my toys are upstairs. I thought you might like to play. I'd barely got the words out before Seth threw me over his shoulder like I weighed nothing. One hand clamped possessively down on my ass as he strode up the stairs. This is a little terrifying, I murmured, looking down the staircase as I hung over his back.
But you know I'd never drop you, which is why you're not actually scared.
Seth replied with absolute certainty. Door on the left. I breathed as Seth reached the top of the staircase. Seth walked confidently into my room and dropped me down on the bed, going to close the door while I took a moment for the dizziness to clear. Right, toys. It wasn't something we'd discussed before, but I somehow knew Seth would be into it. He liked control. He enjoyed drawing out my pleasure at his own pace. This seemed like a logical interest he would have. I'm sure Eli would too, but he was too impatient. He'd probably ask me to play with my vibrator while he watched, then throw it across the room and fuck me senseless after 2 whole minutes. I opened my bedside drawer and pulled out a selection I wanted to play with. A slim silver butt plug, lube, a silk tie, and my beloved clit sucker, Clint. Seth stood at the edge of the bed, silently watching as I laid them all out on the bed.
Do you remember your safe word?
Red, I replied breathily.
Good. Take off your clothes.
Yes, please. I almost fell off the bed in my enthusiasm to get my jeans and shirt off. Be cool, Rhea. Jesus. The last thing I needed was to crack my head on the floor when we were just getting to the good stuff. Oh my God. Between the bruise that was forming on my hip bone and nearly flopping off the bed like a fish out of water, I was not acing the seductive vibe I was going for. Fortunately, because I had been very much hoping this is where the date would lead, I was wearing a matching lavender lace bra and panties set, and Seth's eyes flared hungrily as he took them in. At least my lingerie wasn't failing me, unlike my coordination.
Fuck.
He muttered.
Leave the bra on.
I laid back on the bed and pushed my panties over my hips, lifting my butt in the air to get them down, hoping I looked as seductive as I felt. I was in my prettiest lingerie, hair and makeup on point, and I had a guy staring at me like he wanted to devour me. It was a heady feeling. Seth nodded at the selection of toys, arms crossed over his broad chest, muscles bulging.
Play.
By myself? I almost asked, but I decided not to ruin the intensity by talking. I wanted to see how this played out. I rubbed a little lube around the edge of my suction toy and, reminding myself that I'd already had a threesome with this guy and modesty had long since gone out the window, laid back on my pillows with my knees spread. Seth sucked in a breath, and I caught him adjusting his dick in his jeans, which gave me the additional boost of confidence I needed. I angled the suction head over my clit and turned it on at the lowest setting, letting out a low groan as the first pulses started. Fuck, I loved Clint.
Tell me what it feels like.
Seth ordered, voice all stern and delicious. Like amazing oral sex from someone with endless stamina? I panted, turning up the intensity. Seth hummed, sitting on the edge of the bed and picking up the plug and the lube. Even on the lowest settings, the suction could have me coming in less than 5 minutes easy, and he could probably see my stomach muscles contracting. He prepared the plug, and everything clenched in anticipation. It had been so long since I'd had someone to play with, and I'd never felt as relaxed with anyone about this stuff as I did with Seth. I'd brought the tie out for a reason. I was hoping he'd at least bind my wrists, and that wasn't something I did with just anyone.
Don't come yet.
Seth ordered softly, and I bit back a whine. But, so close.
Wait.
He warned, his hand running firmly up one leg. What if I just did it anyway? I could take the punishment. The hint of a smile teased around Seth's mouth as he observed whatever he saw on my face.
Well, I was going to fuck you, but if you can't be good.
I can be good, I replied quickly, turning down the intensity to keep my impending orgasm at bay. I'll totally be good. Seth snorted like he didn't believe me, and I wasn't entirely sure I believed myself either. But if we didn't fuck, I'd be seriously disappointed. No one else was home. This was the perfect opportunity.
Roll over,
He instructed, tapping the side of my leg. Not wanting to lose the amazing feeling on my clit, I kept the toy in place as I rolled onto my front, very much face down, ass up. Oh God, this angle was amazing. My hips rocked a little of their own accord as I lost myself to the sensation.
Beautiful,
Seth murmured, sliding his hand up the back of my thigh and giving my ass a firm squeeze.
fucking perfection.
I sunk my teeth into my lower lip, moaning softly at the feeling of his hands on my skin. His touch was sparse, deliberate, designed to entice. He totally had a begging kink, and I was completely on board with that. Seth's touch disappeared, and a second later, I felt the cool lube on my ass, followed by Seth's strong fingers, massaging circles into my hypersensitive flesh. Please, I panted. Fuck, please, please, please. If he wanted begging, I'd give him begging.
Please what, sweetheart?
Please put the plug in my ass and tie my wrist up and fuck me until I pass out. Seth made a strangled noise, like he was choking back a laugh.
Well, how can I say no to such a sweet request?
The cool tapered tip of the plug replaced Seth's fingers, and I stopped my writhing, forcing myself to relax so he could push it in. I moaned, my eyes scrunched shut as my body adjusted to the sensation. It felt good. It always felt good. But our threesome had possibly ruined me. I wanted at least one more cock to play with. Maybe 2 more.
Feel good, sweetheart?
Seth asked, toying with the jeweled end of the plug just enough to make me squirm. Please, can I come? I panted, my inner walls clenching around nothing.
I want to feel it.
He replied easily.
Toy down. You wanted your wrists bound.
Stupid me for suggesting that. I turned off the suction toy with a pained sigh, setting it aside and adjusting my position to bend both arms behind my back. The silk felt heavenly as it wrapped around my wrists, Seth's movements careful, but his tie secure. I tugged experimentally and found my arms thoroughly bound, the sensation only heightening my arousal. The soft yet constricting feeling on my skin, knowing I was at Seth's mercy, knowing my pleasure was in his hands and having absolute trust he'd get me there, it was addictive.
I was going to tease you a little longer, but you make such a pretty picture like this. I don't know if I can resist.
Seth admitted. Don't resist, I encouraged, wiggling my ass a little. I saw Seth reach for the discarded toy out of the corner of my eye, humming under his breath for a moment as he inspected it. It buzzed to life, and Seth reached around me to position it in place, finding my clit with impressive precision. I buried my face in the pillow to muffle my long, obnoxious moan. Holy fuck! I had only ever played with Clint alone, and it felt incredible to have someone else operating him.
Not yet.
Seth reminded me, moving behind me, the tip of his cock stroking teasingly at my entrance. I was reaching my good girl limits. We were on the fast track to Brat Town if he didn't put that in me soon. Fortunately, Seth didn't seem to want to wait any longer either. He gripped my hip with one hand, the other still expertly maneuvering the toy as he impaled me in one smooth thrust. Fuck! I went off like a rocket. I was pretty sure my soul left my body and floated up into the ether to chill among the stars for a bit. It was like that song where the dude didn't need anyone to tell him about heaven because he saw proof in his daughter, except I was seeing proof via my orgasmic out-of-body experience. I should write a song about it. I twitched, my hips bucking to get my oversensitive clit away from Clint. Fortunately, Seth realized what I was doing, pulling it away and turning the device off. That was the only reprieve before he was on me, fucking me like a man possessed, or like a demon doing the possessing. His fingers pressed hard enough into my hips to leave bruises, and fuck, I hoped they would. I wanted to see his marks on my skin. If my hands were free, I'd claw a few of my own into his chest. Fuck! I breathed, my nipples grazing against the blanket, the rough denim of Seth's jeans scraping against the back of my thighs. That he was fully dressed while I was stark naked and tied up at his mercy only added to the deliciously filthy feeling.
I can see your parents and Eli at the end of the street,
Seth murmured, leaning over me to look out the small window.
You have 3 minutes to come for me again, sweetheart. 2 if you don't want them to hear your moans.
Shit! I don't think I can! I all but wailed in a panic.
Oh, I think you can.
Seth landed a hard slap on my ass. The sting of pain quickly melded into a rush of pleasure. He kept up his pace, alternating sides, giving me no reprieve as he thrust all the way into me until I didn't know where he began and I ended. It was heaven. My orgasm didn't build slowly, giving me any warning. It snuck up on me and blinded me with its intensity. Seth! I breathed as I struggled to keep myself from collapsing as my limbs turned to gelatin. As he found his own release, Seth guided me flat onto the mattress, holding his weight off me until his cock stopped twitching and he eventually withdrew. I was mush. Done. Cooked. Unavailable for human interaction for the foreseeable future. Also very sticky. Seth quickly untied my wrists, rubbing circulation back into them as he pulled me to his side. I snuggled into his body heat, too blissed out to care that my parents were going to come in the house any second and scent exactly what we'd been up to. That was future Ria's problem.
Was that okay?
Seth asked, sounding unusually hesitant.
Was I too rough with you?
What? I asked dazedly, tipping my head back to look up at him. No, you were amazing. That was amazing. I want that all over again when I'm recovered and my parents are as physically far away from here as possible. Maybe we should crack a window.
Probably.
He grimaced.
What are the odds that your dad will beat the shit out of me?
None, I should hope. I am a grown-ass woman, and he's over a decade too late if it's my virtue they're worried about. I mumbled sleepily. Don't suppose you could carry me to the bathroom? I'm a little messy. If we run into my dad, you can use me as a human shield.
Yes to the bathroom, no to the human shield.
Seth replied, that hint of laughter appearing in his voice again. God, one day I wanted to hear him properly laugh. The kind of laugh that came from his gut and made his eyes crinkle at the corners. Seth crossed the room to grab my dressing gown off the back of the door, helping me into it and securing the tie around my waist. He scooped me into his arms and I lay there like a limp orgasmic noodle, leaning my head against his chest and reveling in how strong and safe he felt. At least I knew for sure my date with Noah wouldn't end in sex. My body needed some recovery time after that. Chapter 9. Aurelia. After Seth and I emerged, fresh as daisies, my mom had already cleaned up from our lunch, waving off Seth's profuse apologies with a knowing glint in her eye. Dad was in front of the TV, sulking. "Where's Noah?" I asked around a yawn. The combination of red wine for lunch and make me see stars midday sex had me ready for bed by mid-afternoon. "He went with your brothers to take that issue to the airport," Mom sniffed. "Then he was going to get some supplies for your date tonight." "What?" I asked in surprise. Seth looked equally surprised, but Eli just shrugged.
"He mentioned doing something tonight if Darren was dealt with."
Eli volunteered. Seth looked placated, but something about that set off alarm bells in my head, though I couldn't place why.
"You look like you need a nap, sweetheart,"
Seth murmured. I nodded absently, too busy milling over Eli's words to realize that Seth had just casually called me sweetheart in front of my family like it was something we did all the time.
"Yes, nap time!"
Eli said excitedly, wrapping an arm around my waist and lifting me off my feet. I shrieked embarrassingly loud, grabbing onto his forearm as he carried me one-armed down the hallway. "Put me down, you lunatic!" I laughed, smacking his arm.
"Can't!"
Eli replied instantly, already heading down the stairs to the basement.
"The whole house smells like you and Seth's date, and I stupidly swore not to have sex with you until I convince you to stay with us forever. I'm losing my mind. I need cuddles at least."
"It was your stupid idea to take sex off the table," I grumbled. The mortification of my parents being able to scent what Seth and I had been up to now hitting me with full force. "Shouldn't we go get Seth? It seems a little cruel to leave him alone with my parents and the whole smell thing."
"Serves him right,"
Eli muttered, not worried about Seth in the least as he carried me into the downstairs bedroom and tossed me down on the bed. He climbed in behind me, hauling me back against him. I snuggled in, happy for a minute to rest my sleepy eyes. "I'm counting on you, Mom. Don't let Dad kill my boyfriend." After a solid 2-hour nap, Seth had gently woken me up so I had time to get ready, and shoved a sulking Eli off the bed. I went up to my room to make myself presentable, though I had no clue what I was getting presentable for. My expectations for date night with Noah were 0. The bar wasn't just low, it was on the floor. No, the bar was in hell. He could have taken me to one of those indoor kids' playgrounds filled with germs and ordered us mini corn dogs to share, and I would honestly be impressed he'd gone to the effort. That shit wouldn't fly if we were actually dating. If a guy I was seeing brought me to a kid's playground for a date, I'd castrate him in the parking lot. But Noah and I most definitely weren't dating. This was purely an exercise in proving his brothers wrong on his end, proving he had game after his awkward little coffee shop encounter. I decided to treat it as a night off. Seth and Eli were amazing, but I was definitely the kind of woman who was inclined to get so wrapped up in a dude that I neglected my own friendships, especially now that they were talking about something serious coming out of this. I didn't want to make the same mistakes I'd always made this time around. Step number 1, lots of friend time. Noah and I were friends. He just didn't know that yet. I mean, if Seth and Eli wanted this thing between us to be more, then friendship with Noah wasn't just logical, it was a necessity. I still didn't know how this was all going to work in practice, but moving past the tension between the two of us was a critical first step. Even if I was still feeling a teensy bit bitter about the whole blackmailing me to leave thing, I could be mature about it. I hadn't once contemplated robbing Noah or burning his seemingly endless collection of plaid shirts. If that wasn't progress, what was? I had no idea what he had planned, so I dressed casually in skinny jeans and my Ramon sweater, since Noah had liked it oh so much the last time I wore it. Not wanting to be underdressed, I applied a smoky eye with the help of a makeup tutorial video, then straightened my hair. I almost never bothered. I liked my curls, and straightening it was so much effort. But I was in the mood for something different. By the time I was done, the tips of my hair brushed the waistband of my jeans. I gave myself a once-over in the full-length mirror, fluffing up my hair a little. I looked good. I didn't care what the teens said. Skinny jeans and a side part were timeless staples that I would be rocking in the nursing home. I could hear the guys talking downstairs and my dad's booming laughter, and I shook my head slightly to wipe the goofy smile off my face. He'd definitely been apprehensive when the three of them showed up, and this afternoon probably hadn't helped, but they'd been steadily winning him over like it was the easiest thing in the world. Dad and Noah seemed to get along the best. My dad, a New York native and part-time accountant, was intrigued by Noah's job as a ranger, the process of building their cabin by hand, and everything off-grid living. Well before I'd moved to Alaska, my dad had been following bloggers who lived self-sufficiently in the wilderness. Now he had a real-life mountain man to interrogate. No matter how quietly I sneaked, there was no way 5 shifters wouldn't hear me coming. So I stomped down the staircase with my usual grace, leaning against the archway into the living room. Eli spotted me first and let out a low whistle.
Hey, hot stuff.
He said, waggling his eyebrows.
I like the hair.
You are ridiculous, I laughed, my face heating under not only his inspection, but Seth and Noah's as well. I glanced at my mom, thinking she'd be safe territory, but she was grinning like the Cheshire Cat, looking between me and the guys with zero subtlety. My dad was a little more subdued. He obviously liked all 3 of them, but was a little less certain about their relationship with me. Fair enough, really. I doubted any father wanted to think of their little girl dating 3 men at once. 2 men. This wasn't an actual date. Ready to go? I asked Noah a little too brightly. Damn it. Why'd he have to clean up so nicely? He was wearing jeans, and I'm pretty sure one of Seth's cable-knit sweaters, hair messy like he'd just been hiking through the forest on a windy day, thick beard hiding half his face and even more of his emotions. Frankly, he looked fucking edible, and I would have to give myself periodic reminders that this was a friend hangout. Sort of. Whatever. Noah's eyes tracked up my legs, pausing for a moment on my Ramon sweater, his lips twitching slightly.
We're not going far,
He said eventually.
Just outside.
Okay, I replied hesitantly. We 4 are going up to your brother's place to give you some privacy, Mom announced smugly, and I shot her a warning look. God knows what they would talk about, but my mother looked positively gleeful about it. Grandchildren, probably. The mysterious Annette didn't realize how lucky she was that my brothers had gone to visit her in Denmark rather than her coming here to meet them and my clucky mother. Well, we'll leave you to it, Mom announced, standing and tucking Dad reluctantly up with her. She planted a kiss on my cheek as she walked past me into the hallway, and Dad gave me his best unimpressed face as he followed. I returned it with added sass because I learned from the best, after all. My parents politely waited outside the front door as Seth and Eli approached to say their goodbyes.
Have fun, Goldie,
Eli sang, wrapping his arms around my waist and lifting me off the floor.
His weaknesses are baby animals and acoustic guitars. He's also ticklish behind his knees, but you might want to save that tip for the second date.
If I kiss you, will you stop talking? I asked sweetly, giving him my best I will kill you eyes.
Try it and see.
Eli shot back, grinning unrepentantly. He opened his mouth to speak again, but I leaned forward, capturing his lips before he could make this any more awkward. I felt him leaning in, turning the kiss into something more intense. But he was in my bad books, so I sunk my teeth into his lower lip as hard as I could before pulling away.
Great,
Eli groaned, licking the pooling blood as he adjusted his jeans.
Now I'm hard again.
That was not the effect I was going for, I replied dryly, releasing my hold on Eli as Seth tugged me out of his grip. Seth turned me towards him, one hand cupping the back of my neck as he brought my mouth within an inch of his.
Ignore Eli,
Seth instructed, his voice low and enticing. I was going to.
Noah is far more ticklish around his ribs.
Seth said with a smirk before stamping his mouth over mine. Vaguely, I heard Noah's disgruntled muttering in the background, but Seth was using that firm, domineering hold that made me all mushy inside, and I forgot entirely what we were talking about. Ribs? We were eating ribs? Something like that. Seth pulled away, keeping his hold on me until the lust haze cleared a little. Right, going on a date with his twin. Nothing weird and inappropriate about that.
If you're all quite finished,
Noah said wryly, standing in front of the sectional with his arms crossed.
our date awaits.
Oh, I love it when you talk fancy to me, I teased, stepping away from the two brothers I was sleeping with to go hang out with the one I wasn't. Lead the way. Noah gave me an exasperated look before striding around the enormous sofa to the door that led out back. It wasn't the fanciest area, a narrow deck that led down to a paved area with some patio furniture that we used for barbecues in the summer, so I was intrigued as to what he had come up with. It was a competition, after all. Holy shit. I breathed as I pulled the back door shut behind me and looked out at the courtyard. There was a permanent steel gazebo in the center of the space with a glass roof that usually had comfortable outdoor furniture underneath it. At some point during my nap, all the furniture had been cleared away, and the ugly gazebo had been transformed into a romantic little oasis in the middle of the backyard. Just friends, not a real date. Don't read into things. Fabric hung from every side, encasing the entire structure and offering some privacy, with fairy lights strung around the top. I followed Noah in a daze down the stairs, stepping through the makeshift doorway into the snuggly space. The ground was covered in blankets and every cushion we owned, with a low snack table in the center, complete with snacks, ice-cold beer, and Scrabble. Fuck me, I breathed. Consider my expectations surpassed.
This is it. Food, beer, Scrabble.
Noah explained succinctly, pointing at the corresponding items as he went. I like all of those things.
I know.
Noah replied smugly, sitting down and gesturing opposite the table for me to take my seat. I dropped to the ground, crossing my legs and immediately reaching for the cheese knife. Even the snacks were good. I didn't give a single fuck if it made me basic. This basic bitch loved a charcuterie board. This feels remarkably unawkward, I said casually as I assembled my cheese prosciutto cracker masterpiece.
It's definitely less awkward now that you've brought it up.
Noah deadpanned, effortlessly popping the top off both bottles of beer and handing me one. Right? I have that effect on most situations. Noah snorted, holding up his beer, and I clinked our bottles together, taking a long swig. This was nice. We were totally bonding right now. Next stop, friendship bracelets. Thank you for today, Noah grunted, looking uncomfortable with my gratitude, but I didn't want to let him off the hook that easily. Seriously, Daddy Bear, I know you wanted to put Darren in his place, but I don't think you relish violence. Thank you for doing that for me. He gave me a long look, like he was trying to figure out if I was being serious or not.
Perceptive.
He conceded eventually, tipping his chin to me. Seth told me something interesting about you today, I said casually, glancing up at Noah as he popped an olive in his mouth. For some reason, the action made me want to laugh. Maybe because I didn't expect him to be an olive fan? That's what I get for stereotyping mountain bear men and their meat and porridge diet.
What's that?
Noah asked, tone as dry as ever. He said you were a funny kid, that underneath that growly exterior, you're secretly hilarious. He delayed responding by slicing a piece of cheese as slowly as physically possible, and I helped myself to another cracker. It wasn't like he actually owed me an answer, but I was hoping we could get to know each other at least a little better over the course of the evening. Maybe we could find common ground? I was hilarious. We could be hilarious together.
I was a silly kid.
Noah said eventually. Nothing wrong with being silly, I replied instantly.
Not as a kid. Afterwards, well, I didn't have time for that when I was trying to keep my brothers safe and fed.
Noah acknowledged, taking a long drink of his beer. Seth and Eli had both complained in vague terms about Noah being too protective, getting too up in their business. But every time I spoke to him, I was struck by how seriously he took his perceived responsibilities. It wasn't a bad thing. I wished for half the discipline he had when it came to my responsibilities. At the same time, a little silliness sometimes went a long way. Would you rather only be allowed to wash your hair once a year or wear wet socks every single day for the rest of your life? Noah blinked at me like I'd just strolled off a spaceship. It's a pretty straightforward question, I insisted. Hair or socks?
Hair, obviously.
He replied hesitantly, like it was a trick question. Would you rather be able to turn invisible or be able to fly?
Definitely turn invisible.
Noah shuddered.
If I never fly again, it'll be too soon.
I hate planes, I admitted. I cry and shake like a leaf until the red wine knocks me out. Noah gave me a sharp look.
You did that on the way back here? When you left Fairbanks?
Oh, yes, I replied, taking a sip of my beer. In the past, I've clung to my brother's hands like a little kid. But I was so furious with them about taking Darren's side, I refused to speak to them the entire way home.
I'm surprised you forgave them.
Noah said in a tone that implied he wouldn't have. He seemed to grow more disgruntled with every word I said. They're my brothers. I lifted one shoulder. You know what it's like to love your siblings unconditionally, even when they let you down? Noah looked up at me sharply.
My brothers have never let me down.
I raised my eyebrows at him in challenge. Not even when they're both potentially gunning to mate with a woman he didn't like? I asked silently. But I didn't vocalize that thought. I didn't want to put him on the spot. Not yet, anyway. Or for him to think I was feeling sorry for myself. Let's play Scrabble, I said instead, pulling my tile rack towards me. You should know I'm great at this.
I wouldn't have expected anything less.
I discreetly scanned his face for some sign of sarcasm, but I found nothing. I mean, I was superior at all board games, and he should recognize my badassery, but it was still weird and unexpected. You can start, I offered graciously as we pulled our tiles out of the bag.
Since I'll need all the help I can get?
Noah asked wryly, one eyebrow raised. Your words, not mine, Daddy Bear.
That fucking nickname.
He grumbled, though he sounded more amused than annoyed. After a moment, he spelled out Fee horizontally on the board, looking adorably proud of himself. Not adorably, not adorable. I used the E to spell Reman vertically, and Noah gaped at me while I pulled the notepad towards me to write down my points.
What the fuck does that mean?
Reman, as in man again, I replied confidently.
Bullshit, you made that up.
Do not cast aspersions on my good character, sir, I gasped with mock outrage, pulling my phone out of my pocket and typing it into Google. See, I said, flipping the phone to face him. Reman, like bring in more troops. Noah groaned, finishing his beer and immediately reaching for another bottle.
I should have chosen Monopoly.
Definitely not, I disagreed. I may be competitive in Scrabble, but Monopoly brings out the demon in me. And I'm not sure you're ready to see that.
I'm not sure I'm ready for that either.
Noah scoffed, turning his earlier fee into feed. The game continued, our banter flowing surprisingly easily. Maybe it was the beer, or the Scrabble, or just the grade A snack selection, but hanging out with Noah one-on-one didn't feel nearly as awkward as it definitely should have. Then again, why was that so surprising? If anything, Noah and I were the most similar out of all of his brothers. Okay, so I won this one, I said, tallying up the points.
By 100 points?
Noah asked, raising an eyebrow at me. By 112 points. So solid effort all round, I replied, holding my bottle for him to clink. Curiously, he did, maintaining that intense eye contact with me the entire time. Would you rather be able to teleport anywhere in the world or be able to read minds? Oh man, I could get addicted to the way Noah's beard twitched when he was trying not to smile.
Teleport. I don't want to know what people think of me.
I imagine people who don't know you mostly think about how huge you are, big hands, big feet, all that jazz. I smiled sweetly at his suspicious expression, daring him to call me out on the innuendo. Instead, he drained the rest of his beer before his eyes flicked down to his lap. Oh dear. The pleasant part of our night where we pretended this was all totally normal was apparently over. I could see it in his face, in the tense set of his shoulders. He wanted to talk. Do I need another beer for this? I teased, hoping to lighten the mood. Wordlessly, Noah cracked open another one and handed it over to me.
My brothers want to take you as their mate.
I choked a little on the mouthful of beer I'd just swigged. I'd vaguely expected the conversation to head in this direction, but I hadn't expected Noah to just spit it out so directly. Yes, they've mentioned something along those lines, I said eventually, still coughing on my beer.
They always discussed it being the three of us.
Noah's tone was unaffected, but I like to think I knew him well enough by now to see there was a lot he was holding back. I tucked my legs underneath me, feeling suddenly vulnerable. I know that's what you talked about, and I know I'm not what you want. Noah, we don't need to do this, I said gently, waving my hand between us. I'm not interested in coming between you. I'm trying this new thing where I don't create disasters everywhere I go.
Aurelia?
Noah sighed. No, it's really fine. We're all consenting adults. We've been honest with each other about what this is.
Have you? Because they're not being honest if they're pretending that they're okay with this not leading to prominent, permanent mating bites.
Noah cut in, eyes boring into mine.
Sooner rather than later.
I swallowed thickly, unsure how to respond to that. I'd prepared to be on the receiving end of Noah's criticism, but I didn't know how to respond when he was directing his irritation at his brothers.
It's not you,
He began. Are you really going to "it's not you, it's me" right now?
it is me.
Noah insisted, throwing me an irritable look. This is the world's most unnecessary rejection, I sighed. Unless I'd been less discreet about my attraction to Noah than I thought, which was a distinct possibility.
That's not what I'm doing.
He looked frustrated, and I swallowed down my urge to throw snarky replies at him. Whatever Noah wanted to say, it was obviously taking its toll on him.
I want you to stay with them. To take them as your mates, you make them happy. I want that for my brothers. They're ready for this, for you.
And he wasn't. Stab. Right in the heart. The wound was internal, invisible, but I felt like the pain was written all over my face. There was something between Noah and I, something that had been simmering just below the surface all along, but he wasn't ready for whatever that was. Why did that hurt so much? Ask me, I whispered, something akin to panic wrapping around my chest like a vice, squeezing, squeezing, squeezing. Noah, if you need time, then ask me. He shook his head like it was an impossibility, and the realization of how seldomly Noah asked for help struck me like a bolt of lightning. Even around the house, he took on the bulk of the maintenance and food gathering tasks, despite being the only one with a job that had set hours. I opened my mouth to respond, then slammed it shut again. Noah had broken my brain. I'd never been super confident I had a lot going on upstairs anyway, but whatever I had was short-circuiting.
I'm going home.
He continued, looking down at his beer bottle.
I need to get back and prepare for winter anyway. Chase and his brother have been filling in, but I can't expect them to do it all.
I couldn't argue with that. They had to go back to their real lives eventually, especially since Darren had been dealt with. "When are you leaving?" I asked, surprised at how small my voice sounded and how confused I was at the emotions this conversation had brought up.
Tonight. This time I'm the one disappearing without saying goodbye. That's my choice, though. A punishment for making you leave. I shouldn't have asked you to do that.
"You didn't ask. That seems to be a recurring trend for you," I pointed out. I understood that this was probably as close to an apology as Noah had ever gotten, but I didn't want to let him off the hook quite that easily. Noah needed a push, and I was going to be the one to do it. It mattered to me that I was the one to do it. "The word you are looking for is sorry," I said, keeping my voice gentle but full of resolve. I let the word hang in the air as Noah visibly struggled to swallow his pride. My heart hurt for him as he battled to understand emotions he didn't have the tools to bear, but I didn't let him off the hook either.
I shouldn't have threatened you.
Noah said eventually, his voice heavy with regret.
And I'm sorry.
It was a combination of relief and heartache hearing him say the word out loud. Relief that we could move past this. Heartache that it sounded so foreign on his tongue. "Thank you," I managed to get out around the lump in my throat. "You're forgiven," I added. Noah opened his mouth like he was about to argue with me, but I shook my head before he could. I could be petty, but generally, I wasn't one to hold grudges. Anger was a slow-acting poison that raised blood pressure and caused wrinkles, and I didn't have time for either. "It's my forgiveness to offer. You're not allowed to argue with me," I told him primly, attempting vainly to inject some lightness back into the conversation. Lord knows I've made my fair share of bad decisions with good intentions.
For what it's worth, I wouldn't have reported you for that gun.
Noah said after a long pause, shifting uncomfortably on the cushions. I nodded silently. I probably already knew that, but the fact he'd just used it as a scare tactic was worse in a way. It meant he hadn't even cared about the weapon. He'd just wanted to frighten me. I meant what I'd said when I forgave him. I didn't harbor any rage towards him about it, but I hadn't forgotten either. "I asked for your help to leave that day, Noah. You went about it pretty terribly, but you don't need to keep punishing yourself," I pointed out, discomfort roiling in my stomach at the idea of him leaving as some kind of penance. Noah gave me the same disbelieving look he'd given me in the past when I'd said something he disagreed with, and the familiarity of it in this moment, this turning point that seemed to have gone drastically wrong, made the vice around my chest tighten.
It's time for me to go, thief.
I didn't want him to leave, but I wasn't going to beg, especially since his mind was so obviously made up. We packed up in silence, carting things back into the house. It had been a beautiful date, despite the way it ended. I did my best to swallow down the negative emotions, not wanting to taint this memory. Noah emerged from downstairs with his backpack in hand, coat on, ready to go. I hovered awkwardly in the hallway, trying to come up with something, anything to say. "Just so you know, I don't think this is a good idea," I settled on. "You're running away."
I'm getting out of the way.
His tone was flat, but his almost black eyes were both turbulent and determined. I shook my head silently, disagreeing with him completely, but Noah was resolute. He decided that this was the only way well before our date had begun. I blinked rapidly, tears burning behind my eyes for reasons I couldn't quite understand. Noah didn't look any happier about his decision than I felt, but I didn't want us to part on bad terms. We'd made progress tonight. I stepped into his space and wrapped my arms around his middle, amazed again at how strong and solid he was. One arm curled around my shoulders, holding me close, and with my head against his chest, I could hear the rapid thud, thud, thud of his racing heart. I wished I could bottle this moment and keep it forever, even if it wasn't quite perfect. We'd found a truce, maybe a friendship, yet the potential for something more still lay just out of reach. Would you rather... I began as I reluctantly pulled away, reveling in the way his eyes lit up with those 3 words. Would you rather not be able to taste, or not be able to see colors? I asked with a tremulous smile, attempting to keep my voice even. Noah gave me a long look, and for just the briefest moment, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of deep-seated emotion in those deep, dark eyes. Hope and longing and self-loathing all mixed together in a confusing swirl that neither of us could make sense of.
A few weeks ago, that would have been a simple choice.
What changed? Noah glanced away, his body already angled away, ready to run.
Light. For a long time there was none, but then I saw the world in color. It's harder to give up than I thought.
Oh. What could I say to that? What could anyone say to that?
Goodbye, Aurelia.
Goodbye, Noah, I murmured. He was already gone. Chapter 10. Aurelia. A sucker for punishment, I immediately went downstairs after Noah left, absently grabbing a pillow from the fold-out couch and making myself comfortable on the bed Seth and Eli had been sharing. Except for that one night when they didn't. The one night I had an unexpected snuggle buddy. It smelled like the 3 of them down here. An infinite improvement over when my brothers had lived here. Noah's warm cedar, Seth's bright menthol, and Eli's Christmas-like oranges and cloves. Somehow it all blended into the most delectable combination that transported me back to their cabin. I'd been happy there, I realized, cuddling a pillow in Seth and Eli's absence. I wasn't unhappy here, but there was a reason I'd left New York as soon as I could and never returned. It never felt like home. Could I really go back with them, though? Take Seth and Eli up on their offer? Contemplate mating, knowing it would ice Noah out forever? The insistent, crushing squeeze around my lungs made me think that answer was no. Mating was irreversible. If Seth and Eli got their teeth into me, I'd never feel an attraction for anyone else. There were no second chances. Plus, I wasn't sure that jumping into a lifetime commitment really jibed with my new Rhea vision. I wouldn't be living my best independent life if I immediately hopped on a plane back to Alaska with Seth and Eli, even though it was tempting. So tempting. That want, the desire to go, that impulsiveness was the whole reason I'd gotten into trouble with Darren in the first place. That was what new Rhea argued anyway. Old Rhea, clawing to the front of my brain like a deranged zombie climbing out of the grave, was practically screaming, "This is not the same," on repeat. The Bernard brothers weren't Darren. Darren threw up red flags like a game of Minesweeper, and I'd deliberately ignored them until I couldn't anymore because the idea of him was convenient. That wasn't the case with Seth and Eli at all. Not even right from the beginning. They were the ones who'd envisioned a future with me when I hadn't even let myself believe in the possibility. Plus, I instinctively trusted them in a way that I'd never experienced with Darren. The front door opened and the sound of my parents' laughter and Eli's animated voice drifted down the stairs. I should go upstairs and show my face, but I buried myself further into the pillow, a little of the funk that I'd been in when I got back to New York creeping back up on me. A minute later, 2 sets of footsteps came down the stairs, and Seth and Eli appeared in the doorway, looking rightfully perplexed.
Where's Noah?
Eli asked, looking around in confusion like he expected Noah to pop out from under the bed or something. Gone.
Gone?
Eli repeated, stunned.
Gone where?
Gone, back to Alaska, gone.
That fucking self-sacrificing moron.
Seth hissed, catching on faster than Eli.
Let me guess. He thinks you should take Eli and I as your mates and politely took himself out of the equation?
I nodded mutely while Eli fell back onto the bed next to me with a dramatic groan.
I won't lie, Goldie. I kinda thought tonight would be a turning point. It's not like you guys don't have chemistry. And Noah's more cheerful around you than he is literally any other person on the planet.
Eli sighed. That's not saying much. I replied. Did you guys really think something was going to come of tonight? Seth shrugged and Eli was unusually silent, but I could see the answer written all over their faces. They'd hoped it would lead to something. Whatever they said about being willing to take me as a mate, just the two of them, they'd spent their entire lives thinking it would be all three of them. I was a confused mixture of guilt at coming between them and annoyance at Noah for not giving us a chance, layered with another helping of guilt because he couldn't help not being ready for whatever this was. I didn't want to be hard on Noah, because I got the feeling that no matter how hard I was, it wouldn't hold a candle to how hard he was on himself.
What did he say to you that morning when you left our home?
Eli pushed, rolling onto his side and propping himself up on his elbow and throwing an arm over my waist. Seth moved to sit on my other side, boxing me snugly between them. I didn't tell you when he was here. I'm hardly going to tell you behind his back, I replied, shooting Eli a chastising look while I picked mindlessly at the sleeve of his shirt. Anyway, he apologized for it, I think. I wouldn't say I'm over it, but I understand his reasoning. I'm not angry anymore.
Should we be angry?
Seth muttered. I slid my hand between us, tangling our fingers together while giving my head a small shake. There had been enough anger already. Seth made a small discontented noise, and I had a feeling he wasn't just going to let sleeping dogs lie. We would have to talk about it someday, whether I was over it or not.
Just tell me one thing.
Eli said seriously, and I turned my impatient glare on him because I was not going to talk about that morning I left no matter how much he wheedled at me. Go on, I said in my best tread carefully voice.
Who won?
Who won? I repeated dumbly.
Yeah, who won best date? Who has the most game? It's totally me, right?
Eli insisted. He was definitely trying to lighten the mood, and I loved him for it. Not like loved, because it was too soon for that, and it would be very irresponsible and old Rhea of me to even entertain that idea. Seth was watching curiously, waiting for me to answer, and I groaned, flopping back on the bed with my arms over my eyes. Don't make me choose. They were all so good.
Fuck off, you have to choose.
Eli scoffed, so I kicked his leg with my heel.
You said you already knew who would win, and I need to know if you predicted right.
Okay. Best food goes to Seth.
What?
Eli gasped, outraged, while Seth tugged me against his side and planted an affectionate kiss on my temple. When had he gotten so cuddly? I was here for it. This was much more satisfying than a pillow.
You are not breaking this down into categories.
Best activity goes to Eli, I continued, speaking over him.
I was the only one with an activity.
He replied petulantly. Not true. Noah had Scrabble, I countered, which I also loved.
So what award does Noah win?
Seth asked, a ghost of a smile on his face. Best orgasm, I deadpanned, just to see if they'd believe me. I'm kidding, I added quickly when it became clear they did believe me. Did they really think we got frisky in the backyard and then he left? That wouldn't say much for my talents. Lord, you both looked way too chill about that. No, Noah wins best ambiance.
I'm pretty sure that just means best overall.
Eli groused, tugging me away from Seth and arranging me on top of him.
So how do we know who has the most game?
As the one who got to go on 3 separate dates, obviously the answer to that question is me, as I predicted from the beginning. Can we sleep now? I asked, the weight of the day feeling suddenly heavy. 2 dates, one ending with mind-blowing sex, the other ending with a goodbye, plus my ex-boyfriend got caught trying to sneak in the window and got the shit kicked out of him. Tomorrow, I wanted to veg out in front of the television and binge-watch an entire series in my pajamas.
Of course, sweetheart.
Seth murmured, pulling me back between him and Eli again.
We'll talk more tomorrow. Do you want Noah's pillow back?
Eli asked with a mischievous grin, pushing the pillow I'd been snuggling before they'd arrived towards me. Shit. The bed was way too small for the three of us, and I laid awake early in the morning, listening to the sound of Seth and Eli's breathing on either side of me. I was practically lying on top of both of them because there was no mattress space for me, but I felt warm and cozy at least, and a little sad, looking at the empty fold-out bed across the room. Sleeping on the events of yesterday hadn't made me understand them any more clearly. Noah was just such a mystery to me. He had done so much for me, yet seemed so irritated about it every step of the way, and I had no clue if that irritation was directed outwards or inwards. He'd blackmailed me into leaving Alaska, but had followed me to New York when he thought I was in trouble. He cuddled me like a lifeline when we were both asleep, planned a magical date, and used it to say goodbye. He flat out told me he wasn't ready for this, yet refused to ask for time. There was a part of Noah that wanted me, that was considering what it would be like to take me as his mate, but he had his own demons to fight that were getting in the way. If that was the case, there was nothing I could do. I couldn't fix him. I couldn't save him. That realization felt like a knife twisting painfully right under my ribcage. Besides, maybe I was reading too much into it. Maybe he didn't so much want me as he wanted to take a mate with his brothers like they'd always planned. My head was a mess. I needed coffee and carbs. Maybe some praise from the two guys who were into me. Praise kept Rhea a happy woman.
You're thinking very hard there.
Seth murmured sleepily, pulling me completely onto his chest. I propped myself up on my forearms, looking down at him. Sleepy Seth might be my favorite. He was all relaxed and rumpled, so much less guarded than he was the rest of the time. Well, your twin up and disappeared last night. I have a lot to think about. Seth cracked one eye open, like the effort of opening them both was too much for him.
Are you upset he's gone?
He asked cautiously, blinking his sleepiness away. I am conflicted, I settled on eventually. It felt like if I admitted I was disappointed Noah left, that I might even miss him, that I'd look like a sappy idiot.
I'm pissed.
Seth said easily.
Same.
Eli yawned, rolling over and grabbing me around the waist, pulling me off Seth. I secretly loved the way they tugged and moved me between them. Maybe it was a new kink I'd developed. I didn't know I was into spanking until a hot German tourist on the cruise ship I'd worked on had gone to town on my ass after a party on the boat. It had been a revelation. Eli tucked me in between them, spooning me from behind as my fingers traced small circles over his hand, and I sighed heavily. Probably best to get the heavy stuff out of the way early. You guys should probably go back to,
Nah.
Eli said before I could finish my sentence.
I mean, we probably can't stay in your parents' basement forever, but we're not rushing back home just because Noah did.
Darren is gone, though, I protested weakly.
So?
Eli scoffed.
We would have come for you anyway, Goldie, don't doubt that. We were supposed to be getting our shit together first.
How's that going? I asked mildly.
Not great.
Eli replied solemnly.
We were supposed to be making Noah see sense and sorting through the whole long-lost mother situation. Noah's more panicked than he ever was before, and I'm guessing Mom will be borderline feral by the time we get home.
I looked up at Seth, naively hoping he'd disagree, but he was nodding along in agreement. Cool.
We still want you to come back with us, though.
Eli added cheerfully.
Eli?
Seth warned.
Well, we do!
Eli objected, cutting an irritated glare at his brother.
I don't want Rhea letting Noah's vanishing act make her doubt that. I agree, but it's not a small ask. Rhea deserves time to think about it without us nagging her.
He chided. Yeah, I added, sticking my tongue out at Eli, who promptly leaned up and licked it.
I'd like to call Noah and see how he's doing, but he probably isn't home yet.
Seth sighed, scrubbing a hand over his face. The whole time I'd stayed with them in Alaska, Seth's beard had been short and neatly trimmed, but it was looking increasingly Noah-like and unruly as each day passed.
What do you want to do today, sweetheart?
Watch daytime television and have an emotional crisis? I suggested brightly.
Cool, can we get Chinese food again?
Eli asked, smacking a noisy kiss on my forehead. Fortunately, between my dad's part-time job and all the shifter social clubs they were part of, my parents were out most of the day and I didn't have to deal with a ton of awkward questions. I'd explained to them, when they popped back home before their walking club to get changed, that Noah had gone home last night. Mom had looked genuinely disappointed, while Dad had looked a little concerned. But I wasn't sure if it was concern for me or concern for Noah. They'd been getting along quite well. Perhaps a tentative friendship was even forming between them. I was snuggled in between Seth and Eli on the couch where I'd been for hours, watching old sitcoms when my phone rang. Did my breath catch for a moment, thinking it might be Noah calling? Maybe. I denied until I was on my deathbed, though. I could admit to myself that I had a little crush on him, but I'd given him the perfect opening to pursue something and he'd walked away. I had some pride. I snatched the phone up, flipping it over only to find Joe's stupid smiling face in the caller picture. Hi, I greeted with moderate to zero levels of enthusiasm after I accepted the video call. Half of Eli's face was visible on one side of me, and half of Seth's was visible on the other, and Joe's eyebrows briefly rose as he took in our proximity before he schooled his features again. It was a surprisingly chill reaction from my most hot-headed brother. I had a feeling he was still on his best behavior with me, as he should have been. "What's up?" I asked as Vincent appeared in the background wearing his workout clothes, sweat pouring off him as he swiped a towel across his forehead. Maybe that's where I was going wrong in my workouts? I fucking hated sweating.
We wanted to let you know that we're inviting Annette to come stay with us.
Joe said. Really? I asked, sitting up a little straighter. What about all the caveman posturing? The YA dystopian future love triangle?
English, Rhea.
Vincent chuckled.
We have been talking and possibly learning valuable lessons from our far more mature younger sister.
You have another younger sister? I deadpanned. Eli and Seth were politely silent on either side of me, but I knew they were listening to every word.
Har har. Seriously, yesterday was very informative. You went on dates with two different guys and no one was jealous or fighting about it. We'd both rather be with Annette than lose her.
Vincent said simply, like he and Joe hadn't been not speaking for weeks. I'm happy for you guys, I said carefully. You've got to sort the shit between the two of you as well, though. You know that, right? They both grunted noncommittally in agreement, and I rolled my eyes. I am serious, you two. You could both be busting out your best moves, wooing her, taking her on the most romantic dates and saying all the right things, but if she feels like she's getting in the middle of you and destroying your relationship with each other, it won't be enough. Seth and Eli stiffened either side of me, and I replayed the words in my head, realizing how it sounded like I could be talking about myself. Was I? I didn't want to think about that right now. Squeeze went my chest again.
Fair point.
Joe conceded.
Speaking of, Mom messaged us and said Noah left.
So much for not thinking about it. Alaska isn't like New York, I replied defensively. There's a lot that they have to do before they're 100 feet deep in snow.
And yet only Noah's gone back to do it.
Joe replied lightly.
Why is that?
Great talk. Bye, I sang, stabbing the red end call button a little harder than necessary. Awkward silence.
I know you don't want to talk about.
Seth began. You should call him, I interrupted, pulling up Noah's number and shoving the phone at Seth. He gave me a disapproving look as he hit call, and I half expected him to leave, but instead he put it on speakerphone.
Hello?
Noah said gruffly, his exhaustion clear from just one word. My belly swooped at the sound of his voice.
Hey, it's us.
Seth greeted.
Are you back at the cabin? How's everything going?
Eli asked, always the more verbose brother. There was a beat of silence on the other end of the line, and I could practically hear Noah's surprise shouting in the quiet. He'd probably expected Seth and Eli to rip into him straight off the bat for leaving so suddenly. Before Noah could respond, Bernadette's irritated voice echoed in the background, which answered the question of if he was home yet. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but Seth and Eli apparently could, and they didn't look too thrilled about it. Bernadette was the elephant in the room that we'd all studiously avoided mentioning in any of our vague conversations about the future. She hadn't liked me on sight, and I despised her from almost the moment she'd opened her mouth. I highly doubted she'd approve of me more the second time around, and she didn't seem to be going anywhere. I couldn't even be mad about that. The guys had been separated from their mom for 20 years. Of course they wanted to reconnect with her. Noah mumbled something to Bernadette, and I heard a door shut behind him, the whooshing of wind starting in the background. I assumed he went outside for some privacy, and it bothered me he had to do that in his own home.
Everything is fine here,
Noah replied eventually, his voice strained.
It's snowing. Winter prep is going a little slower than usual, but I'm getting it done.
Seth and Eli wore matching guilty expressions, and I knew they must feel bad for not being there at what would be a busy time of year for them. They must feel bad, because I felt bad imagining Noah out there in the snow on his own.
And Mom?
Eli asked tentatively, his mouth set in a tense line.
Staying for the winter.
Noah replied.
The renovations on our Anchorage place were delayed.
What renovations? I asked, internal alarm bells ringing for some reason. Usually I ignored those alarm bells that warned me of things like consequences and repercussions, but this time it wasn't about me.
Hello, Aurelia.
Noah sighed, and I could have sworn I heard a thread of relief in his tone.
There was some water damage at her house and she needed to have repairs done. She asked if she could stay with us until it was finished.
Well, wasn't that just awfully convenient that she had somewhere to go? Not just somewhere. The home of her sons who she'd assumed had died and never followed up on? Neither Seth nor Eli looked overly concerned about that, but I wasn't as altruistic as they were. I was basically the queen of associating myself with shady people, though it usually took me an embarrassingly long time to realize they were shady. Bernadette was already pinging on my shady person meter. I tuned out as they started talking about their food stores, wondering if there was something I could do. It wasn't like me to be the problem solver. I was the problem starter, and usually someone came to my rescue. I couldn't help but feel that maybe I could be the rescuer this time. More than just could, that I needed to be. No matter what the future between us held, I cared about these guys, and I didn't want to see anyone take advantage of their protective natures or their loneliness.
I'm losing daylight,
Noah said as I tuned back in. He sounded exhausted. I'd be shocked if he'd slept since he left here last night.
I need to get back to it.
Hey, Daddy Bear, I said, leaning towards the phone and attempting to inject some lightness into my tone as guilt twisted uncomfortably in my gut.
Hey, thief.
Noah replied easily, and I could almost hear the smile in his voice. Would you rather be able to only eat meat or only eat vegetables? He scoffed like the question was the most ludicrous thing he'd ever heard.
Me, bear, eat meat.
I caught my reflection in the black phone screen, grinning like a loon, and bit down on my lower lip to contain my stupid expression.
But unfortunately, we need vegetables, so I'm going to do some canning. Talk to you all later.
Noah continued, voice unusually soft. Bye, Noah. I managed to get out around the lump in my throat, flopping back against the couch as Seth hung up the phone. I looked down at my hands, unconsciously mimicking Seth's posture while Eli stared determinedly at the side of my head like he could get inside my brain if he just tried hard enough. You can't leave him there, I said quietly, though it sounded deafeningly loud in the silent room. You have to go back.
So come with us,
Eli said instantly, no trace of hesitation in his voice. It sounded so simple when he said it, but moving back to Alaska wasn't part of the new RIA plan. I was supposed to move back here, get a job, work on jewelry, eat, pray, and not love in New York City until I found myself. I wasn't supposed to fall back into the exact same situation that had gotten me into trouble in the first place. I always fell too hard, too fast, and I hadn't felt even 1/10 for Darren what I felt for the Bernard brothers. Staying here was the sensible thing to do, the safe, adult, mature decision. I opened my mouth to say as much, but Seth's firm hand on my thigh stopped me.
Don't say it, sweetheart. Don't rule us out. Promise me you'll consider it, okay? And when you're ready, we'll be waiting for you.
I can't ask you to wait, I replied instantly, shaking my head.
You don't have to.
Seth replied easily. I turned in my seat to face Eli, and the kicked puppy look on his face made me want to take everything back, throw caution to the wind, and follow them anywhere. Surely the risk of disaster was better than the abject misery on Eli's face. With a strangled noise, I threw my arms around his neck and he pulled me onto his lap, squeezing me as tight as he could without hurting me. For a long moment, we both just held on, putting off the inevitable pain of goodbye for as long as we could.
Don't forget about us, Goldie.
Never, I swore, my face pressed against the warm skin of his neck. I'll never forget about you. Chapter 11. Aurelia. My parents got back while Seth and Eli were packing their stuff, and I happily took advantage of Mom and Dad's naturally helpful natures. Mom fussed over them while Dad went around the block to borrow his cousin Roy's car to take them to the airport. This kind of situation called for adultier adults, and I was more than happy to lean on my parents for help. A harried goodbye as they were walking out the door to make their flight turned out to be exactly what I needed. We'd said what we needed to say on the couch, and I didn't want a tearful goodbye at the terminal. It would have felt too permanent. Even though that's what it was, wasn't it? I lived in New York now. You obviously wanted to go with them, Mom sighed, pouring me a cup of tea while we waited for Dad to get back from the airport. Why didn't you just go? I'm trying to be this strong, independent woman now, remember? I replied exasperatedly. That means no moving across the country to be with hot guys I've only known for a few weeks. New Rhea doesn't do stupid, crazy things like that. It's growth. Love this journey for me, Mom. You can be a strong, independent woman and be in love, Mom said lightly. One doesn't cancel out the other. That is the journey I want for you. It's too soon for love, I shot back instantly, pulling the cup of tea towards me, grateful to have something to do with my hands. Love doesn't follow a set timeline, honey. It would be convenient if it did, but it would also suck all the joy and excitement out of the process. Sometimes it's just a mess, and we have to jump right in and enjoy the chaos. Isn't that the exact opposite of what I'd been trying to achieve? Be sensible, assess risks, make better choices, eat vegetables, etc., etc.? I listed, waving my hand disinterestedly. Being a functioning adult was dull. Was I supposed to do this shit every day? Work out all the time? Get a job and spend 5 days a week there for the rest of my life? The idea of that much structure made me want to hyperventilate. You've always been prone to extremes, Mom chuckled. Do you remember when you were 7? Your brothers teased you about wearing pastel dresses all the time, and you wore nothing but black sweatpants for an entire year? Stubborn as a mule, my Rhea. Mom added affectionately, reaching across the counter and patting me on the hand. Try to find the middle ground this time, honey. You can make smart choices about your future without resigning yourself to a lonely life that makes you miserable. Besides, I think we both know that those men need you just as much as you need them. Think about it, okay? I nodded quietly as Mom took her tea over to the sofa, settling in one corner with her e-reader and a blanket. I grabbed my cup and headed upstairs to my room, pulling the charger out of my phone. Seth and Eli were probably still checking in, and neither of them had phones anyway, so I wasn't surprised there weren't any messages from them. Even if Noah wanted to message me, we'd just spoken on the phone not that long ago. Still, my heart sank in disappointment that there weren't any messages from them. Was this what it would always be like? Me here in New York, missing them, wondering if I'd done the right thing? I remembered suddenly that none of us had warned Noah his brothers were heading home, and he would probably have to pick them up from the airport. I took a long sip of my tea and put it on the nightstand, getting comfortable and pulling my messages app up. My thumbs hovered over the screen as I contemplated what to say. It didn't feel wrong to message Noah necessarily, but it definitely felt odd not to have Seth or Eli as a go-between. Come on, Rhea. Put on your big girl pants and send the fucking message. Me. Hey, Seth and Eli are on their way back now. I'm guessing they'll need a ride back from the airport. I quickly pulled up their flight information and sent through another message with the details, tapping my screen impatiently with my thumbnails while I waited for him to reply. Oh my God, what was wrong with me? Put the phone down and do something else. I scolded internally. I hadn't sat around staring at my screen waiting for a guy to reply since high school. Okay, since college. Okay, since Darren. Noah.
Why?
Those 3 letters made up the most complicated question he could have possibly asked, and I chewed on my lip as I figured out how to respond. Me. You shouldn't have to do all the winter prep on your own. Noah.
Those are my jobs anyway. They should have stayed.
That was probably true. Noah seemed to do the bulk of the jobs around the house, freeing up his brothers to do the things that they cared about. Seth and Eli had looked appropriately guilty about that when they left, and I hoped that meant they'd step up. My phone dinged again before I could reply, and I glanced down in surprise. I imagined Noah pressing the tiny buttons on his clunky satellite phone with his giant thumbs, getting frustrated whenever he pushed the wrong keys. He was probably standing out in the snow in one of his plaid shirts and a pair of faded jeans, perhaps with some flecks of snow caught in his thick, dark beard. The visual made me smile, and I fought back the inappropriately flirty urge to ask him what he was wearing. Noah.
When's your flight?
The certainty of those 3 words made the tears I'd been forcing back rise to the surface again. No if, no but, no maybe. When? I took a big gulp of my tea, wishing it was vodka as I contemplated my answer. It was one thing to be undecided around Seth and Eli, especially since they'd been here in person and could see the emotions on my face, feel how much I wanted them when I held them tight. If I messaged Noah and said I hadn't booked a flight and wasn't sure if I was going to yet, he might pile that on to the existing burdens he was lugging around, which I didn't want. I mean, the state of things between us was a contributing cause of my hesitation, but it wasn't the only cause. The battle of impulse versus reason raging in my head was a far more defining factor. All of that was really hard to accurately convey in one text message. Me. Would you rather visit 100 years in the past or 100 years into the future? As far as deflections went, it wasn't my most subtle. Then again, subtlety wasn't my strong suit. I was more the shock people into silence type. Noah.
The future, so I could learn the answer to my question.
I allowed myself one watery smile before I closed the messaging app and pulled up my music, fishing the headphones out of the nightstand that had been practically glued to my ears during my first bout of moping in bed. Snuggling down in my blankets, I hit shuffle and closed my eyes, letting the sounds of Rascal Flatts croon about being so close and watching someone walk away lull me to sleep. I fell asleep with wet cheeks, a wet pillow, and a fractured heart. Oh, hello, Rhea, Mom said, looking surprised as I walked into the kitchen the next morning. Why so shocked? I asked, making a beeline for the coffee machine. Truthfully, I was expecting another 2 weeks of crying under the blankets, Mom admitted, looking at me like she wasn't sure if I was going to fall apart or not. Nope, new Rhea doesn't crumble at the first sign of pressure, I announced, grabbing the creamer. I wish you'd stop with this new Rhea business, Mom sighed. There wasn't a single thing wrong with old Rhea. You can make gradual, healthy changes without overhauling your entire identity, honey. I may not be on the verge of falling apart, but I'm also not sure I can cope with rational logic right now, I replied with a grimace. I need, 1% coddling today. Mom gave me a sympathetic smile that seriously threatened my resolve. I'm going to get my hair done today. Why don't you come to the salon? When was the last time you had yours cut? College? I suggested vaguely. Sometimes I hacked the split ends off at home, but going to a hair salon ranked high on my list of least favorite activities. So much small talk. So much staring at my reflection when my hair was wet and wondering why my head was so weirdly shaped, and if my face always looked like that. I'm calling Nancy right now, Mom replied, looking aghast. I waited for her to bring up the salon job again, but she was surprisingly silent on the subject. Half an hour later, I was being hustled out of the door with a second coffee in a takeaway cup, wondering why I'd agreed to this. Maybe leaving the house had been too ambitious. Baby steps. I should have stayed in bed and cried for a couple of days. It would have been an improvement over a couple of weeks, like last time. There would be thousands of new kitten videos on the internet by now. I could practically hear them calling to me. Rhea, we're so cute and floofy. We'll banish all your sad thoughts with that little butt wiggle thing we do. Don't go to the stupid hair salon and answer all the questions about why you're still single. My phone dinged while we walked down the sidewalk as I made up imaginary conversations with kittens in my head, and I pulled it out, half expecting to find another invite to a baby shower or bachelorette party from one of my old classmates. How long until people started having divorce parties? I could get down with a divorce party. Noah.
They're back.
Oh, that was nice of him to let me know. It was more consideration than I expected, honestly. I adjusted my grip on my phone, intending to reply and tell him as much when a second message came through. Noah.
Would you rather live in outer space or underwater?
My hand tightened around the device, my breath catching a little in my throat. Noah was playing, without any prompting from me. Me. Outer space, hands down. You? Noah.
Underwater. I'm not fucking with aliens.
Me. They might be fun to fuck with. I'm not knocking the probe until I've tried it. Who are you talking to? Mom asked, a sly grin on her face. I didn't expect to see that dopey smile again so soon. My smile is not dopey, I replied instantly, cutting her a side eye. It's Noah. Oh, Noah, Mom sang. I'm not picking favorites, but if I did... What? Liar, your favorite is not Noah, I shot back, ignoring the implications of her picking favorites between them. Your father's favorite is definitely Noah, she laughed. He always fancied himself a wild mountain man, trapped in the city. I snorted at the idea of my mild-mannered New York native accountant father battling the elements in Alaska. Maybe it was more of an aspirational dream, like me being able to do the scorpion pose in yoga someday. Totally aspirational. We'd visit, you know, if you moved there, Mom said lightly. I already lived there, I replied, baffled. My parents had visited a few times when I was in Florida, but had never suggested visiting me in Fairbanks. If it was because my dad liked Noah more than me, I was going to need to sit him down and remind him I was his little goddamn angel and only daughter, and he had enough sons without adopting more. You never invited us to Alaska, Mom said defensively. We thought you might feel self-conscious about having us visit at first, since you weren't that excited about your job, and then you were so busy with your new boyfriend. That was true. I hadn't asked them to visit, but not for those reasons. I had worried that the flight and the cold would be too much for them at their age. Mom shot me a judgmental look like she was reading my mind. Doesn't matter now. I'm going to live in your house for the rest of my life, I said, waving off her comments. Noah.
I checked with Seth and can confirm probes aren't an alien-specific thing.
Was he offering? I could be open-minded. You live in New York, Rhea. We're here, Mom said, pausing outside the door to Nancy's salon. Put your phone away. The girls are dying to talk to you. Me. I have to go. I'm at the salon with Mom, about to dye my hair green. I shoved my phone in my bag, ignoring the at least 5 messages I got, and plastered on my best fake smile to make small talk with my mom's friends. By the time I got home, with maybe 3 inches less hair than I'd left with, I had one missed call and the phone was ringing again. "Hello?" I said, propping the phone up with my shoulder as I unlocked the door. Mom was getting a perm. She'd be hours.
Goldie!
Eli exhaled like we'd been apart for weeks instead of a day.
Noah said you dyed your hair green.
"Eli Bernard," I scolded, letting myself in the house. "Do you only like me for my golden locks?" I contemplated dyeing it just to prove a point, but I didn't have the energy for color maintenance.
No,
He replied quickly, sounding a little panicked.
you'd look great in green.
"Maybe next time," I laughed. "I just had a teensy haircut this time around. What are you doing? How are things going?"
I miss you like fucking crazy.
Eli sighed. Crack went my heart, right up the middle. "I miss you too," I admitted quietly, collapsing back against the front door in the eerily silent house.
It sucks here.
Eli said petulantly, and I bit down on the urge to laugh. He sounded like a grumpy teenager.
We're busy as fuck trying to get things sorted before the snow gets super heavy, trying to help Noah more than we have in the past. Plus, Mom is a pain in the ass.
"How so?" I asked, treading carefully. I didn't want to dunk on his mom and piss him off, but if he wanted to vent,